Come on, tell me it's working. Come on. Should be working now. There we go. Oh, man. There we go. Well, the vertical stream's fucked. Thanks, YouTube. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's not a scheduling thing on YouTube. That's not what the problem is. Yeah, that was it's because I'm sending 2 streams to YouTube, one for vertical, one for horizontal, and for some reason YouTube today was just like, nah, go fuck yourself, you don't get to do that. They're just like, nah, you can eat a bag of dicks, fuck you, one stream or no stream. So, well, there it is. There we go. OC's fucked, it's vertical. There's no fucking way it's vertical right now. There is no way. I'm looking at it right now. Bestia. The vertical is completely fucked. You gotta go, you gotta go over to the horizontal. As far as I can tell. Is it? I mean, of course. Okay. Yeah, no, the vertical is fucking it up. No idea why. Right. Anyway, what a fucking shitty weekend it's been. Sorry, I was meant to be streaming on Saturday. That kind of got fucked up. I got some big shit to announce. Some stuff that's kind of screwed me over as hard as fucking possible. It's been a hell of a fucking weekend. And if I'm being honest, I kind of fucked up. I could have streamed yesterday, but I was so goddamn fucking depressed that I was useless. I was completely fucking useless. So I might as well just rip the band-aid off and just say it. I have officially lost my job. It's over. It's done. Spaghetti in the wind. It's done. Fucking lost my entire goddamn job. I am now officially one of the unemployed motherfuckers out there, and this is the worst time to lose a job. Fuck. Welcome to the club. Yeah, no, it doesn't feel good. Did you threaten them? No, unfortunately I didn't walk into the office with an AR. I wish I did. That would make more sense as to why I lost my job. And, okay, so I was supposed to stream on Saturday. That didn't fucking happen because, well, guess what? I was screwed over. I was sitting down. I was planning out everything with everyone else I work with, and we were trying to figure out a way to keep the business going, right? Like, to try and find some fucking way to make things work that we could keep going. Because, honestly, I loved my job. I loved what I did. It involved a lot of financial stuff, a lot of crypto stuff, a lot of YouTube stuff as well. I really, really liked my boss. I really liked everyone I worked with, barring one person. But it was a fucking fantastic job. I loved the shit out of it. And unfortunately, due to business non-viability, due to changing regulation, due to a whole bunch of shit that's nobody's fault, really, it's shutting down. There's nothing else that we can do. Just YouTube and stream full time. I'm getting to that. So, did A-Nate get you fired? No, but I wish I could blame it on them, Lithy. I fucking wish I could. So, I've got a little bit of financial runway. Not much, but a little bit. So, in the meantime, I'm going to be applying for some new jobs. But in the meantime, I am the unemployed. I am just like you, a fucking idiot without a job. So, this is what I'm going to be doing. This is going to be my plan. In the meantime, I am going to be going as balls fucking deep into everything that has to do with streaming and YouTube and everything else as much as possible for as long as I can. I'm going to be trying to make this into a job. I'm going to be working my ass off doing nothing else but this. Hopefully that allows me to speed up with some of the other stuff that I'm doing. Did you see the new Guild Wars 2 event? No, because I'm banned from the fucking game. I can't play the fuck. So no, I didn't. I thought this big announcement is going to be that he was never banned from Guild Wars 2. It was all just a ruse. I wish. I fucking wish. Oh my god, that would be good news, not bad news. We should know many things were bad. You haven't even got a proper haircut. Listen, I will never get a proper haircut. Okay? I just shave my head and I'll go from there. So, this is how I'm going to be doing things from now on, right? I obviously have to worry about financial viability, right? I have to do that. Gotta pay the bills somehow. Unfortunately, that means I am gonna start turning on monetization on some of the streams. I gotta nickel and dime this shit as much as possible to try and get as far as possible for as long as possible. I'm gonna be focusing a lot more on streams. I'm gonna be updating my schedule, so I'm gonna be streaming a lot more often. I'm gonna be working on my content again full time. I'm gonna be working on all the shit I can do to make this into an actual job. This is no longer a hobby to me. From now on, this is something I'm going to work on. Now, I have some debuffs, unfortunately, in trying to do that, is that I don't know how to fucking socially filter my words, and I'm not going to fucking do that either way. So that's just how it's going to be. So you'll have to forgive me if in the future I'm playing some fucking shitty game because someone gave me $1,000 to play that game. I'll tell you that I'm in it for the bag. I'll tell you I'm still going to tell you whether the game's dog shit or not. But there may be points in time, based on some of the emails I've gotten, where I'm going to be playing some weird shit or doing some weird shit. So you'll have to forgive me for that. But I'm going to try and make it as entertaining as possible. That's just the big news. Lost my job. That's life. That's how things go. Gotta go find a new one. Hurts my feelings. But that's just life. That's just how it is. League of Angel Straight. Listen, I said I lost my job. Not that I'm on the side of the fucking road, bestia. Listen, I've still got to have some goddamn standards, okay? It's not gonna get that bad. Not yet. Not yet. Maybe one day. Told my significant other 2 days ago. I told him what? Right, the other big part of this, the other bigger part of this announcement is even more annoying than just losing a job. OnlyFans when? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, Barando. The other part of this that is even more fucking annoying is I might have to move. I might have to sell my house and move. Which I really don't like the idea of. I mean, look at this fucking place. I put in so much goddamn effort into this place. Where is that camera? Look at this goddamn place. I have a whole green screen wall that I painted and set up. I have all my shit over there that I work on when it comes to D&D models. That's my wife's setup right there. I've got a whole bunch of shit on the walls. I painted this room. I built this room. I built this room from nothing so that I could work from this room. And I'm gonna have to sell this house. Which fucking sucks.
Motherfucker.
Hey, what up, Jarek Dan? How you doing? It's been a little while. With that, at the end of this year, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, right? I'll get to why, Spider. I'll get to why. I might be having to announce that I'm gay very soon. I'm going to have to announce that I'm a flamboyant homosexual very, very soon because it looks like the place I'm going to be moving to is going to be in the Western Cape, somewhere in Cape Town. I don't like it. I don't want to be around these limp-wristed little bitches. But it looks like I'm going to have to. We won't take you. It's fine. Look, the resistance on the average Cape Townian is not very high. It's not about taking me. It's I'll take you. So, unfortunately, some shit's happened in my neighborhood. Another one of the reasons I wasn't streaming on Saturday. There have been 3 murders that have happened over the last 2 weeks in my area. I've told the story about the really, really old war veteran guy who used to take walks with with his gun and his little dog, and his little dog used to like shit in the field that's near my house, and then he'd never pick it up, and he'd walk home and he'd be like, it's part of nature, it's not my problem. That guy, he's unfortunately been murdered, and 2 other people have been killed in my neighborhood. And I got a kid to think about. Now, this has kind of been a build-up. Big Dick Johnson, he's also thinking of moving, unfortunately. Didn't have to kill him for it. Well, they did. They did. Now, this is the part I have to concern myself with, is I have a kid. I don't want my kid being fucking killed. We've had we've had multiple home invasions in my area. I think it was last week. I mean, fuck it. I was hopping up and down off a stream, on stream, going and looking at my gate. I found like 2 fucking homeless guys trying to climb my fucking fence. They kicked my dog. They did a bunch of bad shit. And I'm kind of tired of living like that. I'm kind of tired of living in an area where I have to worry about that, where I have to run downstairs and shit. And I don't want no bad shit happening to my wife or my daughter. So I'm probably going to be moving. Maybe at some point towards the end of this year. Who fucking knows? And yes, Lithy, you're right. I can rebuild my setup. I can't rebuild my kid after they're fucking dead and killed. The part that is concerning to me, that is a little bit stressful, is the area I live in hasn't always been the safest. It's never been the safest. It's fucking, it's you know, it's like on the border of some real bad fucking places. And the politicians in my country have been getting fucking uppity again. And I have to take note of the fact that the 3 people who've been killed in our area are all white people. One of them was kept out of the news, but the neighborhood kind of knew about it, and they weren't, I don't know how much I should say, but they weren't just killed. That's the best way I could think to put it. I think these people were dumbasses because they hired the wrong people. They gave people access to their houses. But one of the people that was killed was a 74-year-old man. He was a nice guy. Wasn't a problem. He got in an argument with a guy he hired to, you know, do his garden and shit. He hired the guy, he paid the guy. The guy came back later with a bunch of buddies and did some fucked up shit. And I just don't want to live like that. I don't want to live in an area where I have to be thinking about that. I don't want to have to live in a fucking area where my biggest concerns are what the fuck's going to happen to my family. Why am I streaming this late? So I can be up just in case someone hops my fucking fence. Why even bother killing off an old timer? My question exactly, Sir Masal. But unfortunately, I live in a country, and Jarek Dan knows this, we live in a country where there's a lot of racial kind of tension. There's a lot of like aggression towards white people. There's a lot of we want to fucking kill you and shit. And usually that's kept out of the news because, you know, the news tends to lean very heavily left and it's never a racial thing, blah, blah, blah. But I'm noticing a pattern. 3 dead white people in an area. All the perpetrators caught on camera, not a single one of them arrested. I gotta get the fuck out of here. So I'm probably gonna be moving. Things are gonna be a little bit fucked up. But in the meantime, while I'm an unemployed piece of shit meat, I'm gonna be streaming more. There's probably gonna be streams every single fucking day that I can manage them. The only days that there weren't, it's because I'm finding some way to defend my house or my family. That's just how it is. So, enough of the fucking sob story. Enough of the sad shit. I hope you don't get jumped on stream. I don't think I'll get jumped on stream. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about this because of all the other stuff. Someone smashed out the back window in my car. And this felt targeted. So yeah. I don't want to be. I don't want to be next on the list. I'm sorry. I don't want to be next on the list. I don't want my family on that fucking list. I don't want any of them. So I'm gonna probably. Are you gonna move soon? This year, probably. It's either gonna be this year or beginning of next year. How come? No fucking clue. No fucking clue. That's just the area I live in, and you could probably blame our politicians for that, Jarek Dan, because they like to do that thing where they stoke up the whole apartheid, white people are evil, blah, 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 we're gonna fucking murder you. You know how it is if you live in this country, right? And unfortunately, the largest majority of blacks that I know, they're cool, they're chill, they want the same thing as everyone else, but I'm not worried about the fucking majority. I'm worried about that minority of crazy fucking people who will show up and do some sick fucking shit. And it's even worse for me because my wife is hot. My wife's got fantastic fucking hips. So yeah, I gotta get the fuck out of here. But yeah, enough of that. Where's the donation link? I don't have one. Your audio is muted. It's definitely not muted. I'm not sure why you're getting muted audio. But everyone else can hear me, Harold. I'm not sure. I think that's your volume. It sounds like your volume. Rose Intia on live leak. No one wants to see that. No one wants to see that. So, it's enough for that shit. That's enough for the fucking sob story. That's enough for the sadness. Boo-hoo, life is hard, where, you know, everyone has it fucking rough these days. Iran and America are fucking up the oil prices. Everyone's getting expensive. Everyone's getting robbed. That's just how it is. You probably muted the tab by accident. Probably. Everyone else can hear me. It's open season in the area. I don't think you have a year. I probably don't have a year. So currently what I'm doing is... Okay, so my dad... I give you some backstory here. My dad is a war veteran, right? And my dad is... Like, he's been a war veteran for his entire... Like, as a medic, right? And what he told me was being a medic fucking sucks when you're in the military, because what it means is you have to be the last guy alive. So the fun part is you get to watch all your friends die in fucking war while you're trying to save their goddamn lives. Now, my dad, based on that history, he's never left that mentality. It's always just been sitting there, stewing, bubbling up to the top. And he's been warning me. He's been warning me for a few years now. He's been like, look, it's not going to get better. These people are going to be fucking crazy. It doesn't matter how many people are normal. It matters how many people are crazy. And if there are enough fucking crazy people, you got to get the fuck out. And he's right. So I'm going to be working on a plan to get the fuck out of here. If I need to book it the fuck out of here before something happens, well, then that's it. I dump the house, I run for my fucking life with my family. That's just how it is. Because that's just the direction my country's going on in currently. Where's the OnlyFans link? Tomorrow. Don't you worry about it. Tomorrow. The car window thing sounds like they're saying you got a month or a week, get out or you're next. I don't think you have a whole year. I think one of the problems is, I think one of the reasons that my house was targeted is because, okay, the security here are pretty fucking fantastic. They do a brilliant job, and I think it's because when the security came and questioned me, right, about like the incidents of people having their houses and shit broken into and stuff, I just gave them all the information, because fuck those guys. They're just fucking evil pieces of shit. I don't want to see them in like prison. I want to see a cop show up and blow their fucking brains out, because they're fucking killing people in the neighborhood. They're making the entire neighborhood like stressed out, and fucking no one can like, you know, close their eyes without thinking about what the fuck's coming next. And I think they caught one of them, but I don't think they caught all of them. So I think my back window kind of got smashed out because I kind of put a target on my back by giving the security and the police like as much information. How many dogs do you have? 3. I have 3, but one of them is going to die soon because she's fucking ancient. She's like 16 years old. Yeah, the car window. Yeah, no, the car window thing fucking stressed me out. That freaked me the fuck out, because it's like my car was just sitting there. It's not like I was doing anything. It's just I came downstairs and my car window is fucking smashed out, and I'm like, what the fuck? You got CCTV? No. But my neighbor does. And he points it at my house, so... Yeah. You know what? That's actually a good idea. I should actually ask my neighbor about it. I do have alarm systems in my house. I have motion detection. I have all of that shit. But I should actually ask my neighbor for the CCTV footage of that night. I know he... you know, Long Dick Johnson's a bit crazy, so I'm sure he's got that all recorded. But that's just life. That's just how it is. You just don't get it. They do that all for you, so the rent stays low. They keep it cheap. They broke my fucking car window. That's a direct expense that I have to deal with. They fucking killed 3 white people. 3 old white people. Fuck that. I'm not renting. I bought this piece of shit crack house and I've been fixing it up for fucking years. This place was so fucking devalued when I bought it that the house smelled like weed. There was fucking shattered cracks down the goddamn wall. The electrical wiring in this house before I fixed it was so old that when you went into my roof, the cables, the wires in the roof weren't even fucking isolated. They were just pure raw copper wire sitting on like a wooden block with a cotton ball where it would bounce off of as the wind blew. I had to replace all of that shit. I've been fixing this fucking house for years. Not anymore. You're gonna get the fuck out of here. Think your property will sell? I don't know. I don't know. I'm considering being a debt maxer though. What I'm thinking of doing is taking out like high leverage, collateralized fucking mortgage on this house, like, you know, fucking mortgage it to the tits and just fuck off. And when the bank's like, you're not paying it back, I say, take the house. Take the house. It's not my problem. Take the house. It's just fucking crashing my credit score through the goddamn floor. You might get an extra chicken when you sell it now. Yeah, I know. I'm going to be putting it on the market soon. It's unfortunate. That's just life. That's just how it is. You know. Okay, I saw your DM buff, and I'll DM you later. I'll DM you about that later. But that's it. Enough of the fucking sob story. There are 3 things we're going to do today. There are 3 things we're focusing on today. So you just want to leave the area or even go to a different country. My entire plan is to get to the US eventually, right? But this is the thing, is I'm not a Mexican and I can't just hop a fucking border. I'm going to go the legal route. I'm going to do things the right fucking way. I'm not going to do things the illegal way, because I would like at least once in my life to try and live in a country and have a job in a country where I can be a benefit to society, where it's like you pay taxes and, you know, at least 10% of it is going towards, you know, some social good as opposed to 0% of it. But the easier thing right now is to get the fuck out and get my family safe. So that's step 1. Step 1 is get safe. Step 2 is then I can worry about getting to the US. I want to live somewhere like Texas where I can fucking... someone steps on a blade of grass in my yard and I can blow them to fucking smithereens. That makes the most logical sense to me. I'll sit there with the hillbillies. We'll talk about guns all day. I don't mind. I'll be as American as I can. Texas is turning gay. Well, then Cape Town's not far off. Is Cape Town safe? It's safer in a lot of senses, but I'm not really going to Cape Town. I'm going to the Western Cape. I'm looking at a few areas that are like quite a distance out of Cape Town, but a lot safer. We'll see. We'll see. I'm planning this with my dad. I'm doing as much as possible. That's just how it is. Apply for asylum? I already have. Jarek Dan. But I've been warned by an immigration officer that applying for asylum is a long procedure. It's not like it just magically happens like everyone thinks it does. There's a whole bunch of paperwork and documentation, and they take their time, and then they select from what they consider to be the most vulnerable groups first. So like me, white boy sitting in a house, is as much as this is a fucked up area I'm living in, is in far less danger than Fricky out on the fucking farm who's got no security, who's gonna get his skin peeled off and eaten in front of his wife and kids. So Fricky's probably getting on the fucking plane before I am. That's just how it is. They do a threat assessment thing. They decide who's coming. That's why there's only been like, what, 2,500 Afrikaners who've been accepted by asylum this year. It takes forever. That's just how it is. That's just life. When you said you're planning on being a dead man, my mind went, he going down the drug route. I wish. I wish it was that easy roadblock, but I don't want to end up in prison. I do not need a big black boyfriend. I'm married and I don't want to shit pancakes for the rest of my life. Wish you the best of luck in that case, my guy, and the whole application process won't be too much. Well, thank you. I hope it's not either. That's just how it is. Are we talking about South Africa? Yes, we are. That's just how it is, right? Like, this is what's fucking frustrating to me, right, about all of this, right, is if you go to like a shopping center, if you go to like a goddamn warehouse, you go to anywhere, 99% of the people you're gonna meet are just normal fucking people. And then there's just that 1% of fucking crazies who ruin everything and get it all in their goddamn head that like some other race is at fault for everything bad that's ever happened to them, and they must kill them because then magically everything's gonna get better. It's fucking retarded. It's really fucking retarded. No, okay. Okay, there's no one outside my house, thank God. So, anyway, enough for that shit. That's just how it is. That's just life. Boo-hoo. You know what I'm not? I'm not some fucking Palestinian kid who just watched their parents get blown to fucking smithereens. So, it could be worse. Could be worse. That's just how life is. Now, anyway, onto the stream. There are 3 things we gotta do today. There are 3 primary things we gotta do today. Thing number 1, before anything else, I've decided that we are on a journey here. We are on a journey. I've been banned from Guild Wars 2. And I'm going to be looking for a new MMO. We're going to be playing through a bunch of different fucking MMOs so that I can get a first impression of each and every single one of them and decide which one of these is worth my time, might be worth your time, shit that might be good, shit that might be bad. And we've got a few on the list that I've already been through. We've got a list already. So, we make this nice and simple. We'll start off easy. World of Warcraft. Retail. D tier. Fucking D tier. Horrible. No SWTOR, no Final Fantasy 14. It's not on the list yet, Moonstone, because I haven't taken a look at it just yet. I'm going to expand out this list. It's going to be something that's going to have all the MMOs that I can get. It's going to have SWTOR. It's going to have Final Fantasy 14. I might even play one of those fucking games like that dungeon crawler one that's 2D and it's got that anime bullshit in it. I'll play fucking City of Heroes. I'll go through whatever fucking bullshit to see which MMORPG is actually worth anyone's time. Where would you play Guild Wars 2, honestly? Where would I place Guild Wars 2 as a game? As a game that is... Like, okay, so this list is games I'm going to play. But if I was going to place Guild Wars 2 anywhere, at rating as a game, A tier. A tier. Hands down, fucking fantastic game. Not perfect. Bunch of flaws. Bunch of wacky shit going on that I think they need to fix. I think their moderation team is out of control. But if I'm going to look at Guild Wars 2 as an actual fucking game, I think it's A tier. It doesn't quite hit S tier, but it does hit A tier. This list, though, is for very first impressions. Now, if I had a first impression of Guild Wars 2, and I'd played through nothing else but the fucking base game, I would want to kill myself by putting my nuts in a fucking blender because it would have been more exciting than what happened. The worst part of Guild Wars 2 is the first impression you get of the game. Ashes of Creation. No, we're talking about MMORPGs, not things that don't exist here, Jarek Dan. The problem with Guild Wars 2 is the entire base game, compared to everything else they've built, is so fucking shitty that it is infuriating. And they refuse to fix it. They refuse to go back and change it. And I bet that Guild Wars 2 would today be the biggest MMORPG out there, bigger than WoW, if they just fixed the base game, but they never will. They never fucking will. Never. So it stays there. Played through World of Warcraft. I was going to do an OnlyFans thing with a bunch of people. I did retail, and I just can't. I just fucking can't. They killed Turtle. I know, Carol. They killed Turtle WoW because Classic Plus is coming out soon. That's just how it is. MSQ may be flawed, but have you considered well done, Commander? Have you considered the million birthday messages from that one guy in the fucking thing? I will give it this. Guild Wars 2 is fucking exceptional the second you get out of the core gameplay experience. The second you're into the expansions, it's beautiful. It's wonderful. It's amazing. But getting there is like dragging your asshole through fucking shattered glass. Like you're a dog on a carpet trying to wipe its butt. It's not great. It's not great compared to everything else. World of Warcraft Classic. I have some experience with this game. I have played this game, not on stream. I can't sit here and pretend like this would be a first experience, this would be a first thing, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to try and get I'm going to try and see if I can get into OnlyFans 3, then we'll see. But Classic as a game, World of Warcraft, it's slow, it's methodical, there's a lot of class identity involved in it, you feel good no matter what you play, there's a lot of systems to explore and a lot of systems to completely fucking ignore. A tier. A tier. Now you have no job, why not Warframe? Because I gotta look for another one, that's why, Barrow. That's fucking why. Now, of these games that are on this list, and later today, after we've gone through the SKG drama, after we've looked at the Kingsman drama that's happened in Marvel Rivals, I'm going to be playing some ESO. Now, my first impression of ESO, based on the sneaky black cat that's an archer that I have, B tier. I might need to change that after today. But currently, the biggest problem that I see with ESO is that every time you talk to someone, it's like they have to trauma dump their entire fucking world on your back. S tier. Look, the systems feel responsive, right? Playing the game feels good. It's an enjoyable combat experience. There's like a logical progression that I can already see with how little I've played through ESO. Currently, I only put it at B tier because I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about it. But I will say, what has been built in ESO that I've seen currently, after giving it a solid try, is pretty fucking fantastic. So it very may well end up in S or A tier on first impression. But for now, it's B tier. For now, it's B tier. Of these ones here, because I didn't manage to fill out this list, the other game I've got a first impression of is Project Gorgon. I can't believe I'm saying this. I cannot fucking believe I'm saying this. Project Gorgon belongs here. It's like I'm having a stroke just thinking about how good Project Gorgon fucking is. The systems are deep and complex. There's a bunch of different shit to enjoy in the game. There's obviously a bunch of insane stuff that the game does. It's a slow progression system. There's a logical kind of pathing to what you're doing. It gives you some hints to the lore and the backstory. You interact with certain characters on that island. If you fuck up in Project Gorgon, you fuck up. It does not hold your hand. The problem with Project Gorgon is twofold. The first problem with Project Gorgon is its camera controls are fucking dog shit. The way some of those systems work are so fucking shitty and so frustrating. And over time you adapt to them, but it can't be ignored how fucking junky some of those systems are. Like the camera locking is fucking weird. The world that it's built in looks like it looks like someone needs to turn DLSS 5 on. I bet Project Gorgon with DLSS 5 would look fucking fantastic. The second problem with Project Gorgon is the moderation team. Because I saw some news that Jack and Cola's now been fucking kicked off the moderation team. And it's been, like, there's a whole fucking fiasco on there that I'm going to have to dig into. Like, with ESO, I like the game. The world is cool, but I don't know, that combat feels floaty to me. And that coming from some who spend over 1,000 hours in both Skyrim and Oblivion. I will say this. ESO is a poor man's Skyrim. I will give you that, Skirmisher. It is definitely a poor man's Skyrim. Hands down. Project Gorgon has impressed me, though. Project Gorgon's system, the depth of its system, the fact that you got fucking mycology, the different leveling systems and mechanics in it, the gearing, the in-depth thought that's obviously been put into the back end of this game. All of those systems push it from B tier up to A tier. So that is a game to consider. That is definitely a fucking game to consider. These are some of the ones I'm going to be going through next. I need to put SWTOR on this list. I need to put Final Fantasy on this list. I need to put fucking City of Heroes on this list. I need to put fucking the WildStar private server on this list. There's a bunch of shit that I've got to put on this list. And I'm going to... One of these days, I swear to God, I'm going to try and get my way into Guild Wars. I'm going to see if there's a way for me to play Guild Wars. See how long that lasts before they ban me again. But we're going to try Guild Wars. Animal Crossing? Fuck Animal Crossing. I knew a guy who wanted to roleplay a vampire, and while clicking potions in the inventory, he clicked the wolf split and became a lichen, which is one of the forms you are forever locked into. Very nice. BDO is going to be on this list as well. I have big plans for BDO. There's some stuff I want to do with BDO that I'm busy planning out, and now that I'm an unemployed fucking loser, I'm going to have the time to actually plan some stuff out. Hold on, my dog's just losing his shit. Let me just let it outside. Come back when you're done. Fallout 76 is not a fucking MMO. I don't know who lied to you and told you that. Who dropped you on your head as a baby to make you think that, but no. Not an MMO. Guild Wars 2 would be S tier for me. Where Winds Meet F tier because its weapon die system is dog water. I know nothing about Where Winds Meet. Gonna try that one out. I know nothing about Lord of the Rings Online, Guild Wars, RuneScape, Black Desert Online, Final Fantasy 14. All of those games I am going to get to at some given point in time. Here's another MMO you might want to check out. It's got action combat like ESO, but it's a mix of high magic, and I swear to God, if you just link me Guild Wars 2 again. Fuck you. Fuck you. I need to never fucking trust you ever again, Jimmy. Fuck you. You motherfucker. You bastard. I don't get why Guild Wars 2 is D tier. Core game is D and expansions are S. Because this is a first impression list, Carol. That's why. You just explained to me why the core gameplay is D. You agree with me. This is a first impression. Yes, I will try out EVE Online. Although I'll need to contact 7 different accountants to play that game first. OSRS has temp game mode right now with fast as fuck XP rates. Well, I'll take a look at it. I'm agnostic to the rest of these. But also I can't play Guild Wars 2, so yeah. Otherwise I would be playing it today. That's just how it is. So, this is my list so far. This is what I see so far, right? Project Gorgon is fucking sleeper mode. That game is actually so fucking impressive. I'm starting to understand why people put 14,000 hours into the game. Are these the graphics? Yeah, there are no graphics in that fucking game. WoW Classic, it's lost its appeal. While vanilla belongs up here in S tier, but classic, not as good. Doesn't hold the same appeal. The nostalgia's worn off, and there are just better products out there. That's just how it is. That's the list so far. That's what I'm going to be working with. Is Shower with Your Dad Simulator an MMO? Only if you do it in real life. But you got to be careful. I heard the players with more XP in real life might actually fucking rape you. They gank you pretty hard if you're not looking out for it. It really depends where you spawn, though. It really depends on that. A BDO first impression is S tier, and that's how they get you. Once you notice how shit the progression is, you're in too deep. I've played a little bit of BDO. I'm not so sure I like the auto run feature. The fact that, you know, it just plays the game for you. But, you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. It's going to be a long fucking journey, and I have a lot of unemployment time. So we'll get to all of these. That's how it's looking so far. I can't fucking stand retail. I'm banned from Guild Wars 2. ESO has potential. Project Gorgon is sleeper mode. And Classic is just, man, Classic's a banger. I'll be honest with you, Classic's a fucking banger. It just is. It's glorious. Now, on to the next part of what we gotta do. There are two videos. Two long-ass fucking videos that we gotta watch today. Two that are probably, one is really, really fucking important. The other is just ridiculous fucking drama. So I'll let you decide. What do you say? Do you want to deal with the SKG shit? Seeing Ross go into fucking parliament in the EU and fight for your video games? Or do you want to deal with the drama that happened in Marvel Rivals? Meaningful or meaningless? I'll give you that choice. You decide. Tell me in the chat. I'm gonna be right back. I just need to take a quick piss, and I need to check on my kid and make sure that my doors are locked because, well, I don't want to get fucking murdered. So I'm gonna be right back. All right, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Doors are locked. I'm fine. I'm fine. My alarm system's on. Doors are locked. Everything's working. Everything's functioning the way it fucking should. Talking about EVE Online, did you know there are spreadsheet championship where they get data and have to see who can achieve the most of the objectives like graphs? And that's fucking disgusting. The Accounting World Championships. The unofficial Olympics for accountants. Why am I fucking unsurprised by EVE Online being like that? Did you know that Pirate Software is apparently the god of EVE Online? Did you know that? Did you know he's a second generation Blizzard employee and he ran the biggest guild company or whatever the fuck it's called in EVE Online? And apparently he just beat everyone and he was just amazing at the game. He never talks about it. I know, it was a big surprise when I found this out. To be honest, when I played Albion, I constructed a spreadsheet too. Albion you can get away with if you just farm the blue zones. That or you just credit card swipe. That game is so built on pay to win, it's disgusting. It's fucking ridiculous how much there is. So, which one are we going for? Meaningful or meaningless? Which one are we heading for first here? General Apple Guild Wars 2 event video. Event video? Meaningless? Rivals? Okay. It sounds like we're going for the Marvel Rivals drama first. The meaningless one, let's get this shit out the way. Now, you guys told me about this guy who made these videos. Mugen. Ooh, Jesus, I gotta fix that overlay. That's not fucking right. Man, everything's fucked today, huh? Yeah, I think it's because YouTube resized everything. Bastards. Right, there we go. That's better. So, apparently this guy's in trouble. The guy who made this video. Apparently, I don't know the whole fucking story. But apparently Mugen's in trouble. Because he was calling some other streamer a fucking predator or some shit. I don't know the whole fucking story, so I'm hoping he's not lying to me in this video. Because the fact that I heard that now makes me think he's lying elsewhere, and that's a little bit concerning. That's a little bit of a... That's a little bit of a, oh shit, does this guy fire from the hip first before he's got all his information together? It's a little bit concerning. Kingsman drama was before the Sykkuno shit. It was Sykkuno, yeah, okay. I don't know, all the Asian streamers look the same. I can't tell if it's Sykkuno or Extra Emily. They all look just about the same. It's fine. I just know he was calling someone a predator. One of the Asian streamers was being called a fucking predator, and apparently they're not, and then everyone was getting mad at this guy, and then I don't fucking know. I don't know. That's about as much as I know. I feel like a boomer. I have no idea who either of them is and aren't into MMO. Well, I'm not into MMO either. I haven't played Marvel Rivals at all. I have zero interest in playing Overwatch 3. But I'm in it for the drama. I'm in it here to see some fucking crazy shit, because apparently this is about how one small streamer annihilated 3 popular bullies overnight. And based on that one video we saw where some fat bitch with 20 viewers over on Twitch made some other guy's fucking life a living hell, I am stunned by how far some of these absolute fucking psychos can take their lack of popularity and try and destroy someone else's life. I'm stunned by that. It doesn't make sense to me. The whole point of Mugen's drama is that he usually isn't the guy that shoots from the hip first. Usually he waits until the dust is settled, and he broke that pattern. Ah, so he got called on his shit. That's good. That's good. People should be called on their shit. When they fuck up, they should be called on that. Now then, let's fix this. I see that everything's fucked today, because that's just how life is sometimes. Give you a full view of that. Just fix that, and let's find out what the fuck this Marvel Rivals drama is about, huh?
A result or effect, typically one that is unwelcome or unpleasant. Now, I'm sure that this definition would work out in most situations, but when it comes to this incident that we're going to discuss, unpleasant is a massive understatement. Because how else would you explain posting a video defending yourself in the face of consequences and getting one of the worst like-to-dislike ratios I've ever seen in my...
Fuck. Is that real? 54,000 and you've got 6,000. What the fuck?
Entire life. How else would you explain community notes that are so ruthless that they put you in physical pain when you read them, all while your sponsors join in the...
Twitter community notes are worthless, by the way. I want you to know this, right? There is an entire secret world just below everything you see on Twitter, right? Where a bunch of spurgs are shitting themselves in every fucking community note that exists. I know because I signed up for the community note program because I was using it to catch crypto scammers on an alt account and indicate to people that these were crypto scammers and get them off the fucking website. That was part of my job. There are a bunch of fucking spurgs just talking hot shit to each other in the community notes. It's a fucking shit show. Twitter is it's a joke when it comes to the community notes, but it is pretty funny when someone gets checked in the community notes. That is fucking hilarious. After you're done with your tier list, can you please make that portion of the stream into a channel video so I can send it to my friend who's trying to find a new MMO? He's set on WoW Retail. Fuck, okay, to save your friend's life, You know what I'll do is I'll start working on a second channel video right here. I'll do a full tier list, no bullshit, and just put everything where I believe it should be. Just to save your friend's life before he makes one of the biggest, like he could have come in a hooker and gotten AIDS, and that would have been a better decision than wanting to play WoW retail. He could have raw dogged a prostitute off of the back page of fucking Craigslist, and he would have been doing a better decision making than playing WoW retail. So I'll make that video for you just to save your friend. How does that sound? Hey, what's up, General Apple? How you doing? I just now heard about your job, but I'm certain everything will sort out. I don't know. I don't know how things are going to go. That's just life in 2026. But thanks. I appreciate the sentiment, General Apple. How you doing? Ratios are never real. People who download the plugin are disproportionately more likely to dislike, so it extrapolates a false ratio onto real numbers. No one knows. Look, the fact that YouTube removed dislikes entirely is fucking stupid as fuck. It's the dumbest thing in existence. I think it's retarded. But I'm also not in charge of YouTube. So, you know, these pieces of shit are moving away from actual people who made their site big, and they're trying to be like mainstream news and a replacement for TV. So obviously everything's going to go to shit on YouTube. That's eventually what's going to happen. Summary, he coordinated with lying hoes that wanted to promote her OnlyFans at the expense of a bigger streamer as drama. I'm assuming that relates to the Saikuno thing. I'm going to assume that.
Chaos and
But let's see where
start
this goes.
canceling their contracts with you. I mean, really, is unpleasant truly a word that can describe how bad this is when there's an NBA team that's making fun of you on their TikTok page? When you
Jesus.
screwed up so hard that your name is now used as cultural lingo to signify a bad player in a multiplayer game. I mean,
That reminds me of the time in the League of Legends World Championship where they started making pirate software references, and oh, it was flawless. It was beautiful. I love that shit. Wait, what is this about? This is about a drama that's occurred in Marvel Rivals between one small streamer and 3 people who were pieces of shit to them. And somehow the small streamer won over all of this. And all these other people making videos, like, were just lying continually. That's the context I've got so far. But don't do the woman thing, General Apple. Don't do the woman thing. You ever tried to sit down and watch a movie with a woman? You sit down, you're 5 minutes in. Who's that? How am I supposed to fucking know? The movie just started. Don't ask these questions. I don't have answers for them.
I mean, seriously, how the hell did it get so bad? Well, at its essence, this incident wasn't centered on a game or a community. This was something that everyone can understand, a victim standing up to his very ruthless bullies. They held more power and influence over him and managed to cause considerable damage. He was framed, and they tarnished his reputation. He would then, all alone, stand up for himself. And when the community had his back, the bullies would not only double down, they would triple down and quadruple down, never once apologizing to him.
You know what's really impressive about most YouTubers and streamers and shit? Even esports players? Have you noticed how they get like just a little bit of clout? Just a little bit of attention. And their ego goes through the fucking roof. Like they walk around like their shit don't stink. I'm just too employed for that. Yes, you are. Stay employed. Unlike me. Do a better job. I don't understand where this idea comes from, that because you've got viewers or you've got like a bunch of likes on a video or updates on Reddit that all of a sudden you think you're a god. But if you notice this, have you ever thought about this pattern where people get a little bit of attention and then they just lose their fucking mind and they think they're Xerxes the God King? Like, think about John Reddit and how he was like talking like he was the owner of fucking Reddit. Think about like all these fucking people. I don't understand. Where does that mentality come from? How do you get delusional enough? I'm asking for a tutorial guide here. How do you get that delusional enough to believe in yourself? I need to know. I've got too much self-doubt. It's good to let them quadruple down because they're going to get beat down. That will stick to them. They won't give a shit. I don't think these people have the self-awareness to ever like admit that they're wrong and doing the wrong thing. is because most people on social media made it big at a young age, so now they live life they couldn't since they were unpopular in high school. It might be high school mentality. You bring up a big point. Like, I know that the Stream Awards are happening this year, probably towards the end of the year at some point in time. They always look like a high school prom to me. All of them look like high school prom. So you may be onto something there. It's probably high schooler mentality.
This truly showed us how vile they truly were as they were being cornered by, well, the entire internet. So no wonder this escaped containment outside of the Marvel Rivals community and into the mainstream. You now have people, both young and old, wondering what happened, asking, hey, can I get details about this? And I mean, of course they would, because this story not only plays out like a classic movie plotline, it also has an extremely satisfying ending. However, the ending is even more satisfying if you truly understand every aspect that led up to it. And seeing that there's a lot of details involved, I figured we have to talk about it, which is why I'm making this video. So, without further ado, here's the full story of how Kingsman...
What did this do for Kingsman? That's what I want to know. Did this change anything for Kingsman's life? Because he seems to be the one who was the victim in all of this. Is Kingsman now like a big deal in Marvel Rivals? Or is this like he got his 15 minutes of fame and then now no one gives a fuck again? Yes. Yes to the 15 minutes of fame, or now he's a big deal in Marvel Rivals? Which one? He was a pro already. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. You see, what the fuck do I know? I don't know these people. So, okay, well, look at his fucking view account. Jesus Christ, 10K. Okay, so this did something for him. This definitely did something for him.
Kingsman stood up to his 3 bullies and won. Let's do this. Alright, so first things first. Who the hell is Kingsman 265?
Yes, please tell me.
Before even starting to upload videos or create content, he was...
A little bit of a hint for anyone out there. Never put numbers after your name. There's a man who ruined that for everyone. EDP 445. Boogie 2988. You don't want to even be near that fucking bucket of people. Find a name that doesn't have numbers after it. And you'll notice, I'm noticing this already, he's being referred to as Kingsman without the numbers. So he got lucky. Yeah, Fabio, it's time for a name change. It's time for a name change, Fabio. Kingsman was already a pro, but he blew up more after the drama for a while. Okay, did he blow up and then collapse? Or has he kind of stabilized where he blew up to like 10K viewers? And then if he dropped back down to even like 1K or 2K viewers, then he's doing fucking fine. Then he's doing more than fine.
He was someone who had already spent time in first-person shooter games, most notably Hyperscape, a Ubisoft game that came out in 2020. According to him, he played this game back when he was 16 years old, and he was so good at it that at some point he was #1 on the leaderboard.
God
Quite
damn.
the achievement, especially since this game had a crazy learn.
The other 4 players who were playing Hyperscape must have been really jealous of him. Like, damn. Give me a sec. Love you.
Glad he's excited. I'm fucking sick.
Yeah, I know. Go to bed.
The problem is I'm losing my shit. I'm so tired.
Yeah, I know. So go to bed. Get some rest. Alright.
I don't care. She'll recover.
Sorry about that. I just had to have a little bit of a talk with my wife there. My kid is fucking too smart for what she is. She's, you know, starting too much shit for her age. Right, where were we? Right, so far, what have we got? Kingsman, big deal, pro player, used to play an Uber slop game, stopped playing the Uber slop game. Poor guy, I can't believe he put himself through that. Then he started playing Marvel Rivals. That's what I understand so far. Also, yeah, I had to just double check like the security and shit on my house because, well, yeah, that's just how it is.
Learning curve.
Let's continue.
That unfortunately wouldn't last because the game would prove to be unpopular and shut down very shortly after. This is when he would make the move to Apex. And just like in Hyperscape,
that was the right move. As a pro player, he could probably go to Apex and pop the fuck off. I think the one thing you need more than anything else when you're playing a game, though, is not being a pro. It's you've got to build some kind of personality on top of that. What his viewership tells me here is that he still needs to work on the personality element because he's getting 49, 30, 62, 105, 338. He is moving up in viewership, but I think his problem is he's a pro, so he needs to take those pro skills and apply them in a wacky way that's entertaining for people to watch because YouTube's about entertainment, let's be honest. You go to YouTube to learn how to be entertained or to discover some weird fucking fact you knew nothing about. Kingsman viewership is stabilizing, I would say, but still much higher than it was before. Before the drama, his views were hundreds. Peak drama, 3K. Right now, 2K. Then he's doing fucking fantastic. That guy's doing brilliantly, Moonstone. Well done to him. Sucks to live like that. I lived on a premise that robbed more than twice, and now I double-check every unconventional sound or creak. I have to. There's been fucking murders in my area. They're killing all the old white people first, so I got to fucking double check all that shit. That's just how it is. Life in Africa. Welcome.
the guy was very skilled too, achieving top ranks consistently. For Kingsman though, everything would change when Marvel Rivals would come out on December 6th, 2024. This is when he would pivot to it full time. And just like in the other games he played, he was also...
Oh, there we go. Now he's starting to pop off. 26k, 28k, 33k. Yeah, no, Marvel Rivals was the right move for him.
Incredibly skilled here, reaching top 500 in multiple roles using multiple heroes, while also managing to become the rank 1 magic player, a character that's not even ranked at the top of the meta. Look, by this point it was obvious, Kingsman wasn't just talented at Marvel Rivals, he was talented in general in competitive games. Unfortunately,
if that's because FPS games, your skills are transferable from one game to the next. FPS games, if you've got skill and talent in FPS games, you can, generally speaking, take it from one game, translate it to the next, and you're going to do fucking fantastic. Because it's like an amplifying factor, whereas games I play, I'm just dog shit at them or no matter what.
Unfortunately though, this ridiculous level of skill wouldn't translate into much viewership.
Yes, because he's still working on his personality sentiment.
He would start streaming in the summer of 2023 and would continue streaming regularly, consistently. And yet for almost 2 years and a half, the growth wouldn't translate into much, with him peaking at around
That's perfectly normal. That's perfectly normal.
150 average viewers. That's just the reality of the streaming landscape, especially when it came to a game like Marvel Rivals. So on January 12th, 2026...
Also helps that the characters are Guna A tier. So what you mean is this is actually Overwatch 3. It's Overwatch, but they didn't remove the asses.
When Basim ZB, a Marvel Rivals content creator, would announce that he was hosting a tournament for Marvel Rivals titled Creator Cup with a $40,000 prize pool, including 48 creators, one of them being Kingsman, as you can imagine.
Goddamn, you're a pro player, you're exceptional at FPS, and someone's going to give you $40,000? I'm a retard. I can't play FPS games to save my life. Sign me the fuck up. I'll hide in the corner and then desperately try and kill that one guy who murdered everyone else.
He was very excited. This is an opportunity to not just showcase your content and your gameplay, but also a shot at winning a prize. This prize pool also didn't come from just anywhere. It was officially being sponsored by NetEase Games, the creators of the game. The way this was structured was simple. there would be 8 different captains, and on the 13th of January, they'd all be present on Basim's livestream to create...
Okay, 8 different captains. I'm going to take a wild guess at who the biggest problems are. I'm going to take a wild guess. I'm going to see if I'm right. Problem number 1. Problem number 2. Problem number 3. The look in her eyes tells me something's wrong there. The color of the hair tells me something's wrong there. I've never met a guy with a mustache like that and glasses this big that tell me they're not a fucking issue. 2 is correct. Fuck. I was close. 2 out of 3, that's not bad.
Their team from those 40 invited content creators. In the case of Kingsman, he'd end up being picked by the captain, Cece. She admitted during the draft
I wonder who
that
the
she
third
didn't
one
know
is.
him. She just knew that he was very skilled.
I wonder who the third one is, because we know it's the women that are the problem.
Alongside him, she would pick a few other teammates. What you have to keep in mind are 2 names in particular.
I can fix her. You can't fix her. You can't fix her, Eucharist. You cannot fix her. I mean, unless you're willing to pay for a lobotomy.
Zaza and Luciasa. You see, Kingsman was streaming as Cece was picking her team, and from the moment this team was formed, he signaled one worry that he had: Zaza stack. So shortly after the draft, he would get into a call with the team captain, Cece, and he would express his worries. He'd very clearly outlined to her that he was worried about Zaza stack, not because of her skill, not because of her as a person.
Look, all I'm saying, right, to your I can fix her thing. A watermelon, a microwave, and a knife to cut a hole in the watermelon with is a lot cheaper than child support. That's all I'm saying. It's a lot cheaper. It's same effect, but the outcome is very different.
But because she was the only content creator that was based in Australia when everyone else was playing on US-based servers. This meant that she had 200 ping. And to make matters worse, she was a Black Widow main, a sniper character.
Wait, I'm a woman, I would have asked immediately, are you girls from California? Instantly kick from the team. You know what the worst part is? That is the most big brain fucking strategy. You could have been like, are you from California? No. Okay, are you from LA? No. Are you from San Diego? No? Okay, we're good. That's big brain strategy. Now you're thinking.
That of course needs way less than 200 ping to be accurate, while also being a character that's completely out of meta. Cece would reassure Kingsman during their call that don't worry, European players have 150 ping, Zaza stack isn't that far behind, and that her Black Widow was really good, asking him to be patient until he saw her performance himself. So look, by this point, everything was cordial, everything was friendly and reasonable. It was no secret that Kingsman was worried, but he was optimistic. He wanted to give this team a chance, especially seeing that there was a $40,000 prize pool and he was a completely broke college student.
40K and you're a broke college student? Fuck, that sounds like the opportunity of a goddamn lifetime. When I was in university, shit was so bad. You know what a meal was? I put water in a bowl, warmed up the water, and I emptied 3 McDonald's ketchup packets into it. And I called that tomato soup. That was the meal for the day.
He wanted to give it his best shot and chose to give Zaza Stack the benefit of the doubt.
That's something.
What he could have never seen coming, though, is that this team wasn't going to be too far off from those terrible group projects you had in high school, where you were put with the most entitled, vile bullies. Alright, so here's the deal.
We go.
A Marvel Rivals team has 6 players. There are different heroes with different roles, and you can...
I'm assuming that this is just going to be some variant on the Overwatch system, so this is going to be easy to understand.
Use varying combinations to come up with a strategy. At the moment, though, the best strategy is pretty straightforward, and it's used by all pro...
Zaza's from Australia, and Lucy's Lebanese-American. Okay, well, I'm not sure about the Leb, right? But the fact that you said Australia, and based on the fact that that other one that we looked at in the last stream was an Australian woman who got really mad at a guy in Ark Raiders. Australian women, they are not doing favors to their species over there. They're really not doing any favors.
Pro players. It's called triple support, and it involves having half your team pretty much be support heroes. Seeing that there's not really much you can do to counter a team like this, everyone has been using it to rank up. It's actually very similar to what happened with Overwatch 1 at some point, when the meta used to be 3 supports and 3 tanks. Everyone would...
I used to play Reinhardt like a fucking ape. I used to love playing Reinhardt. Holy shit, it was so goddamn good. And you know how good it was playing Reinhardt? If you wanted people to like you as Reinhardt, all you had to do was not leave the fucking team and charge yourself off a cliff. That's all you had to do. Pop the shield up and wait. That's all you had to do. And your teammates would take care of the rest. It was fucking beautiful. So many people added me as a friend when I played Overwatch just because of that. They were like, I got DMs being like, you are the first Reinhardt who didn't just charge off into the fucking distance. Thank you. It was amazing. I loved that big German man so much.
Was using it and he couldn't counter it in any way, shape, or form. Seeing that Kingsman was intending to do his absolute best in this tournament and wanted his team to win, he assumed that his team would also have the same mentality and go with the best meta team possible. Shortly before the tournament would begin, he'd go live on his channel with the intent of scrimming with his team, which meant playing against other teams in this tournament before the tournament began, just to
practice. Yeah, that makes sense. It's 40k on the line. Take that seriously. This is your new job. Time to quit college. Time to crash out. Whatever you're studying, if it's not engineering or something with a high-paying job and you're going to work at McDonald's anyway, yeah, it's time to drop out and play Marvel Rivals nonstop to try and win that 40k. You got a better shot being rich doing that. Marvel Rivals damage is very high, so every run mostly triple support. Unless you're a god tier aimbot healer, you will never see this with competent players. Yeah, but these are content creators. These are not competent players. These are not competent players. If you didn't charge behind enemy lines and feed like a moron, you didn't really play Reinhardt. I did it in random matches. But when I was in a coordinated group, I was the best fucking Reinhardt imaginable. But it is really, really fun when you charge and you hit a Genji and they fly off a fucking cliff with you and you suicide with them. It's the funniest shit ever.
Practice. The only person who had shown up was CC. He had to go out of his way to contact everyone else in order for them to get them.
But instead of playing MMOs, just play StarCraft 2 arcade games. You mean play the game that no one cares about? Unless it's World Championships. I still watch StarCraft Worlds. Those people are fucking ridiculous.
2 of the players couldn't even make it. They found replacements for them, but the only players that showed up from his team were CC, Zazastak, and Luciasa.
Jesus Christ. 40k on the line and they just vanish on you. I'd be fucking molding. I'd be so goddamn mad. I'd be bolder than I am now.
As you can imagine, the scrims went terribly. And I can't remember the last time I had to force myself to watch something this much because of how uncomfortable it was. But I'm not going to be the only one suffering here. I'm going to show you multiple clips of these scrims so you can understand how terrible the team dynamic was and how vile his teammates were. In this first clip, Kingsman expresses shock when his teammates tell him they don't intend to run the best meta team composition in the game. Seeing that some of the people...
I'd be so fucking mad if I was him. I'd be crashing out every fucking sec. I'd be the new Tyler one. I'd be so fucking mad. Oh my god, I'd be screaming my fucking head off at all of them.
Playing this tournament were pro players. This was pretty much similar to saying, hey, we're going to throw the game on purpose. Watch.
Oh, I'd be so mad.
We're not going to run triple support in the tournament?
No, we're not.
Where did you get that idea that we were?
We lost. What?
Right. Where is this triple support coming from? I don't really
Okay, then.
Where is this triple support coming from? But it's obviously the most popular thing that everyone does, and it's the meta. What kind of crackhead statement is, where did this come from? It obviously came from playing fucking Marvel Rivals, by the sounds of it. I saw a StarCraft 2 match between 2 Koreans live. It was wild how their brains were. Those guys move so fucking fast that if they translated all that finger skill to their girlfriends, they would be married with 7 kids.
We don't play. Okay, well, this is gonna be a hard tourney then.
Yeah, you like.
You just think it's gonna be hard.
No, guys, I want to try hard this
Like,
tourney,
if
but
you don't run triple support, like hard meta, we're never winning.
it's a $40,000 tourney, guys.
Yeah,
We're
but
gonna
you
need
can still
triples.
win on off-meta characters. Other people gonna be playing off-meta too. Like,
Yeah, I don't think.
I think you guys have a very different mentality than like other teams. Like I think
Yeah.
the other teams will just walk out with full.
Thank you.
Just bear in
Oh,
mind,
God.
we're still in the complete beginning of the scrims. This is like the first game they're playing together. The only person attempting to take him seriously was someone who wasn't even on the team. They were there as a replacement. The people arguing with
The only one taking you seriously is the substitute. Fuck. I'd be mad. I'd be so mad if I was him. Broke college student, 40k on the line, and you've got these people yapping at you, we're not going to play the meta, fuck you. Fuck. Fuck, I would lose my shit. I would be so fucking angry. I'd like DM the guy in control and be like, look, put me on a different team. Please, please, I'm begging you, put me on a different team. Let me change sides like Italy in World War II. Please, I need to swap sides. Red's not doing too good, it's time to go blue. Please, God. I'd be begging that guy. I'd be like, listen, I'll give you 10k back if you just put me on another team. If I win, I'll give you 10k back if you just... Please don't give me these people. If I was on a team with Kingsman and 40 grand was on the line, I'd be like, all right, buddy, what do you need? Triple support. I got you, fam. Want me to order a hook and pipe your balls during the tournament? Done. Man, 40k on the line? I'd be like, dude, whatever you need me to do. If you're a better player than me, whatever you need me to do, I'm down. You tell me to go hide in a corner, I'll hide in a corner. You tell me to pocket be your little heel slut, I'll be your little heel slut. I would do whatever the fuck that guy wanted to win that 40k. Jesus Christ. Sounds like California woman. I would have cussed them out immediately, and then you would have been kicked off the team. You see, you can't cuss them out. This is the problem. These people are not self-aware enough to ever take any blame. I was actually talking about this with my wife earlier. I want to see if you agree with me. How many of you believe in the 15-minute human being? I want to see how many of you believe in that. To give you some context, the 15-minute human being is a person who cannot think more than 15 minutes into the future. That's like their max range for what the future is 15 minutes. Everything beyond that doesn't exist. It's like incomprehensible to them. Like they can't think past 15 minutes. That's the maximum range. Most of the time, the average range is like 15 seconds. But like if you talk to someone and you're like, this is a 15-minute human being. This is a person who I know they don't know what's happening tomorrow. They don't know what's happening next week. They do, like 20 minutes from now, they have no fucking idea what's happening. I bet these are 15-minute human beings. I want to see if you guys believe in that fact, because I've seen a few of them. You have such faith in humanity.
with him are both
Experience.
Cici and Luciasa, who kind of sound similar, as well as Zazastak. She's the one with the Australian accent. And from their tone, you can tell that they're clowning on him, even though Kingsman is one of the best players in the game. Still though, you don't get to Kingsman's level of skill if you just gave up easily, so he kept trying to talk sense into his team and only kept getting shut down.
Oh no, no, you can't. You see, that was Kingsman's mistake. He was talking to them. You can't talk to these people. You ever meet someone who they say one sentence and you're like, I will agree with whatever this person says next, just so they shut the fuck up and get away from me. Kingsman should have gone to the guy in charge and be like, please put me on another team. I'm begging you. Whatever I win, I will give you 50% back. Please, I'm begging you. Call it a penalty. Whatever the fuck you want to call it. Please, don't talk to them. Find another way around it. You got to be Machiavellian about this shit. What the fuck is this thing? Their term for people who can't think ahead. That's not calling them stupid. Well, you see, Little skirmish. You can't use the word stupid because that's offensive now. So is retarded. So is manga. So is, downy. You can't use those terms because they've got like a trigger word in their head. It's like an activation code that the Russians bury deep in their mind for when they decide to have a hot war, and then they like say a line and then it like activates them like some murderous robot. So instead you've got to call them a 15-minute human being, because if you call them that, they don't know what you're saying. Right? Nigerians are actually really good at this. Nigerians have like a bunch of terminology for calling someone a fucking retard, right? They'll say things like wisdom is chasing her, but she's so much faster. They've got that down to a science.
Talk some sense into these guys because they don't want to run triple support. They're
I'm
gonna.
not gonna fucking triple support a character that I don't know how to play. What the fuck do you want me to do? Like,
Who wants to run triple support?
But every team will.
Drafted for triple support. No, they won't.
You don't think any team will want to run triple support?
No, you can barely get matched.
And then he's saying you don't think any team will want to run triple support? Watch all of them run triple support except these fucking idiots.
You to play freaking support, let alone 3 people.
If Matthew's playing for 40 grand, he's gonna play triple support.
I got mad.
As you could tell, he was starting to lose his mind. Guys, there's $40,000 on the line, and you think that people weren't going to use the best meta composition in this tournament. The team captain was not taking him seriously, and Zaza Stack was not even attempting to offer to try support. He was starting to get so desperate that he even offered to play support himself, showing that he was willing to do anything.
This poor man. You see, he shouldn't have spoken to them. That was his mistake. That was his flaw. He believed in humanity. He shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have fucking done that. Biggest mistake of his life. Kingsman was the pro, and the team should probably listen to him. If I'm in a team and I know someone else is a pro and they're fucking better than me, the only thing I'm doing is listening to that fucking guy.
Anything for his team to win.
Jesus.
Something that his teammates apparently didn't really agree on.
Just because you can, I can learn him too and play
All
him.
I'm saying is if we need to run
You need 2 tanks though for triple support.
People are telling me that, yeah, I can play second tank. I play strange.
push on your chatters that freaking are keyboard Andes, bro.
He would offer to play support, he would offer to play tank, nothing. Just more disrespect. He would continue to argue his point, trying to find some sort of compromise with Zaza Stack. His teammates were not having it, and this is what the team captain, the leader here, CC, had to say to him. An incredible response, watch.
Yeah. Hold on, Kingsman, you're gonna tilt me, bro. We haven't even played against them yet, bro. chill.
It's important to draft a good composition before the round starts.
I haven't even played that game, and even I know that preparation is important. Jesus Christ.
Before the match starts.
No shit, bro. But you think Zaza's gonna swap after we had this conversation 10 different times?
yeah, I don't know how to tell you when you keep asking. Like,
I'm telling you right now, she's not gonna.
Oh Christ. I can hear the entitlement in their voice. I can hear it. I can't use Downy, but Iron Man is my favorite. No, that's fine. If you are a Downy, you can use Downy, Roadblock. That's your word. No, but fuck. Oh, this poor guy. I can hear it in their voice. This is starting to make a little bit more sense. The puzzle pieces are coming together. The reason this 40k means nothing to these other bitches is because they've never spent a day in poverty in their fucking lives. Not once have they had to struggle for anything. Their lives are so good that they would just give up the 40k like it's nothing.
She's gonna start on Widow no matter what you say.
I don't even think I've been playing that bad in our scrims on Widow either.
Oh, I believe you. I believe you. I know you won't. I know you're not bad at the character.
Like,
That's not my point.
I want that.
Not once did Kingsman disrespect Zaza, her skill, her playstyle, her as a person. His main worries stemmed purely from how the other team was going to counter her character, just naturally, just based on dynamics. Zaza Stack would argue, my performance isn't even that bad. That's gonna age like milk, because very shortly after, she would get absolutely pummeled by the enemy team. This is when he would
And they're gonna blame him. I can see it already. They're gonna blame Kingsman.
say, do you see my point? This is when he would truly start to get disrespected by his team to the maximum level. Take a look.
Do you see my point? Now imagine Zaza trying to live that, right? It's not gonna happen.
Busy dueling with Spider-Man, bro.
Bro, none of them
Back to
live,
you guys
bro.
now.
Yes, exactly, exactly.
Wait, I'm like learning him.
Bro,
But Bucky
okay, I'm
will.
so for
Bucky
real,
will
bro.
prevent that.
Like, no one is living a 5-man run into their spawn, bro. Kingsman, shut up, bro. Just mic off.
They're
in
living
2
with triple.
seconds.
This is just Bronze League in League of Legends. This is just all of Bronze League. The guy's gone 0 and fucking 25. He's still running it down mid, charging directly into the enemy team, and then he's like, "Bro, where was everyone? Where were you? What? My fucking team's useless." This is just Bronze League.
Support.
Thank
You
you.
made your point, and it's not gonna happen.
Okay, so
All chats are getting annoyed now.
Holy shit, this is actually just Overwatch.
Yeah, by this point, Kingsman's own chat had lost hope. W ego, it's fucking over. Is she dumb? She is so fucking mean. Rip, it's over. Yeah, you're not sniffing $1. You are not getting any money, lil bro. The cherry on top here was the fact that they would win this game, purely because the rank 1 Magic, Kingsman, would carry the hell out of his dumb.
You see that KD ratio? That's the it's time to fucking listen to me. Jesus Christ. And these are the people complaining? These are the fucking people complaining about it? Holy fucking shit. And I bet the fact that he started doing really fucking well and carrying them broke his fucking spine. Carrying these two just made them even more entitled.
Dumbass team. Zaza's stack throughout the entire game would only get 2 eliminations. 2. I want to emphasize to you how much of an
God damn.
achievement that is. Getting a kill in this game isn't like in Call of Duty or other FPS games. If you just as much touch an opponent that ends up dying later by your teammate, it counts as a kill. Like literally just doing 1 damage. This meant that throughout the entire game, she only hit 2 different people as a sniper. That's just how crazy this is. And no one saw this as a problem, except for Kingsman. That's how crazy the situation was. No matter what Kingsman would say, how he tried to formulate a sentence, how he would try to get the point across, he would always be disrespected. Like in this clip, watch.
Just save your breath.
Not just bronze, silver 2, you can make golden engages. Everyone's CC'd for 5 seconds straight, entire team already in range to jump them, and they just run for the hills instead. Yeah. That's the average experience. The highest I ever climbed in League, because I fucking sucked at League, was gold. It was happening there too. And I know I was part of the problem. But I didn't go and blame my fucking team. I knew I was dog shit. I was like, damn, I fucking suck at this game. I knew it. I knew for a fact that I was ass at the game. I didn't go and fucking yell at everyone else. Jesus Christ.
Because I'm not swapping over Black
Yeah,
Widow.
okay, then we lost the tournament.
You don't
GG, go next.
understand that,
That's literally how it
bro.
works.
I don't want to It's not happening, bro.
Oh my god, I just gotta talk about this fucking conversation now.
Nah, bro. Enter's gonna make another video, bro, for sure.
Yeah, you're.
I would tilt. At this point, I would be so tilted. I'd be so tilted. I'd be like, fuck the 40k. I don't care if I'm fucking sleeping in a goddamn garbage bag next week. None of you are getting any of the share of the loot. I'm gonna make fucking sure of that. Fuck all of you. I would have been so mad. I remember like, fine, fuck you. Okay, we lose. I'm gonna make sure none of you see any of that money. Because I'm assuming that the winnings are split amongst the entire team. I would not want these people to get a fucking cent. Fuck these people.
This is an important conversation. This is
You want to see something really ironic? As soon as this game started, literally as soon as this game started, one of the first people who died was CC, and then
Oh, look at him.
Zaza
He's,
stack
he's
immediately by
3v1.
Spider-Man. By the way, I
Nice.
just want to emphasize, CC had told Kingsman specifically when they had the call before starting Scrims that Zaza was great at taking out Spider-Man. That's why she's Widow. You want to see
Nice.
something even more ironic? Kingsman would get 18 eliminations.
Not even one. Not even one fucking kill. No fucking way. And this is the person talking hot shit? Oh no, this is gonna get worse. This is just gonna get, oh my god, I can see this is just gonna get worse from here on out. Whoever this guy is, whoever this Chinese guy is, at least he's keeping pace. At least Mother here is keeping pace. Whoever the fuck that guy is. Keep him, dump the rest of the team. Jesus Christ.
Eliminations, carrying the hell out of his team again, while Zaza's stack couldn't even hit one person. 0 kills as a sniper, 5 deaths, and 0 assists. Assists are purely for healers, people who give you buffs, and if you get a kill, they get an assist. Zaza couldn't hit a single enemy that died this game.
Oh my god.
One. He would keep emphasizing his arguments, the fact that he went against #1 Black Widows in games and saw that they couldn't handle certain compositions. He really tried to get the point across that it's not Zaza's stack that he has a problem with.
She wasn't playing on vibes. Sorry, you're wrong about that, Cyrus. She wasn't playing on vibes. She wasn't playing. At all. Also, one of the high ping, the one with the high ping didn't want to cooperate, was the only ones that was below rank to everyone else in her team. So you're playing on high ping. You can't keep up. And then you want to talk hot shit. Fuck me.
But it's purely the character pick, still nothing. This would all culminate in one of the most disrespectful things that were—
She's an Aussie like you. How dare you say those words to me? That, I'm gonna need to make Australian a fucking bannable offense filter. Disgusting. Don't you dare compare me to those fucking criminals that got on a boat and got dumped on a big continent just because they were so retarded that not even Britain wanted to deal with them.
Were set
How
to
dare
him
you.
by the team captain. And since she was streaming too, might as well show you her perspective while she was saying it. Watch.
We are running into Snake 16. I don't understand, bro. I don't get it. You're making me mad, bro. We've been playing against Snake 16. This is their team. The only difference is one support player, bro. We won. Shut up now, bro. Like,
You won because of him, you fucking dumbass.
I'm tired of it. This is—
You are an actual tumor he's carrying on his back like he's the fucking hunchback of Notre Dame trying to get some pussy. God damn. Fuck, if I was in her situation, I would be so fucking quiet. The only thing I would be saying to Kingsman is, thank you for carrying my worthless ass. I hope I didn't, like, displace the discs in your spine from how hard you carried me. Wait, someone needs to tell me how the fuck you get this level of entitlement. I need to know. How the fuck do you get this entitled as a human being?
fucking getting annoying and you're making Zaza sad. Like, it's not gonna happen. She's gonna play Black Widow, so just shut up for 2 seconds and just play this goddamn scrim. Like, I don't get it, bro.
Oh, Jesus.
Thank you. Oh my god! Like, just shut up, bro. Like, we're not gonna swap.
If you're concerned about their dive, you just trade back.
What an incredible display by the team captain who's meant to keep order, who's meant to understand all the perspectives in her team and find a middle ground. In her mind, she probably thought, Slay Queen, I'm being a girl boss right now. In reality, she was being a nasty bully.
No, she was being a bitch. Yes, no mince words. She was being a dumb bitch.
Not just her though, the other two girls as well. Out of all the scrims this team ended up playing, so around
I don't think any like regular ass woman would look at that person and not call her a dumb bitch either.
7 different games, Zaza would do well on the last one. Kingsman would carry.
For 40k, I would have been calling Kingsman daddy. I would have been calling Kingsman daddy. I'd be like, what do you want me to wear on the day? Do you like tassels or do you like it raw dogged? Like, what would you like me in? 40k?
Every single game. That's not an exaggeration. He was really carrying his team hard. But it just so happened that Zaza got MVP once. Here's how his team reacted. Look for yourself. I mean, this is really the last straw here.
2-2. Job. Talk shit to Kingsman now, Zaza. Another.
I don't talk shit. I just tell people to shut up when they're talking. That's all.
Oh, that was horrible.
I didn't talk shit at all. When did I talk shit?
Look at her strut down this runway. Look at her strut down this runway.
Jesus, fuck these people.
Kingsman, you're not allowed to talk.
Makes me play like crap when people are, you know,
Yeah,
being a
that's
bit
normally
icky.
how it goes.
That's all.
Yeah.
How? I have no idea how the MVP system works. I think the MVP system is probably just as broken as the MVP system was in Overwatch, because I remember I played Torbjorn and I died with my turret set up, and the play of the game was basically just Torbjorn's body like lying down dead while the turret just took out the whole fucking team. I'm sure it's a situation like that.
It's
You're not the only one.
like
Yeah,
I'm playing
sorry
Time
guys,
now
I'm just
because it's been a couple
a
games
terrible
since that,
person.
you know?
Just report me.
You're not a terrible person. It doesn't make you a terrible person.
I think
fucking
everyone
ridiculous.
on this team understands
Just be nice,
that
like
people
just be chill.
He has been fucking nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my
sorry,
God.
Yeah,
I'm
passion
just
to
so
win as
negative.
well, and like
the
I
fuck
really
outta here,
want to
bro.
win as well. Intentionally throwing.
You know what these people need on this team? They need Tyler 1. Unironically. Swap out the team captain with Tyler 1. He would scream so fucking loud that these people would shut the fuck up. You need Tyler 1 energy to deal with these people.
Because if people are being icky.
And Jesus, look at this Africa level ping here. What the fuck? How are you talking hot shit with that kind of ping? Fuck me. That's my ping. What the fuck?
I think I'm just gonna.
but they're down to wait for us.
Whatever. I want money. I'm still gonna play. I'm
So,
really.
Bro, we already won against them. Or do you want to just like
I'll
squeeze
leave them
like
to-
By this point, I really want to emphasize just how professional Kingsman has remained throughout this entire thing. Compared to the average person, I mean, hell, compared to me.
I would crash out. Compared to me, I would be fucking screaming my head off at these people over 40k losing that. I would be so mad. I would be inconsolably fucking filled with rage.
In his shoes, I would have already crashed out a long time ago.
Same.
I mean, she was over here saying that she was
Reasonable.
throwing on purpose because he was being icky to her, and that once he finally shut up, she could perform well. We all know that's a lie.
You know what, I'm just thinking about this. Thank God this happened in Marvel Rivals. Because, unironically, I think that the people who are mad at Kingsman here would do their best to accuse him of rape if they could.
She couldn't even get one kill. So why did Kingsman actually stay and deal with this disgusting disrespect, this bullying? Well, he would explain it himself. Eventually, the scrims would end. He'd leave
He's
to
a
continue
god.
playing ranked, and then he would tell his stream straight up.
I'm just here to win the tournament, you know?
He's a god for not crashing out. I don't know what, did this guy train in the Himalayas with the fucking Buddhist monks or something? He's an actual god for not crashing the fuck out on these people.
I need that money. I'm fucking broke. I like money. And $3,000
Base.
or $40,000,
Base.
which has a prize pool for first place of $3,000, is a lot of money for me. I could
Yes,
really
it
use
is.
that to help pay my college. You know?
That's
College
huge,
tuition
yes.
is very expensive.
So that's what it was. A lot of people can relate to this. College
Yes,
tuition is crippling
absolutely.
debt to just about anyone in the US. And on top of that, winning $3,000 would also mean that maybe you don't have to eat cup noodles every day.
Collage is a scam. I don't know if you spot the irony in you spelling that one wrong, Cyro. Collage is a scam. I'm sorry, that was great. That was fucking well played. That was well played. That was on purpose. I know, yeah, definitely. Really, though, college can be a scam or it can't be a scam. It entirely depends on what you're studying, where you are, your location, what your job opportunities are, where you can take it in the future, a growth path, all of that shit. It can 100% be a scam. Or it can be the thing that changes your life. It entirely depends on what you do with it and what you choose to study. Tyler 1 would whip them into shape. Those girls would get so scared. It'd be golden. God, I would love that so much. I would love T1 in these matches. T1 should have been a part of this.
When you're a full-time student who doesn't work a part-time job on the side, $3,000 can really make or break an entire year of studies. Every dollar counts, which is why he was willing to...
You genuinely do not know the US college system by saying that. I don't, John Com. You're right. I'm saying this from an outsider perspective. I actually don't. So maybe you're more right than I am.
deal with this blatant disrespect, all for the sake of maybe paying off some of his college loans. Unfortunately though, even after dealing with so much disrespect, with so much blatant bullying, it would all prove to be for nothing, because he wouldn't even get an opportunity to participate in the tournament. Shortly after telling his chat why winning is such a big deal for him, he'd go AFK for a few minutes, come back, and announce something so ridiculous that it would make anyone's blood boil.
Well, I was just kicked out of the tournament.
No. Oh my god, no. Oh, fuck. No, they fucking took it from him. No, fuck. I would crash the fuck out so hard. I think there's something that can be done here as well, right? I think there's something that could be done here. From a pure drama perspective, right? If I was the guy who was in charge of this event, and I saw all of this drama going down, I would intentionally re-invite Kingsman back into the game on another team and exclusively put him against that team as many times as I could. Because not only, like, from a viewership perspective, from a tournament perspective, that drama and story would be fucking exceptional. And the kind of catharsis that viewers would get watching that would be brilliant. The guy who ran the event was the one who kicked him. Well, then he's a fucking pussy bitch as well. He's a little cunt as well. Rose is about to experience Schadenfreude so good that his penis explodes. God, I hope so.
Well, unfortunate.
No.
Yep. I know.
Fuck.
I've been messaging Bazim for the past, like, 20 minutes, and nothing to do.
That guy that kicked him wanted a chance with the hose, and he did get the prize money and donations. Oh. You know, there's only one thing worse than a dumb bitch, and it's a fucking simp. It's fucking pathetic. Weak-ass piece of shit, pussy-hunting little bitch. I'm sorry for all the nagging that these bitches have done. The guy who kicked him out the tournament is infinitely worse for that. He is the biggest cunt imaginable for that.
I just gotta get removed, I guess. Wow. What a joke, bro. I mean, like, that's just insane. I can't.
Man, I would be so fucking mad. I'd be crashing the fuck out. I'd be so angry. Holy
Unreal,
shit.
bro, unreal. That's crazy, bro. That's fucking crazy. Wow.
As you can see, his chat was absolutely shocked. Anyone with a brain cell would be shocked. And Kingsman was speechless. Kicked for what? Enduring bullying? Wanting your team to win? Giving advice from your own experience playing in the highest ranks?
Yes, that's actually why he was kicked out. For being right. You know, my grandfather used to have a saying. He said, when you do the right thing, expect to be punished for it. Kaya was shocked. That's never dying, is it? That man's entire legacy is just electrocuting a fucking dog. Do the right thing. Expect to pay the price for it. God, man. This poor fucking guy. I'd like, holy shit. This better be good. He better get his revenge. I swear to God, he better get his revenge.
And to top it all off, the reason for him being kicked wasn't specified to the public. The tournament organizer, Basim ZB, would give a very vague answer when asked why he was kicked.
The vague answer was, I want pussy, bro. Bro, I want pussy, please. You've ruined that. You're making the host mad. I gotta get rid of you. I need pussy so bad. I got 40k and I'm still not getting laid. Please, I'm begging you. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, What a bitch. What a bitch. I'm sorry. If you're an event organizer, you are not there to compete. You're not there to take sides. You are there to create something entertaining for people to watch. You are there to build a story. You are there to amplify your event's viewership. I don't know what the fuck this guy was thinking. This is some crackhead shit. This is some real crackhead shit. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. Wait. Have you seen the jokes of Hassan being called Human Brian? What? I don't even know what the fuck that means.
And he made it sound like something that was completely unforgivable. This didn't help at all, because it only fueled rumors and...
Wait, fun fact, women don't even believe all women. That's why a jury of women often gives harsher punishments than men do for women. Only when the woman who is being punished is more attractive than them, or perceived to be more attractive than them. I know I worked in project management and systems engineering. I've worked in hiring practices. Hands down, one of the worst decisions most businesses make is they try to hire a candidate who knows what they're doing and they put women on the hiring team. And if a woman who is competent and more attractive than the person who's doing the hiring process, those women ensure that she doesn't get hired. They find every excuse under the sun. I've heard excuses all the way down to, she just gave me a bad vibe. It's fucking terrifying what women will do to other women. It's the scariest shit ever. Like dudes are like fucking chimpanzees banging sticks on rocks, right? One chimpanzee will see another chimpanzee banging sticks on rocks, and he'll be like, you know what? That's a cool idea. I'm going to bang some sticks on rocks. We can do it together. Women see each other as competition in these fields, and it's fucking scary. It's so scary, the kind of underhanded shit they'll do.
Theories that were way worse than what actually occurred. See for yourself.
I made. This is my decision. He was kicked out. Was
why he gotta be bald? Why has he gotta be bald? He's making us look bad. This fucking guy's making us look bad. Why does he have to be bald with a beard? No, fuck this guy.
For violating rules. All right, I'm gonna just say
he didn't violate any fucking rules, you pussy.
Say that because I'm keeping it as respectful as possible. All right, I'm a tournament host.
You're a tournament host. Your job is to host the tournament, not take sides. Your job is to amplify the viewership on your tournament. This guy wasted a perfectly good opportunity to get way more eyes on his tournament by switching Kingsman to another team. What a dumbass.
There is a level of creator respect, and this is not, I'm saying...
Then ban the other fucking two pieces of shit as well.
If somebody calls somebody a poopy head, they don't get kicked out of the tournament. There's reasons for this, okay? And
no, that the reasons are you want pussy. Yeah, I see you trying to look cool with your fucking hanging out chain. That chain could have been in your shirt, but you dangled it out because you thought it made you look cooler. Fucking dumbass.
Not just a one-time thing, because I understand warning is not an option, no. Because if there's warnings, everybody's going to get warnings. There's a zero tolerance policy. He wants to play and he wants to win, and he wants a lot of people to switch to different team comps. I understand he wants to win. I get it. You cannot avoid the fact it was very toxic.
Okay, that's the Russian activation code there. That's the word. You hear the word toxic being used by a fucking retard like this, you know he's a simp. You know he's a simp. This guy's dick is drier than the Sahara Desert, and he's desperate. What a bitch.
There's a lot of different things, all right? I understand. I was a college student once too, bro. I get it. I got no personal beef with Kingsman. I got no beef with Kingsman. I got no beef with anybody.
But he's standing in the way of the pussy.
I got no beef with Kingsman. But at the same time, what he did was unforgivable. What he did has a zero tolerance policy. He doesn't even deserve a warning, just an immediate kick. That's just how bad it is. Look, it was obvious he was trying.
This is if Rose never got married. Jimmy, I'm gonna be real with you. If I never found my wife, I would be much worse. I would be much worse. That woman fixed me up. That woman picked up a broken piece of shit, dusted it off, and fixed it up.
trying to quell down the flames, but this did nothing but put fuel on it. It was handled horribly. Not to mention that as time went by, CC would continue to talk shit behind Kingsman's back.
I open up the chat and I immediately see CC saying I was shit-talking the tourney and my members, and all I gotta say is I tried to be so polite the whole...
So they lied. They lied about him. They actively lied about him. Hey, you want to know why you can't ever use the phrase "believe all women"? It's because of pieces of shit like this. That's why.
Whole tournament, and I literally have been so respectful of Basm. I
ranked up, let's go.
I've been promoting this tournament for weeks, and obviously, maybe there was a joke in passing. I mean, like 5 minutes ago, Tato, I literally heard you say this tournament's gonna be dog shit, bro. Like, because there's no bans. Obviously, there's jokes in passing, but all I'm gonna say is one of my viewers showed me that 20 minutes before I got kicked, CC said she had to go do something real quick.
She had to go lie about him.
So this was Kingsman talking to another streamer about his kick, arguing that there was nothing he said that was worse than what others have been saying throughout the tournament. Also showcasing to us that CC has been talking shit behind his back even after he was kicked, adding that
I am so unsurprised. I am less shocked than Kaya is right now. It's actual sacks of shit like that that makes society worse, because they'll just go lie about someone behind their back for no fucking reason whatsoever. Because what, he's better than you at a video game? Because he's been right the whole time and you can't handle it? God damn. I wish there was like an internet drama show where they seek out people that simped like this, hoping to pipe, and ask them if they actually did pipe, whether they regret simping. That would exist, Green Sky Wizard, if they ever did get pussy. But unfortunately, and I'm quoting the data sets here, I believe their hit rate for pussy is 0 out of 10. And that's an average. That's an average, though. So, like, there's probably one guy who gets away with it enough and then gets, called out later. And then every single one of them is like minus fucking 10.
she might have had something to do with this kick because she went AFK on her stream to talk to Basm on a phone call. And finally, Kingsman went as far as having to explain to people that he was not a misogynist. Zaza Stack would complain to her Discord about how toxic he was to her, and someone would just randomly say that Kingsman's chat was misogynistic.
I've yet to see a single misogynistic message in his chat based on what we've seen so far, but what the fuck does that have to do with Kingsman? What? So someone types something shitty in his chat, that's not his fault.
They were a reflection of his misogyny. That him asking Zaza, someone who can't even get one kill in an entire game, to switch to another hero was him being misogynistic. And since Basim's...
No. If he wanted to be misogynistic, he would have said something like, the most value you provide on planet Earth is when you lie on your back and open your legs, and you can't even get that right, so why do I expect you to be capable of playing a fucking hero in Marvel Rivals? Being misogynistic would have been him telling them that the only thing that they would be functionally good for is if we actually lived in the Handmaid's Tale, but the problem is they'd be so far at the back of the line for getting the red dresses that they'd never get to the front and hopefully fucking expire. What he did was nowhere close to misogynistic. That's fucking insane.
CB,
this
the
is
organizer
crazy.
of the tournament, refused to elaborate on why he was kicked. These rumors were running wild. It was so unfortunate. I mean, the guy did nothing wrong. His name was being ran through the mud. This is why after being kicked, he would decide to make a 1 hour, 16-minute video titled, "I was kicked from a $40,000 tournament."
2 million views. The whole internet showed up that day. 2 million fucking views. Holy shit.
He'd uploaded on January 18th and it would
In 5
quickly
days.
go mega viral, being spread everywhere on social media. All the clips that we watched so far were from his video. But what's really sad here isn't just how he was disrespected
Did they copyright strike him?
by these people he had just met recently. It's also the fact that someone he considered a friend, Luciaza, someone he was excited to play with, also talked shit behind his back. I mean, this is what he had to say when he found out he was on the same team as her. Look at this.
Lucy, Yes! It's winnable. Wait. Actually, wait, that's actually fire. This is winnable. We win this. This is actually doable. Me and Lucy are on the same team. $40,000 tournament. There's no way she's going to throw. So
Listen to this innocent man. This innocent fucking golden retriever of a human being. So excited, not knowing what was coming.
that means we're going to actually win. That's actually doable. Okay, Cece's got a good draft. Oh, he picked that.
She was there during the scrims, by the way. She had nothing to say to defend him. In fact, she decided to side with CC and Zaza Stack. And here's what she would say behind his back on her own stream. Watch.
I need this for my college. I need this for my college. I have about 6 or 7 more years.
Yeah, we were dealing with some of the most violent.
Wow. The other two crazy bitches, fine. 15-minute human beings, fine. But your friend? The person you've been nothing but nice to? The person that you know and you've spoken to and you fucking glazed them a little bit? And even they're fucking stabbing you in the... God damn. That's how he got his bread and his donations. Good for him. Fucking fantastic for him.
Disgusting bullies you can imagine. People who had no empathy, no understanding, and no respect. Not just because Kingsman was a top 1 player, but because he was a human being, another person. But regardless, the tournament would still go on. Cece would be asked on stream why Kingsman was kicked.
Please tell me. Please, God, tell me they lose. First match without him, please tell me they lose.
And she would again run his name through the mud with Luciasa in front of her viewers. Watch.
What happened with Kingsman getting kicked?
Is so like Boston pulled me aside and was just like, a lot of people were coming to him, like chatters and stuff, were showing him clips of him like saying disrespectful things about the tournament, like us.
He hasn't said a single disrespectful thing about the tournament yet.
Us as a team and like saying we were gonna lose and all that stuff, and like Boston was just not having it, and so he...
Just tune in, not sure if it's covered, but Cece would make an apology video where she pitched up her voice. That's low effort. She needs a dog in the background. She needs a little ukulele in her hands. She needs a plain white background, and she needs to start the video off going... and then cry a little bit. That's how you do it like a professional. Pitching your voice up, that's amateur level.
He asked me, and I was just like, it's kind of just like, if you think so. But apparently he was like muting in like while we were in Discord and then saying like, oh yeah, we're gonna lose. And these guys, my team's...
yeah, you were gonna fucking lose. This man was fucking dragging you to the finish line. And yeah, I would also think we were gonna fucking lose.
Sucks. And then he was talking about like how some other tournament he's in was like way better. And I think Bassam was just not taking that disrespect. And low-key, like, I didn't want that disrespect either. Like, I didn't want someone on the team that was just constantly going to, like, shit talk us to his chat. So I was just like, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
but
that was, like, mad disrespectful.
Oh, fuck. Fuck these people. Fuck these are the worst pieces of shit imaginable. Fuck them. Fuck them. I don't know who replaced him, but I would fucking run it down so badly that there was no chance they would have to win if I found out about this before this ended. Fuck these people. Did you see my gift to you? The Sura XU? Yes, that was disgusting, Grey Wolf. That was sickening. I threw up a little bit in my mouth earlier today when I saw that. Horrific shit. Thank you. So many otherwise ad-friendly VTubers went out of their way to graze the line of getting political just to talk about the Kingsman drama. Shit really broke containment. This shit must have popped the fuck off 2 months ago. God damn, and I knew nothing about it. God damn. This really went far.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, how dare he do you the courtesy of muting himself when he's about to lash out, staying respectful with you even after you told him multiple times to shut the fuck up in front of a live audience. Let's also not ignore the fact that when Basim told her he was intending to kick him, she had zero protest. I mean, seriously, with teammates like this, who needs enemies? Now, in the timeline of these events, the video had gotten tens of thousands of views and then hundreds of thousands before reaching a...
I just noticed something. Someone with a vagina. I mean, born with one, not one that's been manufactured in a lab and then strapped onto them after they chopped off their dick. Someone needs to explain the obsession to me. This is complete side note. Someone needs to explain the obsession that women have with associating themselves with peaches. Someone needs to explain this. What did your wife say? She's not seeing that shit. She doesn't come in my Discord anymore. You fucking animals. She's like, yeah, no, I can't deal with this. She took the mentally sane option of not looking in the Discord. Thank God. Be honest, the reason the Living World Season 1 video is taking so long is because you keep wanking whenever Scarlet comes. Well, this is the thing, Syro. I've actually decided I'm not going to do any more Guild Wars 2 videos. I'm not going to do the Living World Season 1 or 2 or any of them. I've got better things to do than glaze a company who's treated me like shit, who's tried to accuse me of being a fucking mass murderer. They can suck my fucking nuts from the back. And this really actually depressed me because I went so far as to write an entire script out that's like 25 pages long for Living World Season 1, Living World Season 2, and Heart of Thorns. And I was starting to get onto Living World Season 3. And I realized it was going to be impossible to make that video as entertaining as I wanted to make it because I can't play the game and I can't collect footage. And if they're not going to treat me nice, why am I treating them nice? Fuck them.
A million. The Marvel Rivals community was outraged at this behavior, and it was...
I am working on something though. I'm working on something different. It's a bit of a big video. I'm gonna be contacting a bunch of MMORPG streamers and shit and getting them to do some voice acting for me.
Starting to reach the mainstream. It was clear Cece wasn't acting like this for the first time in her life. She's someone who is generally vile, who bullies people all the time, and this was her first time being caught, the first time facing consequences. So in the face of these consequences, she decides to make her own response to Kingsman's video on YouTube. The result,
here we go.
One of the worst disliked videos in YouTube's history.
Here we go.
Barely 24 hours after Kingsman's video got uploaded, Cece would upload her own video titled The Truth Behind the $40,000 Tournament. It's currently sitting at 1,200 likes and 60,000 dislikes.
Well, like you guys said earlier, dislikes are kind of unreliable, but the fact that there's such a mass dislike to like ratio indicates that she was being full of shit. I'm willing to bet if I looked at this apology video right now, she doesn't show a single piece of evidence to back up any of the claims she's made. She doesn't show a single shred of her indicating that she's not lying through her fucking teeth. That's what I'm willing to bet about that.
60,000 comments. And as you can guess, the majority of them are not on her side. Now, one of the first things that Cece addresses here was why and how Kingsman got kicked. She'd argued that this wasn't about what Kingsman was saying, this was about how he said it, how it was affecting team performance, how it was bringing down their mental. She'd then talk about her phone call with the tournament organizer. According to her, Basim ZB would message her to talk. He'd say that he just so happened to...
I can see how that phone call would go. Hey, baby. Oh, do you want to fly me out? I just need you to do this one thing for me first. I can tell him. I know exactly how that phone call went. I know exactly what she did. She put on that voice with that little bit of a whine in it. I know for a fact. I know exactly what she did.
To have come across a bunch of clips and messages from Kingsman, which...
Wait, like peaches, women want a hard nut in them. Well, I mean, that would explain why they didn't want to fuck the event organizer, because they didn't want someone pushing in rope with a thumb.
Made him want to kick him. Cece would then go ahead and not object, but does admit that looking back, maybe a warning would have been enough. Now, I really want you to listen to this part in particular. This is her arguing in Zaza's favor. Look at this argument she's making here as to why Zaza sucked so much. Watch.
I want you guys to understand, she was going to go 0-5 no matter what she played. Why?
Because she sucks.
Because Kingsman was breathing down her neck, in her ear, for the last 30 minutes.
Complete lie. No evidence. No audio recordings. No DMs. No messages. Nothing about that. Just straight up fucking lying.
She wasn't focused. She wasn't locked in. She wasn't going to play well no matter what she played. So you guys are like...
if you are such a weak piece of shit playing a competitive video game that someone can say something to you and that's enough to tilt you, that means you're not good at the video game. Sorry. Mental is part of the game. You think when I was competing professionally, like semi-professionally in mixed martial arts, when I wasn't doing fucking national competitions for judo, when I was traveling overseas for fucking Japanese jiu-jitsu, do you think I didn't have people try and say some fucked up shit to me before I hopped on the mat? That's normal. People will try and fuck you mentally. If you can't dissociate from that, I'm sorry, you're not good enough.
Like, that was her game. That was her game to show off. That was her chance to prove that it worked. No, it wasn't. Because during that time, Kingsman was still down her ear. We finished that map, and we go into the next game, and we're still arguing about it. At that point, I have to put my foot down as a captain. And yes, I told him to STFU. But you have to understand...
She's such a pussy, she won't even say shut the fuck up. I can already tell the kind of manipulative person this is. God damn. It just keeps getting worse.
This is after an hour of dragging this conversation on, an hour of me asking him to drop this topic, an hour of just continuous arguing in the team. Yes, I finally told him to STFU.
Wait, so why did she ever edit her voice to deny she ever did it? No, she edited her voice to sound more cutesy and more innocent. So it's like you'll notice that people start doing certain things to try and mentally condition you to automatically believe them through certain psychological tricks. Pitch your voice up so you sound more girly and innocent. Pitch your voice down to sound like you're more authoritative in the space. It's like this thing when like a 19-year-old guy who's like a popular YouTuber starts dating someone who's just hit 18, right? And then 2 years later they have a bad breakup, and she tries to precondition the notion that she was groomed by him, despite the fact that he didn't have a single conversation with that guy until she was over the age of 18. Yeah, it's like a mental preconditioning thing. It's like a neat little trick that you could do to fuck with people's heads.
This is why I took the time at the beginning of this video to show you these clips. From her perspective, she's making him seem to be someone unreasonable, someone who can't...
Imagine how big Rose would be if he became a VTuber with a high-pitched voice and huge tits. I would be no one. That niche is filled, Eucharist. That niche is actually, like, overblown full.
Shut up. In reality, though, the only thing he wanted was some sort of a compromise. In between those clips of him talking were way longer play sessions with him not even breaching the topic. Zaza still could not hit a single enemy. Again, dude, getting a kill in this game is the easiest thing you can do. You just have to assist. But guys, she had to put her foot down. She had to tell him to shut the fuck up in front of the teammates and the viewers watching. They're suspecting him.
Damn you, I had some shit in the oven and you distracted me breathing in my ear. Why did you take a shit in your oven?
In front of thousands of people. And by the way, if you're confused about her voice, because she doesn't usually sound like this, yeah, we'll get to that, don't worry. She's making this voice on purpose to appear more innocent. Next up, of course, I'm sure you've seen some memes about the vibes. She'd make this argument. Watch for yourself.
From day one, I told Kingsman, rule number 1, don't tilt my team, and rule number 2, don't bring the vibes down on the team, because we're going to lose. A lot of you guys...
He didn't bring down the vibes, you did. You and your piece of shit friend did. Are there any South African mice species you could be the iron form of? No. Let me show you what the rats in my country look like. Okay, this is the closest you're going to get. This is the closest thing you'll get to a mouse in my country. Fuck it. This one will do. Open image. Where's the open image in new tab thing? There we go. That's the mice in my country. You see that? That's called a cane rat. It's bigger than a small dog. That's the closest you're gonna get. That thing will... I had one of these on my property. One day I walked downstairs into my kitchen. There was one of these fucking things sitting in my kitchen. It saw me, and it didn't run. It looked at me and slowly meandered its way out my house. Like, oh shit, sorry dude, I didn't know you were still awake. These things are fucking scary big.
You guys are underestimating how important vibes are in a team scenario. At the highest level of competitive esports, tier 1 esports,
what?
You will get booted from a team simply because your team doesn't like you.
No, you'll get booted from a team if the manager decides that there's no synergy between you and the teammates. And guess what happens in esports? They keep the good player and then they get the other ones to fuck off somewhere else. In that scenario, you and that Zaza person would have been gone.
Even if you're performing, even if you're doing well, if the team synergy isn't there, you're not coming back for another season.
Bro, how dare you ruin the vibes? How dare you? How dare you as a #1 player give our team free advice to win $40,000 and ruin the vibes? She'd have an entire segment called accountability, but throughout this whole video, she never once apologized to him. In fact, during the scrims, she called him a loser as she was muted, right? And bear in mind, she had blamed him for muting and saying they were going to lose. Watch.
Jesus.
Character? No, I know. Everyone thinks this guy's a loser. Kingsman's a
like a
loser.
bug. That's just what happens.
That's such a good point. You're so right about that. And we're still gonna play Widow.
Now look, I don't know what you think about this, but in my opinion, this is the exact
What a piece
toxicity
of
that
shit.
Kingsman was blamed for and
Jesus.
kicked without warning for. So as I said, CC had a whole section called accountability. She also had a section called loser, which was way longer. Did she apologize to him for this absolutely blatant toxicity? Well,
No, of course she didn't. It's never her fault.
as you might have guessed, no. If anything, she doubled down on it. Watch.
Of course she did.
Yes, I did read out the chat. Because when I'm looking to my right, I'm reading chat that called him a loser. And then I repeated it. I shouldn't have read out that chat because it was disrespectful. That's very hypocritical of me for to say that about Kingsman and then say that aloud. That's on me. But I will double down and say,
But, there it is. There's the word I was looking for. But. But. In this kind of context, the word but means, yeah, this happened, but I'm going to, it quite literally, you see but in that kind of context, it means disregard everything I've said before this word.
they replace the term loser with being disrespectful, with asshole or rude. And that's my point. I don't think Kingsman's a loser. I think he's a good player who just wants to win.
Oh yeah, now you say that, but you treated him like shit in the moment. Fuck you.
I said that because Kingsman was being a loser. You just criticized and demoralized my teammate for an hour, repeatedly ignoring our mentions to stop. Like, that's loser behavior. You're being a loser for that. And I'm going to say it again. If you make someone sad for an hour...
Oh, you make someone sad. He didn't make you sad. He didn't call you fucking retards. He didn't say you were a bunch of dipshits. All he said was, maybe we want to play a different comp that's actually going to work. What a fucking rat. Holy shit.
Despite people telling you to stop, that's being a loser. And
But if esports allowed these bitches, their reputation would plummet. These bitches will never be involved in esports. They tried this once. There was a League of Legends tournament that they did this thing where they were like, we're going to do an all-woman team. And they played one of the low-ranked esports league teams. And what these guys did was they all picked 5 supports and still fucking destroyed these bitches. They fucking shredded them with 5 supports in league. You win or lose on skill, and that's all that matters.
none of you guys in the chats could even you guys were trying to justify that. There's no justification for being an asshole. That's just what that was.
Yeah, I know. This gaslighting is insane. Yeah, well, it gets worse because now she's saying it wasn't a personal attack. What? Like, please explain to me.
Everything she said so far, every recorded thing we've seen so far, was a personal attack against Kingsman. Jesus.
What it is when I call someone a loser.
So it wasn't a personal attack on Kingsman. If Kingsman brought it to Bass and be like, yo, this was a personal attack on me, I would have argued. I was like, no, that's not a personal attack. That's just facts.
Yes, I remember, John Com. I remember they also banned all the supports because they were like, yeah, women play supports. As a joke, they did that and they got penalized for it. I remember. I think that's fucking moronic.
Of course you would have argued, because you're a gaslighting, manipulative bully. I mean, how can you sit here, record this, and publish this saying, oh yeah, you know, calling him a loser, you know, replace that term with something else, and then continue and say, actually, you know what? No. If you bully someone for an hour, you are a loser. Like, what the fuck am I watching? Yeah, I'm sure you're not surprised by now why this video got so many dislikes and so many negative comments. The bully got caught for the first time maybe in her life, faced consequences for the first time, tried to use the same tactics she always used,
of course she did.
This time it failed horrendously.
Yes, because this isn't high school and you're not hanging around with all your bitch friends who behave exactly like you. The real life doesn't work like that, sweetheart. Don't work like that. And just because the event organizer wants some pussy doesn't mean that everyone else lives in that same fucking reality.
But before we move on from this video, I want to mention something that not many are mentioning.
Ever heard of the Pussy Hunters controversy? No, I don't even know what the fuck that is.
At all, actually. At the end of her video, she would have a clip of around 1.5 minutes, in which Entei, a Marvel Rivals drama-centered TikTok content creator, would talk to Kingsman on stream shortly after he was kicked from the tournament. This guy wouldn't really be on Kingsman's side. He'd tell him that he was overstepping, that he was...
This guy seems like he was just being logical, polite, sensible, reasonable. It doesn't sound like he was overstepping at all. I'm glad I don't have women like this in my circle. Well, yeah, you won't have women like this in your circle because think about it this way. Think about the dynamics of this. I've seen my wife go through this as well. The cunts stick together and amp each other up. And then your regular ass women who have an IQ that's double digits or higher don't want to be around women like this. You would rather be alone than around these fucking psychos. So you get them as far out of your fucking life as possible. And then all the normal ones kind of stick together, trying their best to never let one of these bitches anywhere near them because they will fuck everything up. It's like sociopathic behavior.
Being extra. One could even say that he was siding with Cece and Zaza as well as Luciasa. This is why Cece felt so compelled to...
Not gonna lie, you're also describing the male engineers where I work. Look, I went to university for engineering. So I know exactly the kind of guys you're talking about. Gmail, I know exactly the kind of guys you're talking about. And you know what? I got a hot take for you. When the guys do it, they're worse than the women. They're way cuntier. They're way shittier. They're way more manipulative. They are essentially women with dicks, but infinitely worse. I'll tell you a story. I was in university, and one of these very effeminate, manipulative, shitty simp men in engineering, we had a fucking huge exam coming up. This was like we needed to pass this exam because it was not just part of the university courses, it was part of the regulatory bodies that run engineering inside my country. Now, luckily enough, guys like me, we all managed to get the textbook digitally, right, on our laptops, right? We managed to find a version that was on Chegg back in the day when it was still fucking free to use Chegg, and we were fine. I had one conversation with the most effeminate bitch-made guy. I want to use homophobic slurs right now, but it would be wrong of me because even gays would call this guy that word. This piece of shit who bought the textbook because he came from a rich family went into the university library. He took out the one book that related to this exam that we had to write. He was told by the librarian, because there are so many engineering students that need this book, you can have this book for a day. and then you have to return it. Get the pieces of information you need out of it, write it down, whatever you need to do, and then you have to return the book. He kept the book for a month. And do you know who suffered the most? Was all the engineering students who were there on a bursary. It was all the engineering students who came from some podunk shithole where they don't have internet and barely have running water. They came from like a fucking township where your daily life is living in a little fucking hut, helping your mom out. And while you're trying to study, there are cows mooing outside your goddamn house. Right? None of those guys got the textbook. And almost all of them had to do a rewrite. Because of that sack of shit. I only learned about this the following year after he had done this. And I was trying to figure out, why is he telling me this? It took me a good day after that conversation for me to register. He wasn't admitting to some piece of shit thing that he was doing. He was bragging. He was proud of what he did. So when you talk about those male engineers, I know exactly who the fuck you're talking about. Cast iron skillet to the nuts. That's how you... That dude is such a piece of shit that the way I figured out how to deal with him in engineering is that I would go full Alex Jones on him whenever he tried to speak to me. I would act like a crazy fucking homeless person just to get him the fuck away from me. And for an entire year, he went around to every other dude in the university telling everyone else what a weird fucking freak I was behind my back. And guess what? That's how I made friends in university, because all the normal dudes came to me and told me, and they were like, he's done the same to me. Do you want to hang out? Do you want to go for a drink at the Jolly Roger? Do you want to go fucking study together? Because I think we all know what kind of subhuman this person is. I don't want to be fucking near him. And before you say this guy was white. And it was probably one of those moments I had where I saw the guy and I was like, I'm starting to understand why some of these blacks want to kill us. It's because of him. It's because of guys like him. I'm starting to be on their side. Fucking break out the shoe polish. I'll fucking join you guys. I'll be out there. We can hunt these fucks down together. I was like, yeah, switch teams. Get a bigger dick. Come on. I started to understand.
Included at the end of her video, titling this segment, Ente Preach. Just like everything we've watched so far, it's painful, but necessary. Watch.
Kingsman, what I'm trying to get you to understand,
even
though,
in these scenarios,
listen,
I am not...
Listen, it's not just Zaza that you're affecting in this. It's also affecting CC and your entire team synergy, because you're complaining about a comp that they clearly don't want to run.
We still synergized.
Fine.
We had a game.
Then you drop it. Then you drop
exactly.
it. Then you
exactly.
drop it.
Exactly.
Bro.
I didn't say anything. On the last game, I didn't even say anything.
But
I just left the tournament. I played ranked.
You said enough, bro.
Fucking simp piece of shit. So Kingsman complied, and this sack of shit still tried to blame him for it. This is like when you get accused of something, you prove it wrong, and then they try and find another excuse to keep the same behavior.
Dog, listen, I'm trying to help you. You did say a lot, man.
No, you're trying to help yourself.
You said a lot. And like I said, I'm gonna be there.
You said a lot, but gives no proof of the things he said.
For you, because you getting kicked out the tournament is stupid. I get it. But you were overstepping. You were overstepping the entire time. So you can't get mad when all the overstepping that you have done for the past several days.
He has done no evidence, no proof, no quotes of anything he said. He's just using vagaries and weird shit.
Several days, brother. We've had one day of scrims after a draft.
Yeah, it really seemed like the
What a
entire
liar.
world was
Holy
against
shit.
Kingsman. I mean, if I was in his shoes, I would have gone mad. Like, am I really that crazy? Am I really that insane with everyone telling me I'm a terrible person? Kingsman would then go...
Wait, this guy also backstabbed Kingsman on Instagram? Pussy's a hell of a drug, huh? You want to know how the world works? It's pussy, okay? There's a reason Christopher Columbus went to the Americas. He was looking for some fresh pussy. There's a reason Cortez showed up in South America. He was looking for some pussy. Pussy will make a dude do wild shit.
Go ahead and ask Entei not to make a drama TikTok about this until he can release his video. He respected that wish. So after Kingsman's video dropped, Entei would drop his own video.
Oh no. I can tell I'm about to hear a bunch of bullshit just by the facial expression. You see someone turn their eyebrows up like this, and then the wrinkles on their forehead, with the I'm so innocent look in their eyes, you know you're about to hear a pile of dog shit. I can tell already. I can see
his
it.
TikTok. And again, even though he was kind of giving the impression that he was Kingsman's friend, it was very obvious that he was taking the side of Cici, Zaza, and Luciana. I mean, look at the things he was saying here. Some very weird takes, like this one. Watch.
The event itself skyrocketed rivals to the front page at Twitch, and they had over 100,000 viewers combined, I believe. Mind you, most of the guys that are in this tournament are partnered on Twitch. If you ran ads during this event, you got bank. I will say, Kingsman played his cards correctly. Paint yourself as the victim in the situation. You got kicked from a $40,000 tournament.
He didn't have to paint himself as the victim. He just stated the facts.
Even though you were guaranteed to get paid anyway, make yourself look like the victim, the rest of your teammates were bullying you, and I would believe that if I didn't have the full context.
Yeah, man, he played his cards right, making himself look like the victim. Yeah, this 20-year-old broke college student who just wanted to win some money in a tournament and wanted to do his best definitely is a master manipulator. What a great take. It gets better.
Kingsman, he played it smart. He only showed the game where Zaza did bad. One game where Zaza went on.
He only showed the game where Zaza did bad, but the entire thing is recorded on Twitch and there's VODs that people can go and look at. So everyone can see the full context and see the truth of exactly what happened at all points in time. So that argument immediately falls apart.
And that was after 2 hours and several days of internet banter and Kingsman talking her character. And by
as a black man, Kingsman have permission to whip this dude. You're about to turn into Uncle Ruckus because of this guy.
Don't twist my words. By character, I mean the Widow character. Stop it. What Kingsman didn't show in his video were the matches that Zaza full carried the entire team. There were a lot of things.
Wait. That's important.
Kingsman didn't show in his video were the matches.
Kingsman, 22. Zaza, 19. That's not full carrying the team.
That Zaza full carried the entire team.
Zaza did not full carry the entire team.
A lot of things omitted from Kingsman's video, funnily enough, including dialogue between me and him at the end, where I talked about the cutthroat of business. But
then show it.
Yeah, I don't think bro even watched Kingsman's video because at the end you can clearly see Zaza performed very well and Kingsman said absolutely nothing because she performed well. He didn't tell her to switch or play someone else. What did he get in return? The entire team bullying him. He would then flex about how he called him later and told him about how this is a cutthroat business, acting like some sort of sage that he should listen to. You know what? I'm glad he didn't listen to him and made his own video. Zaza never carried, even in the game where she performed well. Without Kingsman, they wouldn't have won a single game. His comments all call him out, calling his takes very delusional, very one-sided, and it really emphasized how alone Kingsman was.
Wait, I will not be defending anyone. Proceeds to say Kingsman is pretending to be a victim. I'm out. 1.3 seconds. I'm with these guys. I get it. They're getting called on their shit because everyone knows better. You know what this video was? This guy thought that he was going to take the side that he thought social media was going to agree with. That's what this was. He thought he was playing big brain. I think he thinks that he was going to take the right side. And because he took the right side, he was going to get attention and more views and all of that shit. Also, his comment about making bank on Twitch is completely bullshit. Doesn't work like that.
Was here. How everyone he knew in this community involved in this tournament was just not taking his side. They were all...
But before I leave, I should leave some wisdom. To get thick characters in ESO, set the fat side of the triangle to the highest, then adjust gut waist slider to your preference. Also orc. But I'm already playing a black character in ESO. I don't know if I want to make another one.
against
That's the progressive way to look at it, right?
him, all for clout and superficial business relationships. So no wonder the entire Marvel Rivals community backed Kingsman up. The consequences were almost instant. You'd have many viral Twitter threads siding with him and asking themselves how this stupid drama could have gotten this bad. Saying things like, the Kingsman drama is so stupid because in what world do you think he's in the wrong? He's got a teammate acting toxic on Black Widow going 6'8" on 200 ping for $40,000. On top of that, he's genuinely making good suggestions and they just tell him to shut the fuck up. Y'all got that? Kingsman really better than me because looking at the screen would have driven me to insanity. And
yeah, I would have lost my shit at them. I would have fucking lost my mind. Kingsman is a Buddhist monk at this point.
Here they're showing the fact that Zaza's stack is almost 200 ping. She's also lower ranked than everyone else on the team. All of a sudden, these
you should play a gnome in WoW. That's not a playable race as far as I'm aware. That was never a playable race in WoW.
uncomfortable moments during the scrims were getting picked up by bigger accounts. Everyone was being made aware of how toxic this truly was towards him. And I mean, it doesn't take a genius. You don't have to watch the whole video. Just one clip is enough to understand how disrespectful the dynamics were towards him. Additionally, Cece was being completely called out because it seemed like she was faking her voice on purpose to appear more innocent and soft, when in reality she sounded completely different on her stream. Here's a comparison. Watch for yourself.
Yeah, here we go.
I like a challenge. I like a challenge.
I'm addressing on the allegations.
Okay, you guys told me about the voice pitching and shit, and I spotted it. But him juxtaposing those two right next to each other, just goddamn, the difference is gigantic.
That's not true. As well,
this is like pirate software levels of changing your voice. Holy shit.
Plus, I included a clip that Kingsman left out in his conversation with Entei.
Hey man, what are we doing here? Is this a catfish? Like, what the hell is this? Did she really think people would empathize with her more if she sounded cuter? The only person who would have liked this is Lakari.
Nah, she's too old.
It was so pathetic. But speaking of pathetic, there was still a very big question mark about how Bassem ZB got a hold of these incriminating clips of Kingsman. Where did they come from? Who was the mastermind behind Kingsman being unrightfully kicked? Well, I'm sure it would come as no surprise, but it was none other than Zaza Stack's boyfriend. He would admit this himself barely a day after Kingsman's video would drop, posting a Google Doc explaining the situation from
Got that insider track. Yeah, there we go. It's starting to make a lot more sense now.
his perspective. His intention, of course, was to minimize the massive wave of hate hitting his girlfriend Zaza stack, Cece, and eventually Luciaza. Instead, though...
Well, at least he was getting some pussy. At least someone was winning in this situation. Hey. Hate the simp and the game. At least he was getting something out of this. At least one person was winning. He was actually getting laid. I assume. That was his girlfriend's boyfriend was getting really annoyed with him playing Marvel Rivals late into the night.
Oh, he would do the opposite, amplifying this hate by 1000% and getting caught in the crossfire as well. So this document is 12 pages, and as someone who's had experience reading many of these throughout my YouTube career, I can tell you right now, it was hastily written. There are a lot of grammatical errors, structure that doesn't make much sense, and
didn't even use ChatGPT. Disgusting.
And arguments that are really reaching to the point of delusion. In fact, throughout multiple times in this document, Kaplunk would admit that he's barely slept since the controversy first appeared after Kingsman's video. Here's how he'd started off. Hello again, I'm Kaplunk or Sam. I'm Zaza's boyfriend and currently living with her. I'm involved in the Marvel Rivals community.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay. I want to place less blame on him now. Because when you got that, I've been in bad relationships. When you got that shit yapping in your fucking ear, non-stop every day, you wake up, your head pops off the pillow and she's half midway through the sentence you're hearing, and you're trying to just take a shit, and the other side of the door she's standing there and you're hearing the echo coming into the bathroom, and you're fucking trying to have breakfast and she's still yapping on. At that point you're like, I will do whatever the fuck I need to do to make this stop. Yeah. Yeah, that line right there, I currently living with it, that explains it. Okay, that explains it.
Seeing the earthquake this has caused, I'm going to explain my part in the Kingsman situation and the catalyst for him being removed from the tournament. I needed to take accountability for what I essentially started because the hate it has caused all involved is eating me away. In Australia, it's the night before the tournament. Yes, the tournament hadn't even begun by this point.
Give me a second. I'm going to be right back. I think I hear something outside my house, and like I said, I don't live in a great area. I'm going to be right back. Where's my fucking machete?
Lay up, motherfucker.
What? Put that there. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm lucky. It's just local security. Just the local security. I'm good. Okay, where were we? Oh yes, Simp Master 3000.
By the way, like all the games that were played so far were scrims. Zaza's comments are full of hate and threats, and this has blown up massively for something she had nothing to do with. After seeing how this is affecting Zaza, I have decided to explain to the greater community why...
Was it the Water Gang or Black Man? No, it was local security is kind of patrolling the area. They've kind of stepped up patrols because, 3 people killed in an area is not a good look, particularly if you're running a security business and you didn't catch a single one of them. So yeah, they're trying to, make a show of the fact that they're doing something.
What happened. After the first day of scrims, I spoke to Zaza about Kingsman's comments, and she was hurt but didn't want to cause any drama. She felt she did well though in the first scrims to be given a chance. But during the second day of scrims and hearing Kingsman go on and on, I hit boiling point and went behind Zaza's back to send clips of
security in Africa. Private security, Black Shadow, is the single biggest industry outside of gold and mining in South Africa. It's a multi-billion rand industry because everyone who can afford security gets security. My neighborhood has pitched in to collectively purchase the security to patrol the area.
Kingsman to Basim's team. I'm going to explain why I did this with as many clips I could scramble together in 6 hours. It's currently 1 hour away before the tourneys start. So look, already from the first page, he's making it clear he's fully responsible for what happened. Zaza had no idea. Keep this in mind for later.
If you're a fan of Machete but want something that's objectively better and witch hand protection, use the Falcon. Well, this is the thing. I use a Falcon, but that's expensive. The only kind of weapons training I've done through martial arts, weirdly enough, was with the Roman gladius. That's it. Oh yeah, the bow staff as well. I was terrible at nunchucks. Smashed myself in the nuts in the face way too many times.
Then come the clips. Now bear in mind, by the time I was recording this, Kaplunk already privated his Twitter, deleted the doc, and privated the YouTube channel where these clips were uploaded. Alright.
Of course he did. This guy's running for the fucking hills.
right? The only reason I have this right now is because I made a copy knowing that this guy probably doesn't have much of a spine. This isn't really much of a problem though, because most of these arguments that he's making made zero sense. Kaplunk was trying his best to paint Kingsman as someone who was unreasonable, someone who didn't even attempt to give his girlfriend a chance even though she somehow deserved it. Like look, here he would say, the draft went well, and me and Zaza went to CC's stream where she was talking to Kingsman in her team chat. Immediately, Kingsman was questioning the Zaza pick before even knowing who she was. This is his first reaction.
He questioned the pick before knowing who she was. That sounds like a guy who knows what the fuck he's talking about, and it's not a personal vendetta. He's questioning the pick, not the player. Trying to couch that as, oh, he's already starting shit is fucking retarded. If a professional, a pro player, a guy who's exceptional at the game is questioning the pick without knowing who the fuck you are, that means he probably knows something you don't.
When CC mentioned Zaza from the get-go, Kingsman was complaining about CC's choice to pick a 190 ping Widow OTP, which stands for One Trick Pony. What's really funny here though is that you don't even have to watch this clip. A 190 ping Widow OTP is enough to trigger anyone who has common sense in this game. This was very reasonable to ask. Kaplunk would then say, he then brought up the money and what it meant to him to win the tournament, where CC made it known that she wasn't too focused on the money part of the tournament. This should have
Oh, wow. Fuck, this guy's just lying. This guy, he's lying by omission, by leaving out the full context of what's going on.
Set Kingsman's expectations on his team's mindset. Whoa, that's a very bold thing to say. What, did CC tell him that she didn't care about the money from the first day? Let's watch the clip together, shall we? The VTuber Annie...
Honestly, I use Dao Sword for protecting my... Dao Swords are badass. Those fucking... Those Chinese swords are cool as fuck, to be honest. Those things are sick as fuck, and the balancing on them is beautiful. I used to know a guy who did a lot of weapon stuff, and I picked up one of those things and it felt like heaven holding onto one of those things. They are sick as fuck. If I ever have money ever in my life, I swear to God I'm going to get one of those just because they're cool as fuck. I have no idea how to use it correctly, but they're cool as fuck.
Pants had reacted to this document as soon as it dropped, so much of the clips were archived on her VOD. Here's this clip in question, titled Price Pool Conversation. Watch.
If it's a draft like this, I just wish the prize pool was more like split even.
Now, someone was talking about VTubers with fat tits earlier. Well, there you go. See, niche is already full.
So people could just have fun and not.
Bro, you get money for just showing up, dude. What do you mean?
Barely.
Yeah, but you get money. That's like 20 bucks. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, 20 bucks. Yeah, yeah, that'll make a big, huge difference.
Wait, 1,000?
First place. Yes, like no, between the teams.
Yeah, so it's like
split 1,006, and then for first place, split $18,000.
Yeah, yeah, big money.
That's what I'm saying. Like these tournaments where people just want to have fun. Like,
what was the point of this clip? Like, why was this? How is this a prize pool? They're just here talking about money and how it would have been nice for it to be more. As a broke college student, Kingsman was saying, dude, you get money for showing up. I'm happy with anything. I'm just happy to be in this tournament, but of course I want to give it my best shot. This was one of the first clips that were included in this document, and all it did was show us that Kaplunk was brain dead. He then goes on to show us more clips of Kingsman being concerned about the fact that someone who plays a sniper has 200 ping. Kaplunk...
I know this struggle. I know this battle. I tried to play bow and arrow in New World on 190 ping, 200 ping, doesn't work. Ranged weapons and ping are not friends.
Was very pissed about this because he'd say, keep in mind he hasn't seen Zaza play yet or interacted with her at all at this point. As if that's necessary to be worried about 200 ping playing a character that no one plays in the pro scene. Kaplunk even includes a moment in which Kingsman's chat was telling him that Zaza was pissed about his comments towards her. Kingsman would then attempt to talk to Zaza in VC to clear it up. Zaza would instead respond in chat. If anything, this just shows that Kingsman was trying his best to be on good terms with his teammates and was just worried about the ping. This document that starts showing us clips that were in Kingsman's video, where he was very reasonably telling them, hey guys, maybe we should switch. Maybe we're gonna get completely owned if we continue like this. Kaplunk would then show us games from the Scrims where his girlfriend did well. And then would say, I would like to comment on Kingsman continue.
Wait. Where his girlfriend did well. Zaza, still below Kingsman. 20, not bad. Okay. Kingsman, still at the top of the ranking. Zaza, 19. Okay, not bad. Not the best, but Kingsman still in the lead.
Where his girlfriend did well. And then would say, I would like to comment on Kingsman continuing to play magic here into Eshiko's penny. He made it work despite being countered, but made it work. A luxury he does not give Zaza. Yeah, buddy, because he's #1 ranked magic on the entire planet. Zaza is diamond, she's not even grandmaster. He then says, I will also note, Kingsman's chat, including a mod, attempts to blame Zaza's widow throughout the entire scrim despite her doing well and the enemy team glazing her. This was getting pathetic. The guy was nitpicking the tiniest things and...
So yeah, he's cherry picking. Of course he is. He don't want the pussy, the tap to be turned off on the pussy. He's doing his best.
It still wasn't convincing anyone that he was in the right here. He then goes
That's
ahead
why
and
it's
shows
called
us many
Zaza
clips you already
stack.
watched of Kingsman trying his best to make his team understand, guys, we can't keep going like this. We're going to get pummeled in the tournament. As we saw earlier, Zaza would of course argue that she's not going to play anyone else but Widow. They win the first game and she got 2 kills, okay? Kaplunk would argue Widow was playing anti-dive this game and she was not a part of the Deadpool rush ults. Her 2 kills were on people diving.
That means nothing to me.
The backline, stopping them from picking on Casey. Just bear in mind, this whole game maybe lasted like more than 20 minutes, right? The fact that she only killed 2 people, or hell, touched 2 people with her sniper says a lot. But of course, the White Knight will defend his girlfriend no matter what.
Of course. Of course, that's his resource to vagina. He's not going to give that up over a fucking game.
He'd say, this entire round has played out while arguing and Zaza goes 0-4. This is the first game in the 6 scrims they have done that she has a negative KD and Kingsman crashes out. Let's see how Kingsman crashes.
I'll never understand why they would join a tournament when they didn't care for the money. Why take up a space and end up second to last place because you didn't play meta? Because to these guys, it's not about the money, it's about the attention. That's why. Think about it this way. I noticed this with the WoW retail discount OnlyFans guys, who what they were doing was they weren't doing this for content creators to have fun and like have an enjoyable experience and do a bunch of wacky shit together. What they were doing is they exclusively wanted people on Twitch to be involved in their event. So they would use the Twitch stream together function so that they could all bump their viewership up because the attention means more to them. For them, it was about the attention. It wasn't about the money because they were financially secure. They couldn't have given a fuck about the money, obviously. They cared about the attention. They thought that this was going to boost their viewership and make them, more popular. And in a sense, well done to them. They certainly are more well-known after all of that. Just not in the way they wanted to be.
Out from his perspective. Let's watch.
Firehawk. He dies. Okay, guys. Pace and point proven. Right now. Do you understand?
No, it's well, you've been making me play shit. Of course I'm gonna play.
He's right. He's right. I bet that you take this guy, you take Kingsman, you put him on the team with Mother, that Chinese guy there, I bet they could wipe the fuck out of these guys 10 times out of 10 in any match. Just those 2 guys alone.
Do you not see the problem right now?
Wait, first of all, it's
that ass Kingsman, like, shut the fuck up.
Okay, bro.
You're doing too much.
Lucy's not even on Invis. Second of all, you're
Jesus
getting
Christ.
Crashes out. You know what, dude? I think anyone who was reasonable, who had common sense, and who wanted to win this tournament would have done way worse than what he did.
Yes. I don't consider that a crash out. I consider that frustration at worst. Crash out is him calling them a bunch of stupid, retarded bitches, bunch of dipshits, bunch of fucking incompetent morons. But he didn't do that. Man, the catharsis isn't hitting because I'm just getting more fucking angry at these people.
The mental gymnastics that Kaplunk was pulling here were out of this world. And this is when the White Knight would step in. He'd say, this is where I come in. I was watching this, and I had been clipping on an alt account since the start of the VOD when the first comments came in. I then messaged a member of production I know and told him to get Basim to watch Kingsman's stream. I went behind Zaza's back to do this. She was still in the scrim and didn't know what I was doing.
Do you know how I can tell this guy's an incompetent retard? No, calling them bitches would not be a crash out. That would be the truth. That's fair. That's true. What does the mother guy main? Who knows? Who fucking knows? But whatever he's maining, I bet is better than whatever's mainlining through these bitches' heads. You know how I can tell this guy's in incompetent retard? Who knows? Who fucking knows? But whatever he's maining, I bet is better than whatever's mainlining through these bitches' heads. You know how I can tell this guy's an incompetent retard? Take a look at that word right there. Clipping on an alt. Now, I want you to take a look at your keyboard. Look at where the A key is. And look at where the U key is. That's not a mistake. This fucking idiot doesn't even know how to speak language.
Was doing from the next room.
No wonder he's in a relationship with Zaza. It makes sense.
I then sent multiple of the above clips to Basim with the context of everything since draft day. Here we can see DMs between Kaplunk and one of the members of production. Kaplunk would start off the DM saying, "Are you around? If you are, lurk CC or Kingsman streams." He'd say, "Okay, what's going on?" Kaplunk would say, "Kingsman is out to get Zaza," telling her she can't play Widow. He needs the money and to play triple support. The crew member would say she's not a support player. Kaplunk would say, "Yeah, it's pissing me off. He's been on to her since the draft, and she hasn't wanted to stir the pot, but he is slandering her."
Hasn't wanted to stir the pot, but it's telling him to shut the fuck up and say all this shit and ragging on him nonstop. Jesus Christ. Ulterior. Do you think he knows that word, Gresh? Just let's be logical here. Do you think he knows the word alt? As in shortened for ulterior? Just think about this.
Remember to like and subscribe.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
It helps out with the YouTube algorithm.
Actually, you know
Be
what?
Sure to
you know what? I lost my job.
Man's
Yes.
Taxes
Yes.
by
Like and subscribe.
subscribing to his Patreon.
I'll pay my bills with YouTube likes.
in front of his 200 viewers.
I changed. It's all over now. Now it's time to sell out.
Crew member would say, like, is he talking shit when
So
unmuted
what's
to
a bad
stream?
X?
Kaplunk would say, I'll lurk just to stream to see. Crew member
There's no way this guy knows the word ulterior. There's no fucking way.
would say, did CC mute Kingsman on her stream or something? Kaplunk would say, I don't think so. They have been at it for at least the last hour. It's between matches and rounds, it flares up again. He'd then say, there's a clip I'll get from the VOD later where he's just talking about the money. Send this to Basim and CC. While they talk, they will want to see it. Dude, again, how dare he care about the money? Like,
make a tournament for money. How dare someone show up for the money? What is the logic here? How does that make him the bad guy?
how dare he? How dare he get into a tournament with a $40,000 prize pool and care about winning? What a disgusting piece of shit. He'd then continue the document and say, I didn't tell Zaza what I was doing.
In the words of Josh Strife Hayes, you aren't for sale, but you can be rented.
Exactly. My ass is for rent.
She hates drama and she wouldn't want it to blow up like it has. Since draft day, I was lurking Kingsman and CC stream. Zaza was being targeted from the get-go with no prior knowledge of her gameplay. This crash out was the last straw for me. I was unable.
No, she wasn't being targeted for her gameplay. She was being targeted because of her picks. Someone was seeing something logical. If you see someone doing something fucking stupid and you point it out, you're not targeting them. You're pointing out that they're doing something fucking stupid. Jesus, the manipulation here. God
Able
damn.
to hold my bias or tongue anymore. This is the time that CC was pulled aside to make a final decision. There's more I want to cover, but I'll make this part available until I finish writing the rest, and I'll add it here. He would then include more clips and more explanations that don't matter at all in the grand scheme of things and only make him more delusional, and he'd finally say, personal note, there are several days of responses and rumors to cover, but I haven't slept to put it together enough. At the end of the day, the decision to report Kingsman was my own. The decision to kick him was made by Basim.
That's him covering. That's him covering for the girls. That's him covering.
Zaza didn't know I had anything to do with it until after the scrims. I was a full belief.
Oh no, they definitely told you to kick him. Multiple times they told you to kick him. I don't believe that at all.
Kingsman was unprofessional in a setting he had to be, full stop. I also have a downloaded copy of VOD 3 which I will upload and attach so it's immortalized before Twitch or anything else purges it. This dude genuinely thought that he was saving something that was about to get deleted, like he was cool or something, when in reality the only thing that got purged from the internet was his stupid YouTube channel with videos that made no sense when it came to the context he was offering. And
good. Fuck this guy. You want to get in bed with these pieces of shit? go down with them.
I think the funniest part of all this is that while Annie Pants was reading this live on stream after he had published it to everyone in the community, he was changing things up based on criticism, making it seem like he wasn't even editing it. Look at this.
Actually fire. Wait.
Yeah, there you go.
What happened?
He just straight up deleted a paragraph, dude. And he deleted another sentence.
There
like
we go.
He deleted the sentence that says no means no. If you can't take no for an answer after it was given to you several times, that's on you. Of course, this was all written to make Kingsman look as bad as possible. Of course it was. Of course it was cherry-picked to shit. What ended up happening was the complete opposite. Kaplunk ended up looking like the biggest clown imaginable. The quote tweets were endless and they were all clowning on him.
But let's go. Your Rise Content King gameplay got me entertained through the past weeks. Well, I'm glad that it did something for you, Jets. I found that game funny as fuck, but don't admit that in public. If you that's like a sign of mental illness if you know too much about streaming culture. Just don't. I'm glad you got something out of it. Don't tell anyone.
A whole Google document because a soft A wanted to win $40,000 and his teammates didn't. I'm in tears. Instead of minimizing the drama, Kaplunk ended up amplifying it to levels no one could have.
You know what the important part about this message is on Twitter? It's not anything up here. What the fuck is this? I don't care what side you're on. That there is pussy behavior. That's bitch behavior right there. I don't care whose side you're on. That kind of shit makes you a bitch in my book. Even if they're calling out the drama, that's bitch behavior. Even if it's on the side of Kingsman, I don't care. You're a massive pussy if you use that feature.
Ever predicted. It got so bad. And Cece would go ahead and quote tweet it herself. She would attempt to divert all the hate that she's receiving to Kaplunk. Okay,
of course.
This wasn't a friendly quote tweet. She'd say, for those on the niche side of Marvel Rivals, there was a creator tourney where I was team captain and someone on my team got kicked for disrespectful behavior. A video was released where I was made to seem like it was my fault he got booted. I'm here to clarify again because Kingsman won't. I was not the reason.
Yes, you were. Yes, you fucking were. You know how in school you all get punished because the teacher can't figure out who the fuck did what? Yeah, same rules apply here. You were the reason.
Quote tweeting Kaplunk's Google document. This wouldn't work though because she'd get community noted, saying, you fostered the toxic environment. You were one of the most disrespectful people there.
With a YouTube link. With an evidence link. Jesus Christ.
Linking Kingsman's video. She would turn off replies, but before she would, people...
See? Bitch behavior.
...were absolutely cooking her, ratioing her over 10 times. One person here would try to suck up to her and be on her side, saying his cult is insane, referring to Kingsman, because watching from the beginning...
What is it today? Black dudes aren't usually like this. Like, what happened? You guys need to come back to Africa. Not because you're black, but because first world shit is turning you guys soft. Another black guy. What's happening? What the fuck? What? I just... What? White women stopped getting us lynched. I mean, look, that was probably a good thing because I would imagine that they're fucking lying about you guys. They took some fucking Toblerone dick. It was sweet as the fucking sun, and then they lied about it and said they were raped. But Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Thanks for the gifted 8x. Spend that money on your family, goddammit. Actually, no, what am I saying? I'm unemployed now. Be my oiler.
All the comments were not needed. They're going too hard about money. This dude would get a community note with like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different
Jesus
links
Christ.
saying contestants who join tournaments usually care about money. It's almost always why they're in the tournament to begin with. Kingsman had every right to express that he wanted to win.
Yes,
Thankfully,
he
though,
did.
the majority of people, and by majority I mean 99.99%, had more than 2 brain cells to rub together. They weren't going to get gaslit or fooled, and her strategy that she's employed her entire career to get away from the consequences simply wasn't working here. But while Cici and Zaza were getting the majority of the hate, one person was still left on the sidelines and got less. Luciaza, the person here who was meant to be Kingsman's friend and completely stabbed him in the back. She would delete her VOD of the Scrims with Kingsman and the rest of the...
She was probably pressured into it by the other bitches who were DMing her in the background, and she probably switched up. This is such an indictment on the entire idea of making friends or being friends with anyone online or in the streaming kind of world. There are very few people I've met who I can say are actual genuine human beings. I've interacted with quite a few content creators at this point in time. And I can almost spot this type of human being by like one message. The people who've been genuine, flat out honest and straightforward 100% of the time, I can count them on one hand. Sawman, General Apple, Blue Squadron, Muckluck, Noxy. Those are all the ones I can think of off the top of my head. I'm sure there's more, but they're not the popular ones.
The team hoping to wipe...
Become our lol cow. Yeah, I'll jack off on stream one day, don't worry. I'll be the new DSP. Are you just saying your name, Edax? Stop wasting your money on the Tangia, goddammit.
Evidence, but someone would come in with this clip that they had saved
there
to
you
really
go,
show us
6.
how
I was
vile
wrong.
of a person she was, along with both Zaza and Cici. Watch.
I have a genuine question. Like, seriously, answer this. Even if you support Kingsman, whatever, support Kingsman like it's fucking Israel. Anyways.
Hey, your viewers are like somewhat friendly towards you. Ravenstein, viewers are not the same thing, right? Viewers generally, what I've noticed is that whether someone's opinion is retarded or not, viewers tend to be far more honest and straightforward with what they think, and I can respect that. A lot of streamers, a lot of people are very fucking manipulative in these spaces, and they want something out of you. And the second they get what they want, they will switch the fuck up on you if they think it's going to be advantageous to them. And this is not even that much of a streaming problem. This is every single corporate office you walk into. Half of the people, bare minimum, will switch up on you.
Whatever you have in your head, I have a genuine question. Ready? I'm saying, I have a...
Honestly, who gives a shit what her question was? How weird do you have to be as a person to say something like this? To compare what happened to Kingsman to Israel? Like, how did we even get here? Next up, you'd have Cici, one day after Kaplunk would release his Google document, tweeting out her quote-unquote final statement that she would delete very shortly afterwards. Here's what she said. My final statement. I take accountability for my poor handling of the situation and should have accommodated Kingsman better because I understood his motivation to try and win 3,000.
Now she's switching up again. You see, she's playing the social media game here, right? She's seen that the tide has turned against her, and now she's going to alter the way she behaves and what she says to try and farm some sympathy. Do you see?
$1,000. In parentheses, not 40K. As if that matters, you idiot. She'd then say, I misspoke in the green light clip. In that same...
Wait, if you're willing to sell out, why not turn on supers and subs on YouTube? I could lie to you. And I'm trying to think of a good lie to tell you. But the honest answer is, I've given so little of a fuck about it until this point in time that I don't even know how. I'm retarded. I don't even know how. I gotta go find a YouTube tutorial to help me figure that out.
Stream, after the clip was cut, I clarified Basim did not ask for approval. He was going to kick him regardless. Yeah, but you didn't even bother defending him as team captain. At the end of the day, he wanted money, and I wanted to defend my teammate from someone who was dogging on her from draft day about playing Widow in a creator tourney. I only called him a loser. I did not say shut the fuck up, rage bait him, or insult him.
Yes, you did. You told him to shut the fuck up. You did rage bait him. You did insult him. You called him a loser. What the fuck are you talking
Other
about?
than that, if me asking him to stop is where you draw the line, then okay, insult me, crying emoji. And yes, I told my friend
This is sympathy farming. You can tell because of the emojis.
in Twitch chat to kill themselves. I've been banned and freed. Your favorite streamer probably says worse behind closed doors.
But this would mean YouTube sub emotes. YouTube doesn't have sub emotes, does it? I can't upload specific emotes to YouTube, can you? What? I thought you stuck with the ones that YouTube only allows. Oh, fuck. I know none of this. I'm fucking incompetent.
Crying emoji. Yeah, so that last part was in reference to how she was...
You can? I didn't even fucking know that was a thing. I didn't even know you could do that. No, you can't make your own emotes. Well, you see? Can you or can't you make your own emotes on YouTube? Because I don't think you can. I'm fairly certain you can't. Lakeisha pretended to be Kingsman's friend only to throw him under the bus. I hate that shit and I'm glad she's not getting away with it. So am I. She deserves all the consequences of her actions. Muck has his own emotes. How? I don't... Oh, fuck. I'm gonna need to spend like a day figuring this out. Holy fuck. This is gonna be like your grandpa trying to figure out how to not shove his nose into the camera when talking to you on Skype. Fuck, I don't know how that works. God damn it, I'm gonna have to spend like a day. Jesus.
Was banned for 24 hours during the tournament. People were wondering why. Turns out she typed KYS to one of her viewers, who she called a friend. Wonderful behavior, again,
Nice.
by a team captain. Here she was doubling down. Again, missing the entire point about why people were mad at her. She keeps saying I take account.
Here you say you're now unemployed and won't turn on subs to provide for your own.
Shut up. Fuck
Charm.
you. Shut up, 8X, okay? Fuck off, okay? I'll figure it out eventually. One of these days I'll figure it out. It'll take me forever, but I'll figure it out eventually. You just threw me off my complete fucking train of thought here. Oh yeah, that's what it was. She's not missing the point. She knows what the point is, and she's talking around it on purpose. This is too strategic. Him saying that she's missing the point is the most generous interpretation he could give. And that's completely fucking false.
Accountability without actually taking any accountability, without ever apologizing, and while still justifying why she called him a loser. By this point, a goldfish would have understood what they're meant to do, but she couldn't get it through her head. But guys, look, all Cece wanted really from Kingsman was good vibes. People were starting to wonder, are these the same good vibes she was exhibiting in her TikTok? After making a post and a video and multiple statements of her taking...
Oh boy. Oh boy. And the evidence is just all there. Oh, that's beautiful.
Accountability, she was still being...
PayPal? No. Fabio, did you know that most of the banks in my country don't fuck with PayPal and their transactions? That's how incompetent my country is. There is one bank in my country that does PayPal and like payment shit. Yes, really. My country is completely non-integrated into PayPal. Also, PayPal seems like a dangerous option because there's that chargeback shit. And all it takes is one person to donate $1, charge back, donate $1, and keep on doing that back and forth. And then I have to cover the loss that causes. You can actually financially ruin someone using PayPal. So I'm kind of scared of PayPal. I know this because a Portuguese company who tried to pay me through PayPal when I was doing project management work for them paid me and then attempted to charge it back, and I had to go into like a full dispute about it.
Extremely.
It was a nightmare.
Toxic. Look at some examples. Someone would say, got your best player kicked from the team, goodbye $40,000, hello good vibes, to which you would say $3,000 and we've got better players and vibes now. Someone else would say, lol, glazing Kingsman's for what now y'all gonna lose, kicked out y'all best player, lol. To which she would say he did it to himself. Check this one out. If you don't want to win, don't scrim and don't draft people who do want to win. To which she would say, I don't want to win with someone who can't take no for an answer. So now she was insinuating that this was someone who couldn't accept consent. Isn't that incredible?
Well, yeah, because it's the closest she can get to calling him a rapist.
Really, like how far down can you dig your hole? Apparently for Cece, she can go down to the Earth's core without even batting an eye, without even having a hint of self-awareness. In the replies of this post, you'd find Zaza's tag, saying, not a single screenshot there is me. Also, I had zero input into the decision of him being kicked. People gotta stop pretending like it was within my power. Someone would ratio her like more than 1,000,000 times saying there are screenshots of your replies actually, it's through the thread. And they weren't lying. In these replies, Zaza was playing the victim, telling everyone that she had no idea who was going to get kicked, she had no input into it, and she was only bullied. This is why her performance was bad. And
just lies on top of lies on top of lies, and they will never, they'll just keep double, triple. I found the perfect person for them to play Marvel Rivals with. Have they ever considered doing a tournament with Pirate Software on their team? I think all those people would get along perfectly with each other.
And this is why she was sad. He was rude, he didn't take no for an answer, and he was pushy for an hour. She'd even say she was never rude back to him. But the clips that we saw earlier in the video definitely show us a different story. Throughout this entire thing, not a single person apologized to Kingsman. Not a single person admitted that they were wrong.
Of course, these people will never admit that they're wrong, because they well and truly believe that they're not in the wrong. One thing streamers in my country use is a method called Pix. You can create an alias and everything and QR code. People can't see your... Fabio, I just explained that I'm so fucking stupid. I didn't even know that there were emotes that you could put on YouTube. And now you're asking me to try and figure out the global financial system. You are asking a retard to not fuck a doorknob here. It's not going to go well. I'll fuck it up and end up in prison. I know I will.
Everyone was just doubling down, or like Lucia.
But if you could have your dream lineup of Twitch streamers or game streamers who are in one of those big brother reality shows, who would you put under one roof? Ooh. Okay, Asmongold's immediately out because he's never leaving his house. I wouldn't put a dream lineup of the people I like. See, Hang? I would put the worst human beings imaginable under the same roof. Hassan's in, hands down, my favorite capitalist. Pirate Software's in there as well. Quinn69, just because I know he would find a way to start shit with everyone and then leave. Tyler 1 would be good as well, though he would just scream all the time. He would I bet that T1 in real life is actually just a really nice fucking guy, so that wouldn't work. No, actually, I take it back. I take it back. I would only have one streamer in the house. One. I would have Hassan in a Big Brother house, living with 4 of the deepest, fundamental, Orthodox Jews. Now that would be a Mr. Beast video. Hassan in a house with 4 fundamentalist, deeply Orthodox Jews. And the challenge is, if he can't be there for exactly a week without leaving, he no longer gets to shock his dog ever again in his life. Now that's a Mr. Beast video I'd watch. I'm not a Mr. Beast viewer, but for that video, I'd make an exception. That would work out great.
Yaza pretending like nothing actually happened. The only person that would finally, a few days after the video, more specifically 3 days, that would admit that they were wrong was the tournament organizer, Basim ZB. Here's what he had to say. Watch.
The people, when they come in here, when they hate, they're justified in what they're saying. They're absolutely right.
You need to set up a moderator for your Tangia shit, because I've tried to send pictures via image gen, but a moderator needs to approve it.
Ah, shit. I'll do that now.
Absolutely right. 100%. No question about it. Like, there's no beating around the bush. I don't know why it's like difficult to.
Also, that's auto mod. Just so you know, that's auto mod on Tangia. I can't actually control that. It forces me to have to approve exactly all of that shit. It's ridiculous. I'll probably just fuck it. I'll probably just give it to you. Like, why not? Why not? Right? Why not?
Admit when you're wrong and you fucked up. I made a decision based off of haste and based off of misinformation, but everybody in the team knew what was going on. Everybody in this team knew what was going on, and the fact that nobody told me anything was that's whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Whatever.
So look, there's no question that Bazem completely screwed up in his role of tournament organizer. I've seen many people call for him to never be able to host another.
I can approve my own streamer harassment. This has never backfired for you.
You act like I give a fuck about moderation at all. It never will. It never will backfire. Also, how the fuck do I get this off the screen? Or is this just here permanently now? Is this just... This is just a feature that's there forever. Shit. Also, yes, this guy should never host a tournament ever again in his life.
Tournament again, and he's also had a lot of hate thrown his way. He even admitted it, but he also said that it was justified. He understands why it's happening. He screwed up. Look, we all make mistakes in life, all right? And I think what's important is that we learn from them. At least Bazem...
He's never going to learn from these things. This guy's never going to learn from this.
Had the self-awareness required to understood that he made a mistake, and he said so. Good for him. What's really unfortunate, though, is that this self-awareness did not rub on the whole bullying group whatsoever. Everything we saw so far was nothing more than a very bad attempt at damage control. This obviously didn't work at all. If anything, it made things considerably worse. How much worse? Well,
is it gone? Yeah, it's gone. Look at that. It went away by itself. Thank God.
Well, the bullies in question were about to find that out the hard way.
Please, please tell me that... Oh, I need the catharsis after all of this shit. Holy fuck, they deserve the worst. These people who act like this deserve the fucking worst.
Shortly after the Google Doc, Kaplunk would make yet another tweet. Here he'd say to Kingsman, "I'm reaching out to apologize and talk about the way things went down. In this case, I went about it in completely the wrong way. I overstepped. Zaza told me to leave it alone in confidence and dumb impulse decisions." Kingsman...
You know what they're doing now. I get it. I get what's going on now. They're gonna start like, you know, like piranhas in the water. Like one piranha gets injured and the other ones would start ripping them the fuck apart. I can see it. I can see it coming. They're gonna start going into each other. Please tell me that happens. Please tell me they start fucking each other up. Oh man, please, God.
I'm sorry for sending the clips which caused Bazem to kick you from the event. The Google Doc released was one-sided and painted you in an extremely negative light with my bias. I shouldn't have gone out of my way to involve myself in a situation I was not a part of. Zaza, I am sorry for going behind your back to release a Google document despite you warning me not to. This has been a massive wake-up call, and if there's any hate to be directed to me, not Zaza or Kingsman. Shortly after posting this, Kaplunk would go ahead and private his Twitter account.
He ran the fuck away like a pussy.
So this was him essentially hoping that all the hate would be redirected towards him so that his girlfriend could finally live in peace. He made it...
No, that's not how that works, buddy. You see, he's treating... You see, this is another one of those streamer problems, one of those content creator problems, where they don't see, like, people who aren't content creators as people. And so they think everyone else is just a fucking idiot and will just automatically believe them. They know Zaza was directly involved. And you saying otherwise doesn't fix that.
It seemed like he was the one who did this. She was the reasonable one telling him to stop drama farming, but he just wouldn't listen. This of course made the community hate him even more because this guy had essentially admitted...
No, no, it's even worse than that. He's treating viewers and the community like they're fucking idiots. And the second you do that, you're fucked. Because they I swear to God, I don't know what it is about like YouTube streaming, Twitch. Viewers have this innate sense for when you're full of shit. They can tell. unless you're a Rakai viewer. All three of them, and the rest of his bots. But most viewers know when you're being full of shit. They know that he put this out there because Zaza told him to. They know she was directly involved. And there's nothing you can say that's going to change that.
To going behind his girlfriend's back and sending a lot of hate her way. Someone would quote tweet that last tweet that Kaplunk had made and say, Zaza will forever be known as an EOMM agent and it's your fault. In a nutshell, this means that she's always on the losing team. Like she...
Yes, she will. And she deserves it. And that's never going away. He thinks he could just hit the AoE taunt button and get the mob off of Zaza. Yeah. And it's not going to work. This is not how this works. You started shit. Zaza started shit. CC started shit. You're not going to be able to run from this.
She's there to pretty much sabotage you. You reported him and made a doc where you blatantly lied just to make him seem bad. Now you're trying to delete everything to hide it and come out with an apology that we know you don't actually believe in. But here's the deal. People weren't stupid. They were keeping track of these things.
What did I say? What did I... If all the evidence is out there already, there is no fixing this.
The guy was very blatantly lying because as soon as he posted his Google Doc, his girlfriend, Zaza Stack, would repost it. This was of course about to backfire both on him and his girlfriend very harshly later, but in the meantime, Sissy would make yet another statement. This would...
I'm surprised that a post like that regarding gamers gets 500,000 views. It's not getting views from just people who play video games. It's getting views from... It's kind of broken containment at this point, right? Because now it's not about the game. It's about them being gigantic pieces of shit and trying to get away from it. I mean, I don't even play Marvel Rivals. I'm watching this fucking video, for example. I bet that most of the people here, they're here for the drama and they're here to call out a bunch of bullshit artists, right? This could have been any game that this happened in. And more people than the people who play this game would have paid attention to this because they hate fucking rat pieces of shit like this. And yes, Meowmageddon, you're right. These are now rats fleeing the ship. They set it on fire, they tried to blame someone else, and now they're scrambling.
Would get over 17 million views. Here's what you would say. I'm sorry I failed to realize that I need to take proper accountability on here as well. Many of you saw my replies and they were defensive, deflecting, and argumentative. I was busy fighting to defend myself and I've deleted them now because I realized what you guys really wanted from me was a sincere apology. Took you long enough.
Took longer than expected. I guess I have to watch VOD. I guess you'll have to. Go live your life, Mirando. You are the #1 most important person in your life. Go live it. You'll have to watch the VOD. No, what am I saying? I'm supposed to sell out. What the fuck do you mean you need sleep and have a job? Fuck, I can't do it. I can't do it. This drama crossed over to the normie sphere. It absolutely did. This is the same as Hassan shocking his dog, right? Certain things get to a certain size where it's no longer about the incident itself. It's about the behavior that occurred within the incident. It'll break containment, and they deserve this. And you know what's real fucked up about her apology? She still felt the need to try and write a fucking novel in a tweet, as opposed to just apologizing and taking it on the chin. Then again, she doesn't have much of a chin.
As a team captain, I have a responsibility to make accommodations for all my teammates. While advocating for my Widow OTP, I also need to better respect Kingsman's wishes. Once the team environment became disruptive, I needed to de-escalate with a solution for both parties. A simple, hey guys.
Still manipulating the argument. Still twisting everything to try and look like the victim or the good guy.
Guys, let's try this game with Widow, then the next one we can switch things up. Could have worked. Emotions were high, and I failed to notice, which resulted in me snapping at Kingsman. I apologize, as no matter what, raising voice...
Funny thing is, though, she's more sincere than Steven Sheriff. No, she's not. You're confusing sincerity with experience. Cece here is a level 1 kobold in the fucking mines with a candle on her head. Steven Sheriff is fucking Ragnaros. He just has more experience than her.
Voices and instantly shutting down a teammate is not the right thing to do. I also should have reprimanded the comments directed at Kingsman once the scrims were over. I needed to hold everyone accountable. I also apologize for calling Kingsman...
You're not grifting enough. You need to... up your content king levels, bro. You're right. You know what I need to do is I need to pick a side. I need to pick a left-wing grift or a right-wing grift. And I need to just like fucking pick a side and start screeching like an ape about politics that I know nothing about. Take a side in the Israel-Palestine war. Take a side in the Ukraine-Russia war. And tell you what to think. And every single time you disagree with me, instead of letting you say something, I should just ban everyone who disagrees with me so that I can look like I'm always right. Thanks for the advice. I'll keep that in mind. I'll work out a plan eventually.
A loser, and I should not have read that in chat in the first place. It was very disrespectful, as Kingsman was just trying to win. And as a leader, I needed to lead without emotions and a clear view. I said good vibes are important.
If you go left wing, Guild Wars 2 might let you back in. That's not a bad idea, actually. Maybe if I transition, maybe if I chop my cock off live on stream, they'll let me back in. What do you think? I think that might work.
But failed to create that properly. Before Kingsman video went out, I had already reflected, which is why I didn't realize you guys needed to hear it too. I'm sorry my Twitter fingers went first, not this. I tried my best to be ready as a captain, preparing a spreadsheet with various comps and playstyles, but I learned that being a team captain is more than strategies, it's about everyone on the team. They all need to have a say. Wow, what a wonderful apology. If only she posted this first without being defensive, weird, entitled.
But you have to dye the beard. I'm picking up a grift, not trying to have sex with children, Jimby. God damn it. Dyeing the beard is for attracting children that you're trying to fuck. And Minecraft players. Wait, no, that's the same thing, sorry.
Quote tweeting Kaplunk's terrible Google Doc. You know, a whole list of things. But by this point, it was too late. People were not buying this. She was just trying to do this as a PR move. In fact,
of course she was.
She got community noted. Here's what it said. Even after the initial situation calmed down, CC continued to bully Kingsman and speak ill of him across social media.
That's right.
CC has a history of attacking other players and talking trash.
Yeah, that's right. Community notes got you again.
Linking a tweet. In this tweet, we can see some of the TikTok comments that we already saw earlier, as well as messages in her Discord. She'd say, I'm pretty sure he spent all 20 years of his life inside playing video games, which is why he lacks social skills.
She's just attacking him on a personal level here. This piece of shit really thought she was going to get away with it.
Of course, referring to Kingsman. More bullying. Wonderful. As people were raiding her Discord because of how terrible of a person she is, she'd say, yo, Kingsman cocksuckers, screenshot this.
They did.
Y'all think I ain't see the toxicity in the Kingsman Discord? W not spreading hate from the mods and Kingsman community. This only served to make people hate her more.
Good. She deserved it. Another novel. Look at this thing. Another fucking novel. I swear to God, she needs to give up on streaming and start writing books, because holy fuck, that's like 1,000 words a second here. Jesus
Seeing
Christ.
This, she would reply to that apology we just saw and say, I'm sorry I was going off the video and forgot to explicitly call this out. Earlier today, I woke up to 1,000 plus notifications from the day before, and people had joined my server from Kingsman. I was having a panic attack, and I just started experiencing them. So on my freakout, I said Kingsman lacked social skills because he spends his time playing video games inside. I was angry and ended up lashing out at him instead of his community. I deeply regret it, and I apologize for flinging another insult out. This shows I have terrible character,
Jesus
but I will
Christ.
be working on watching the words I say and getting help with my panic attacks.
Oh, now it's panic attacks. Oh, she has panic attacks. Oh, no. Oh, that just came out of fucking nowhere. Again, the victim line.
Heart emoji.
Jeez.
The community note would come in and say, she doesn't actually feel bad. This is a PR.
The fucking community notes just coming in. Okay, so people don't understand a lot of the time how community notes work, right? But this is fucking fantastic, because community notes work on a rating system, right? So if someone makes a community note, other people have to verify that this is a valid community note. And I think you need something like at least bare minimum 50 other people who are part of community notes to like make the community note actually pop up. That means that even the community notes people were like, fuck this rat. Even they were against her. That's fucking impressive that you've pissed off everyone involved in this, including the people who are meant to be like objective about shit. Oh my god, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. The irony is that even if you ignore the insults, spending 20 years inside playing video games will make you fucking good at video games. Listen to the guy. It will. Look, Look, we live in 2026, okay? No one's affording a home. Bread is more expensive than gold nuggets right now. The one way out might be to train your child up to be the next Fortnite pro so that they can get a victory royale on the world stage and drag your entire family out of poverty.
Armu linking the same tweet we just looked at. Someone would quote tweet this reply and say, "She ulted," heartbreak emoji. That's it, man. She ulted. She pulled out her biggest move. I was having panic attacks. You know what's really funny? During the draft stream, Kingsman was specifically told that Cece would make a good team captain because she has military experience.
I'm not gonna explain this. You can look this up. If you know what a barracks bunny is, you know why she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about.
This leads her to be able to handle high pressure. And there she is having a panic attack because she's being raided due to consequences of her own actions. What kind of military are we talking about here? GTA RP? Like, come on, who are you kidding? Anyway, while the high-tech military commando known as Cece was being absolutely dogpiled, Zaza was still fighting her own battle. By this point, she still hadn't made a single statement. This is when people would choose to go to her older tweets to call her out, with this person saying, "You realize you can't hide, right? You fucked up big time, homegirl." To which again, she would give the same narrative. "I'm aware and I'm not trying to hide, but people gotta chill. I had absolutely zero input into the decision of him."
Yeah, sure you didn't with all those fucking messages, you fucking rat. What a fucking liar.
Being kicked. The power was out of my hands there, and people still think it was my fault.
Again, dodging responsibility. You know, you could tell that this didn't go well from a PR perspective, which is all these people care about because there's more of these than there are of these. Man, this is beautiful. This is like watching the Mona Lisa being painted by Leonardo da Vinci. Barracks Bunny, that's new to me. Look it up.
People would call out her performance and how much she sucked, and then she would say, "So now you're just hating because you don't want to recognize that I have informed you with the truth and you want any reason to still hate." Wow. She was still going as hard as possible with the narrative that she had no idea she was just someone in the middle of a crossfire that she's not involved in. Eventually though, around 8 hours...
Another novel. What is it with these people in writing fucking novels? That's not a tweet. That's like the fucking precursor to my life story. Jesus Christ.
Hours after Cece would make her apology tweet in which she finally uttered the word sorry, Zaza Stack would come out with her own statement, saying, "Sorry it has taken me a while to write out a response to the Kingsman drama. I am the Widow player involved and wanted to take some time to collect my thoughts and reflect on the things that took place." Just to preface this post contains clarity and accountability. To start things off, I believe there are a lot of people who have blown this way out of proportion when it could have just been solved with a simple conversation.
This is giving me flashbacks of my ex. I remember. I remember once I caught my ex out in a lie, right? Wasn't a big lie. It was just some bullshit, and I was trying to like have fun with it. I was like, I got you. That led to a 7-hour conversation. That conversation was a lecture about how I don't respect her. That's what this feels like.
Instead of escalating things, that is on everyone involved. I'm taking accountability for not swapping off of Widow when I should have. The games that we're playing in Kingsman's YouTube video were practice scrim games and not the actual tournament games, so I was hoping I would have a proper chance to show off my Widow gameplay. My choice to stay on Widow was never because of ego or wanting to throw, and the whole way...
Yes, it was. Please tell me there's a community note that says it was because of ego.
Through the tournament, I continued to tell Kingsman that I still wanted to try and wanted to help him win. The reason I initially said no to his suggestions was because they were out of my hero pool and I had no playtime on them. Kingsman was made aware of my hero pool from day one, and when he asked for Phoenix instead, I was too focused on processing the pressure that I was feeling from him constantly pushing me to swap.
Again, zero accountability. Dodge, dip, duck, and dive, but never say, you know what, guys, I fucked up.
Hindsight, I should have just swapped to Phoenix or Gila so we could have practiced that too. As for when Kingsman said that he could switch to Bucky or Mantis and try that idea was never attempted because I said that his magic gameplay was really good and I thought that his magic was working. Of course it was going to work. He's rank 1 magic in the world.
Oh my god! Oh my god! What the fuck was that? What? No.
Really good, and I thought that his magic was working. Of course.
Jesus Christ, bitch! At this point, just make a fucking video. What the oh my god! Read it word for word, fuck no! What the fuck?
Jimby composed a song for you. R&B type slow jam about being semi-retarded and not taking accountability.
I mess up so often, it feels like a trend. Always running circles, back at it again.
How the...
I try to explain.
I didn't even know there was a feature. What the fuck?
It's never my fault, just how I've begun. Oh, maybe it's
no, that
just
singer
the
sounds...
way I am.
You fucked up, Jimby. That singer sounds too good.
Holding out my hands.
It's got verses?
You say I'm always slipping, but I just let it slide.
That's impressive. I didn't even know Tangia could do that.
Laugh it off, I hide. Some days
Christ.
I wonder, other days I forget. But when you call me out, I play innocent. Maybe I could try, but it seems
It's
too
not bad.
hard. Keep losing
That's the worst part, is the singing is not bad. It's too high quality.
I want to change, but
The AI did a better job than any of their defenses, Jesus Christ.
Passing blame along. I mess up so often, it feels like a trend. Always running circles, back at it again. I try to explain, but I trip on my tongue. It's never my fault, just how I've begun. Oh, maybe it's just the way I am.
What the fuck? Pirate software. That was too good. That was too good. Well played. Jesus, Jimmy, I didn't even know that was a thing. Just wanted to test it. This is going on longer than I thought it would. Yeah, that was a fucking long one. God damn. While we're on song suggestions, how do you select intro outro songs? Do you just pull them up on YouTube or play them as MP3s on your PC? No, Green Sky was what I do is I'm autistic as fuck. So what I do is I go to Suno, I type out the lyrics in a text document. I take the text document with the lyrics, I put them into Suno. I then choose the style of the song and shit, and then I get it to generate a song. So I'm using AI slop, that's how. And then I just play it off of Suno. Though I am keeping an archive that I want to put up later. Currently, I don't want to put any of those songs up on YouTube as like an independent playlist because there's a new wave of content copyright rats out there that are like trying to take AI music, like copyright them, and then file counterclaims on the person who originally posted it. So as soon as I can figure out how to make sure that doesn't happen, then sure. Can you use Suno for free? Yes. As far as I'm aware, yes.
It was going to work. He's rank 1 magic in the world. Black Widow.
That, or I don't know how the fuck I'm using it.
Is competitively my best hero. And when I was invited and signed up for the tournament, initially there was no prize pool and it was labeled as a creator tournament. The $40,000 prize pool came as a surprise later on and was split between everyone who played in the tournament in teams from 1st to 8th place, with 1st place getting $3,000 each for winning, so everyone ended up getting paid. I think a lot of people have been getting my voice mixed up with the other girls' voices and have been struggling to tell us apart, which has led to way more unwarranted hate than there has to be. She'd then say, I was never once rude to Kingsman in the VODs even when asked to talk my shit.
Yes, you were.
I will take accountability for getting stern after
Jesus
a while
Christ.
of being asked the same question over and over, and do apologize for that, as I definitely could have had more patience. However, I still don't believe that I insulted him in any way. If Kingsman is at all offended by any of my actions, then I am deeply sorry to him. On the topic of the drama, I would also like to address my boyfriend's, Kaplunks.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? That's only part 1. Oh god. Someone get this bitch a job at Disney writing Marvel movies. She's about the same level of quality.
Input into the situation. With Cap and I living in the same house, I know how easy it is to believe that we worked together on sending through clips or the creation of the document.
Because you did.
I can confirm that we did not work together on any of that at all. There had been comments and concerns from Kingsman since the draft day about my Widow pick potential. On day 1 of Scrims, I had told Cap to not send through any clips of Kingsman downing my Widow or muting up to speak to his stream as the day 1 games went well. I warned Cap that I could handle—
Sorry about your job. I have some— Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Lou. I want to say this now. Regardless of whatever the fuck is happening to be, if you are not in a financially stable place, do not waste your money. Right? You are more important than me. Do not waste your money. It doesn't matter what my fucking situation is. Okay? Don't do that. Don't put yourself in trouble. But thank you. I do appreciate it. I'm going to actually have to do taxes now. Fuck.
Handle the situation of doubt by conversing, and that if Kingsman were to end up getting kicked from the tournament, it would bring flame on all of us. Wow, does she have a crystal ball? That's highly mature from someone like her, huh?
Yeah, no, that's bullshit.
Day 2 of Scrims, Kaplunk had sent through clips to tournament administration without me knowing, in a moment of feeling overprotective for me, so that they were aware of Kingsman being pushy towards my choice to play Widow. The clips were passed on to the tournament host, Basim ZB, and a rushed, overconfident decision was made to kick Kingsman from the tournament. Basim ZB has since taken accountability for his rushed decision and lack of research on his recent Twitch streams. You know, I love working on this video so far because I don't even have to say anything about this statement. Community notes are present on every—
Again, the community notes coming in with the win.
Made by the girls here. And they say everything that needs to be said. Here's what this one said in particular.
Holy shit. Community notes are like the fucking Michael Jordan of this shit. Just coming in with the wins, the dunks left and right.
Zaza Stack states that she never knew or helped write the Google Doc. However, she'd retweeted several tweets containing the doc as an attempt to defend herself. Actually, you know what? This community note could have been written a bit better. Not only did she retweet the document multiple times, she was also fully aware it was being written because, well, she admitted it live on her stream. Watch it for yourself.
Cece, did you see the document Cap was putting together about it all? Rage bait for more views? I'm not a rage baiter, bro. I'm not a rage baiter. He tweeted it? Yeah.
I've got to do this. I've just got to do this. I just noticed her headphones. Give me a sec. This is very important. This is fundamental to the story. Give me a sec. This is super, super, super fucking important. Where's this fucking thing?
If anyone here...
How dare you stand...
There it is.
How dare you stand where he stood?
How dare you? How dare you stand where he stood? With those fucking headphones? How dare you?
Yeah, he's
disgusting.
He's being very like straightforward about everything and putting all the evidence in there too. He's actually Cap has a lot of.
No, not White Snape. I wonder if they're going to be able to retcon the next, like the next generation into believing that Snape was always black, and then one day they're going to read the books and they're just going to see like black and greasy, and for some reason they're just going to be like, oh my god, J.K. Rowling's more of a racist than I remember.
Experience writing good documents like that, so W Cap.
Yo, Cece, did you see the Google Doc that my boyfriend's putting together? It's also really funny to me how she's gloating. Oh yeah, dude, he knows how to write these documents, man.
Will you go full streamer mode? Carol, the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to be throwing my full weight behind everything I do when it comes to streaming, when it comes to making videos, until I get another job. Throwing out the applications, who knows what the fuck happens. I'm going to do my best.
Really? Did we both read the same thing? Incoherent structure, clips that don't make sense, grammatical errors that a toddler could have avoided? Really? But guys, I swear I didn't want my boyfriend to publish this because I knew that this was going to cause me drama. I could just foresee the future.
Your full weight, that's heavy stuff. I know. Enough to break a few steps on the way down them.
How much of a clown can you be in one incident? How much, dude? Her statement wouldn't seem...
Another one. Fuck me. I'm about to develop epilepsy from how many fucking words are on the screen all the time.
Simply just end here, though. She then continues, saying,
Jesus.
As for the Google document that Kaplunk had released, all the information within that was 100% factual and drawn from the VODs. However, it didn't shed any light from Kingsman's side of the story, which I believe was needed too. About 4 hours before the tournament started, I was downstairs crying from some of the misinformation and hate that was being spread after Kingsman had posted his YouTube video. Even though he had told people not to hate on others...
That if they were going for Black Snape, it should have been Samuel L. Jackson. No, wrong. Completely wrong. It should have been Cat Williams.
The start of the...
Can you imagine Cat Williams playing Snape, but in the character of a pimp named Slickback?
Video, seeing how upset I was, sparked Cap to put together the Google document that he posted.
But you don't have any high tier stuff on Tangia other than the AI song. I didn't even know the fucking AI song thing existed, Daryl. I've kept the Tangia shit to as low as possible because I was trying to find a way to make it free for people on YouTube. I have no idea how this works. Holy shit, that's $30 fucking dollars. Daryl, thank you very much. You better be an oil prince. That's a lot of fucking money, dude. Jesus Christ. Control yourself. Next time, make it 300. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
She then continues saying he had told me that he forgot to finish doing something on his PC and then went upstairs to his setup. I went to bed as I needed sleep before the tournament as it was early morning.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Daryl. I swear to God, don't do it. That's financially irresponsible. Don't do it.
Was in Australia. After a while, I messaged him saying, I don't know what you are doing on your PC, but I have a gut feeling you are writing a post or a document and I think you should leave it and come sleep. I ended up falling asleep and he ended up staying up writing the Google document so that he could post it.
You know what this reads like? This reads like Amber Heard's My Dog Stepped on a Bee.
Before the tournament started in attempts to clarify things from my side. The clip titled, Zaza was all for the document according to this clip on my Twitch was after the document had been posted and I had already read through it. It was completely Kaplunk's decision alone to post the document in the first place. Yes, Kaplunk might be my boyfriend, but that does not mean I
Oh my God, fuck, that wasn't the end.
Have control over his actions. Just like everyone else involved, he is still his own individual person and he has since written a public apology to take accountability on his profile here on Twitter. I never intended to offend Kingsman or throw away an important tournament to him as I still wanted to help him win. But if he is at all offended by any of my actions, then I again apologize deeply and hope that we can all move on from this. Again, This would be community noted. The community notes did not let her post a single thing without correcting her, by the way. It would say, OP did not intend on winning or helping Kingsman as she repeatedly continued to play Widow on high ping while berating Kingsman for being asked to switch. She was also on stream viewing the document with her boyfriend and approved it, linking the clip that we just watched. She would then finally...
You know what's kind of going under the radar here? In the beginning of this video, didn't Kingsman say that he would be willing to switch as well? That part seems to have been lost, but I'm pretty sure in the beginning of this video, Kingsman said he would be willing to switch to make this work. Jesus Christ.
Say. Also, just to leave a note here, I've limited the comments because people commenting were already trying to be misogynistic or racist as soon as I posted this. Again, a community note would come in and say, Zaza, Stack, and the others associated with the mistreatment of Kingsman have often limited comments whenever it is obvious the majority will give criticism, not due to racism or sexism. Zaza has already shown to be untrustworthy due to her admitted approval of the document by couple.
That's right. Community notes coming in with the win again.
What?
Jesus
God,
Christ.
He's just wiping the floor with them. Someone would ratio the hell out of her before the comments would be limited, saying, said a whole lot of nothing. After most likely many years of this bullying behavior, these people were finally getting what they deserved. It was very satisfying, and the entire community was very happy to see this. However, by now, many people, including myself, thought that, okay, fine, things will finally die down now. They posted their final statements, they said what they had to say.
Okay, great. Entire thing's over. It's done. Why is there still 20 minutes of the video? What? I thought this would be the end. No, it gets worse.
It can't possibly get any worse, right? Well, we were all proven wrong when Kingsman would make an entire brand new Twitter account just so that he can post new information he acquired. This would somehow, even after everything we've just seen, make everyone look considerably worse.
Oh no. They deserve this so much. They deserve to lose everything for this.
On January 21st, barely a few hours after Zaza had posted her long statement, Kingsman would create a Twitter account and tweet, "Hey everyone, I originally wasn't planning on posting this, but the first screenshot kind of messed with my vibes a bit, so here it is." Posting his own Google document. The document would be barely...
And I bet this one is going to be full of evidence and screenshots and not a bunch of fucking words and not a goddamn novel.
Barely a couple pages long.
And there it is. I didn't even look at the screen. There it is. This man's coming with the fucking receipts.
It would be very screenshot heavy. He'd start off by saying, originally I wasn't planning to post anything else on this, but I saw this. He'd come across a screenshot between Kaplunk and what seems to be the crew member he was talking to. This would be the continuation of the DMs he was having with the crew member, where he said it's between matches and rounds it flares up again. The crew
Were there more women on the other teams, or were the witches gathered just there? I don't know. I have no fucking clue. But these fucking nutbags were all in the same places bullying the professional player who was going to carry them. You know what this makes me think? Okay, this is tinfoil hat conspiracy here, right? Do you know why I think they put him on this team? Do you know why I think that the pro player got put on Zaza's team? I think the guy who organized this specifically took the rank 1 number 1 world player and put him on this team because he knew he would have the capability to carry these dog shit players through to the win. That's my conspiracy theory. The original plan, each team had a pro. Okay, each team has a pro. Fine. But they take the rank 1 world best player and put them with these pieces of shit. Complete tinfoil hat conspiracy, Moonstone. Complete conspiracy theory here by me. Probably talking out my ass. But I think they knew he was the best and that he would be able to carry. Because there can be an ocean of difference between pro player who's rank 1 and pro player who's rank 5.
Member would say,
if I remember, it was RNG. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, so it was just RNG. That's kind of a relief. I'm glad you correct me on that.
Go on an alt, clip anonymously, download the clip. If there's anything that can help us get him kicked off the team, don't worry, plenty of people in line just as good. Kingsman, like everybody else, is replaceable.
It turns out he wasn't. Wait, really sorry about the job thing. Was waiting to send this during the ESO part, but I may actually fall asleep while she's writing that book. Dude, this is... Victor, thank you very much. I don't even know what 100 Ron are. I don't know why you're sending me 100 Ronald Weasleys, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Don't waste your money though if you can't. Like the stream's always going to be free, whether I'm unemployed or not. The stream's always free. The VOD's always there. Fuck me, dude. How are these people like that? A guy sending money from Hogwarts. I don't even know what Ron is. I couldn't dox you if I tried. About $25. That okay, Victor. That doesn't matter. That might be a lot of money in a different country, right? So like, even if it is, don't be financially irresponsible. Take care of yourself first. But holy fucking, oh my god. Kingsman's replaceable. No, he's fucking not.
Playing for the money, ... Get the...
Ron is vampire currency. Romania. Okay, it's fine then if he donates because he probably stole it.
Out. There's no bans. To which Kaplunk would say, yeah, I'll go through it. This is when Kingsman would say, and this is just blind speculation, but the fact that you referred to it as helping us...
That's impressive though. 100 Ron, that's 100 crowbars he could have bought to break into people's houses. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Victor.
Getting kicked off means that multiple people were trying to do that on my team. Kaplunk is Zaza's boyfriend, and I'm assuming this message is with one of the team members. And I'm 99% sure it's Cece. So this was Kingsman pretty much saying that this wasn't with a crew member on the production team for this tournament. This was actually Kaplunk talking to Cece. This is his speculation. Of course, insinuating that...
Wait, did the ANET hags hit your work? No, it's got nothing to do with that. My company and the business I was working for is shutting down. It's nothing like drama specific. Basically, I was meant to stream on Saturday, and instead I hopped in a call, and we had like an emergency meeting where we were trying to find every single way possible to make sure that the business was going to keep being financially like viable and shit, and it just wasn't. Which depressed the fuck out of me because I loved my job.
That Kaplunk was lying in his document when he said that this was a crew member. And honestly, after everything that's happened so far, I don't think it would be a crazy revelation. He'd then continue and say, either way, my vibes were off. So here's the DMs between me and her after I got kicked and posted the video.
His vibes were off. His vibes were off, yeah. I get accused of this all the time, so I understand that his vibes were off. Best thing about the stream, everyone gets offended in equal measure. Absolutely. I've said it before. I'll say it again. This is a stream of diversity and inclusion. We all get shit equally. That's just how it works. There's no one here who's above someone else. Except the Jews. If the Jews want to invite me to the Great Synagogue and give me a $500 million, yeah, sure, that's fine. But fuck me. I understand this more than most people do. I know what I look like. I look like an angry, divorced bowling ball. I have resting bitch face. I've nearly had the cops called on me when I was in the park with my daughter because they thought I was trying to kidnap a kid. And my kid is fucking beautiful. My kid is so fucking pretty. Like, unreasonably so. She got like all of her mom's genetics, thank God. So, you know, dad, daughter day, I'm out in the park. It's just me and my kid. Everyone thinks I'm trying to kidnap this poor fucking kid. It's happened more than once. I know what I look like. And I've heard the words where some woman was like, no, I called the security on you because I just felt your vibes were off. Funnily enough, same day, a lesbian couple was in that park and they saw my kid running around wearing pink clothes. One of them storms up to me angrily and is like, do you force your kid to wear pink? What the fuck are we talking about here? That blindsided me so hard. I was like, what the fuck does this fucking rug muncher want with me? What the hell? And no, I don't force my kid to wear anything. They pick out their own clothes. She's smart enough that she knows what color she likes and she just picks.
Right before the tournament started. These messages would start off with Cece messaging Kingsman in Discord DMs saying, bro, please do something, these fucking
Your daughter can only wear pink if she's trans. No, then she'd have to wear the flag. Yeah, with the rainbow flag thing.
NPCs in my Discord server. TikTok chat.
Yeah, oh fuck, you reminded me of something so fucking stupid that my kid did. You just reminded me of this, right? So I take my kid shopping. Right, and there's a bunch of clothes, and unfortunately we had to go into one of the fancier areas where everyone's in a gated community, because my wife's like, we're not putting the fucking kid in a Roman potato sack like they're a fucking slave, so you're gonna go get some goddamn proper clothes. My kid had just learned about rainbows, right? And she loves rainbows. She loves the colors in rainbows. Whenever she sees anything that's red, she'll go, look, a rainbow! There was a shirt for kids, and this kind of grossed me out because I don't know why you'd push this shit on kids, but there was a pair of clothes for kids with the LGBTQ flag on it. Kid walks up to it, points at the shirt, looks at me, and she says, rainbow broken. She was like, how come it's not an arc? This rainbow is broken. I had to contain my fucking laughter. She just points at the LGBT flag and she's like, rainbow broken.
Instagram, comment.
It was beautiful. I couldn't have been more proud of her. And all the workers in that store, every single one of them was like, that's right. Rainbow broken. I don't want to be here either, kid.
Streams. To which Kingsman would say, I told him not to harass anyone like 40 times in my vid. If you have like Twitch names, I can ban them. To which he would say, holy fuck, they think I'm responsible for banning you when all I said was, okay, I agree, Basim. He was gonna boot you anyways no matter what I did. I wish you asked for clarification before you posted this godforsaken video. Instead, I'm here fighting panic attacks and mass banning people.
Wait, watch it. No longer LGBTQ. It has a lot has been added. I know there's the HD TV and the LG and the HQ. I know that thing's being stretched out to fucking infinity. At some point, you're going to see an S in there. And when the straight people get in, things are going to change.
People on X different platforms, make another post or delete the video if you really care. 20 minutes with...
If you really want to fuck with them, though, right, with the LGBT flag, you got to look at him and you got to say, but where's the brown stripe? Why is there not a brown stripe in this? Do you hate black people? Do you hate brown people? What's wrong with you guys? Why are you so non-inclusive?
Pass, and she would send another message saying, hello, do you have any response? Just like you want $40,000, I want some peace of mind for the next time I go live, crying emoji. God, even in these DMs, she sounds so vile. Kingsman would then say,
like, none of this is surprising to me at this point.
I'm not deleting the video.
Wait, there is a brown stripe in the new flag. No, I'm not talking about when the guy from Alabama wipes his ass with the flag. I'm talking about, like, actually putting it on the flag.
Legit just a VOD. But I've already told my viewers like a trillion times not to harass anyone, and I'll keep saying that at the start of my streams and banning whoever I see. This is when she'd say, why not? You took my clip out of context before even asking me for clarification. You can re-upload the VOD again, no? To which he would say, the VOD is staying up, dude. I'm not taking it down. Nothing is out of context. It's just the 16th and then the draft from a viewer's perspective.
He's right. Fuck these people. Kingsman needs to go scorched earth. Fuck all these people.
This is when she'd say, you insinuated I was the one who got you banned, question mark?
The latest acronym is MMIGW2SLGBTQQI. That just sounds like a fucking magic spell for trying to summon a dragon. Jesus, fuck me. I can't even speak anymore after that.
Put a screenshot of a random Discord message from someone else saying I was sus for going into a one-on-one call with Basim.
God damn.
He'd reply with, you said in the same video, I have a boss call with Basim. In the same vid you say, I greenlit it. I'm not here to argue, so... To which she would say, oh, sorry. Are you uncomfortable that I'm...
Look, she's crashing out now. She's crashing out. She got caught in her lie. And instead of being like, oh shit, you're right, she's going to crash the fuck out.
Taking no for an answer? Oh my...
See, now that she's trying to paint him as a rapist.
God. The same way you didn't take no for an answer for an hour, or the fact that the only thing you said to the team was about money. Like, seriously, bro. Why the fuck would I want to kick you if I insisted you stay after you said you want to go play ranked? Thanks for throwing me under the fucking bus and into unlimited harassment for X amount of weeks, if not months. Get your fucking clicks now, all because your own actions got you banned and you can't accept that. Usually I'd be mature, but I don't owe you that if you can't even see how you're in the wrong. You are an asshole for harassing Zaza for a whole hour and making her upset even after we said to drop, and now I'm getting that.
He didn't harass you, he made a comment. He spoke to you and he was very respectful, so that's a fucking lie. That's just gaslighting.
Harassment tenfold. Kingsman would then say, sorry to hear that. To which CC would say, stop lying, you're not sorry. He'd say, I mean, you also just got banned.
Hold on. It stands for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women. No, okay. On first glance, that doesn't make sense because how can those people be a part of that group if they're murdered or missing? But if you think about it, Californian women just fucking love speaking on everyone else's behalf, so that makes sense. Girls, Two-Spirit. What the fuck is Two-Spirit? Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual plus. You know, horseshoe theory, eventually they're going to hit so many acronyms, they're just going to have to refer to everyone as people.
And from Twitch the same day for your actions, which is a totally separate matter. She'd say, for what actions? LMAO, I said something in chat to my friend. That's something being KYS, by the way. To which Kingman would say, okay. She'd say, it's completely unrelated. He'd say, I'm done talking. Good luck on the tournament. And she'd end this with, you know, I hard defended you when Entei drama farmed. I got
No, you didn't.
Into major drama and creator Discord with a bunch of people just dogging on me for being upset.
No, those are just words. Those are lies. Where's the evidence? I don't fucking... Yeah, this message here. This message here is what Kingsman should have sent in the beginning of this conversation and said nothing else. Because this is just a waste of his fucking time. This is insane people shit. Fuck me. God damn.
That Entei went behind my back to talk bad about you, and look. I had creators tell me how you're a crash out and that it's not good I got you on my team and I still defended you. I ain't ever met such a narcissist like you.
There we go. There's the psychological degree. She did Psych 101 for a month. She found a word and now she's sticking with it. Now he's a narcissist. This is crazy bitch speak. I can tell.
Wow. Incredible. And if you guys don't remember, Entei was that one Marvel Rivals TikTok drama creator that we talked about earlier. Kingsman would then say in the document, she then removed me from the Discord server with Rivals creators all over TikTok where we chat. And apparently she was the owner, LMAO. Also on a side note, why am I getting messages like this, LMAO? This would be a message from clearly someone who is extremely mentally ill, pretty much saying that he's very angry at Kingsman for clarifying that he's not a misogynist at the end of his video. Going as far as saying, you're a fucking disgrace for any self-respecting human and I...
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Right. That makes sense. That message makes sense from some random fucking crazy person. I made a joke in one of my Guild Wars 2 videos about women being property, and I didn't want to play a human because the Centaur keep kidnapping the humans, and I'm just not up for people stealing my property like that. I got called a rapist in emails. This makes sense. This is just normal internet behavior.
I hope life R-words you by the very women you claim not to hate. Unless, of course, you change your ways. Anyway, this Google Doc served to show us that Cece was truly, I mean, if you weren't convinced yet, a terrible, vile person. Not once did she apologize to him in private. Not even...
Wait, Two-Spirit is for people that have another voice in their head. Schizophrenics? But they said it's from Native American culture. What, like the dead Native Americans are like speaking through them? Like it's some kind of mythology shit? Or is this just another form of mental illness?
Even once. She made herself out to be some saint who was always on his side and that she never did anything wrong. When Kingsman refused to go with her pity farming, she would really crash out on him. This is actually a real definition of crashing out, not what...
Yeah, no, she did crash the fuck out.
Kingsman did during the scrims. Kingsman would reply to this post saying, also, I'm so glad CC also turned the Marvel Rivals creator Discord from a server I used to know and talk with people into a CC Glaze server with my old friends. We see a content creator saying that she was furious with Kaplunk because he hurt so many careers. We'd see someone else saying, I gained 600 followers after making a video showing CC as the Antichrist. More importantly though, we'd see a content creator by the name of Ashlyn tagging both CC and Zaza Stack and saying,
do you know why she's talking about how many followers she gained? Because the only thing that matters to her is attention.
Don't let these people try and bully you off the internet. I know it's annoying, but use it as an opportunity to gain favor from people who support you. The parasocials will forget about it in a few days when they move on to the next thing. Basically, it's free ad revenue. To which Cece would reply with, I just put 12 ads on my YouTube video. Yes, the one that got mass disliked. This again didn't help her.
Well, at least she's farming it. At least she's going to get some paycheck out of it because it might be the last one she gets.
At all. CC would reply to Kingsman's tweet like in less than half an hour and say, I made a quote tweet. These DMs say the timestamp is today, but it was immediately after I uploaded my video and saw all those hate comments for the first time saying I was the ringleader who got you kicked, when I am not. I'll take the screenshots insulting you to the chin, but it is
3 hours and 30 minutes we spent on this, and we're going to finish it. You know, I don't say this often, but these people are so painful to see their responses that I'm starting to understand what American black people went through with slavery. Because you just keep on wondering, when's it going to be over?
Is not proof of me talking with Kaplunk. This is when she would be hit with...
Will your streaming hours be different? They will be more frequent. Still trying to figure out a timeline on everything.
One of the most ruthless community notes I've ever seen, with 9 different links of proof, which we already saw, saying CC was the team captain. She had every opportunity to not only stop her teammates from bullying and harassing Kingsman during and even after the tournament, but also not do so herself. Kingsman would reply, ratioing the hell out of her, saying, that's pretty epic. Also, showing the screenshot of her...
He's just posting screenshots. He's just... oh, it's fucking beautiful.
Saying KYS to I am Jabu. This is what got her banned for a day off Twitch.
Only a day? Get on my level. Get permed.
Here's another screenshot of I am Jabu on Discord. Someone asked him, you are her friend, ? To which he said, I don't know her, bro. Crying emoji. So the whole excuse of her being his friend and saying KYS playfully was out the window too.
Yep.
She would reply to this again, saying, Jambu and I spoke after. Him and I are chill. In the screenshot, Kaplunk has to explain when the team is arguing to this mystery person. I wouldn't need that explained to me if I was the mystery person. Heartbreak emoji. I truly mean every apology. She gets community noted. She did not truly mean every apology.
Fucking coming in with another dunk. Community notes is doing fucking work here. Jesus Christ.
Linking her own DMs that he had leaked in his Google Doc. I mean, at this point, bro, stop. Like, she's already dead.
No, don't stop. Take it down. She fucking deserves this.
Over. But it was also up to her to stop, to finally get off the internet. But she didn't. She would also quote tweet the post that Kingsman made saying, I am in the middle of class as I see this, but I want to be clear, those DMs with Kaplunk is not with me. I would not know of any substitute list. Yes, I know I flamed Kingsman, but I have been trying to apologize since that night. Proof below, I sent it to my friend at first and then had someone else confirm. I really don't want to be instantly framed for something I didn't do again. I have 0 DMs with Kaplunk.
If I could have any suggestion to stream schedule, it would be great if they started a bit earlier. They probably will, Carol. They probably will. I've got to reorganize my entire fucking schedule around what my new unemployment life will be until I get a new job. So yeah, it's probably going to start earlier.
I already apologized for my behavior insulting Kingsman. I just want to move on, please. She'd link a bunch of screenshots, and in them we can see her messaging someone, explaining to them the situation, how she had a panic attack and everything, and how she wanted to reach Kingsman after their very terrible conversation they had in DM. But since she doesn't share the same servers with him, since, you know, she kicked him out of the creator server, she wanted this person to act as the middleman, to send him this screenshot, where she says that she's ashamed of how she reacted. She doesn't want this to be his last impression of her, that she wanted to apologize. But by this point, no one was having it anymore.
Yeah,
this
no, they're
post
done.
sat at 7 million views, and all the...
They're done. The tide turned against them, and they thought they could PR their way out of this. That's not how that works.
Comments are again cooking her. But hey, would you look at that? She still didn't stop tweeting. She still kept digging herself a hole. She would quote tweet that.
This is just like pirate software. I think these people, like, these things are a different species of human being from the rest of humanity.
The post we just saw and say, emotions are high and I've learned when to step away. No, you didn't. If a response ends up necessary, I'll make one. Please react how you see fit to me being an ass. I know I deserve the same treatment I dish out. I'm not the person in the screenshot with Kaplunk. I was not the one who reported Kingsman. My apology the day before includes all my behavior. I have not been online since, and I've been holding myself accountable. I will continue to do so. I forgot to show you another screenshot that she included.
Sorry, I'm allergic to bullshit.
In that initial post where she has 0 DMs with Kaplunk. Again, though, the comments are still cooking the absolute hell out of her. This was not helping anyone except, well, all her haters.
No, it was helping everyone who wanted to farm some drama. This shit's hilarious.
But at this point, CC was absolutely cooked to shreds. Zaza was too. And some people realized, wait a second, there's one person that deserves a lot of criticism too that isn't getting any, and that's Luciaza. Luciaza would go live on sub-only mode, that way she can farm as much money as she can out of this, with the title, I need this, I'm kinda homeless, still not taking the situation seriously at all. She'd argue that she wasn't a bad friend to Kingsman, even though she didn't take...
You were a rat fuck piece of shit. That's what you were. You didn't stick up for your friend. You didn't defend him. You just let this shit happen.
His side and was arguing against him by showing us DMs between them. She'd send him a message saying, Kingsman, are you doing all right? He'd say, no, I'm not. She'd say, dude, why didn't you stop? I tried to tell you to shush. He'd say, I did nothing wrong, Lucy. I'm going to make a video about it.
Yeah, just shut the fuck up and let them have their way with you. Never take advice from a woman. Or at least not these women. If they're online, don't take advice from them. Regular ass woman, you're fine. These ones, different species.
She'd say, okay, that's fine, but I don't think it's fair to say you did nothing wrong. You were on Zaza for a while and you could hear it in her voice she was getting upset. He'd say, no, don't worry, I'm actually going to explain everything. To which she would say, well, all right. I'm sorry about you getting kicked. I was excited to be on the same team as you. To which she would say, yeah, same. Bro, I rewatched and you rage baited me so hard. What an incredible friend, man. She'd also have some incredible clips from the stream that truly show us just how many brain cells she lacks in that head of hers. Watch.
To why I did what I did and why I said what I said. I did do it at wrong times, I do admit. But in regards to me telling him to shut the fuck up, that is the only thing I think I am 100% justified in because...
No, you're not. Not at all. But do you see, this one's no different than the other two. It's just this one wasn't in the crossfire primarily.
Because Zaza said, you're making me feel like shit. When somebody on your team is like saying that, I'm immediately just put off. And yeah, I don't know. That's the only time I'm only gonna like defend that specific moment. Thank you, the plug for the Prime X to.
Yeah, you know, I told him to shut up because he was making some valid points. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub, man. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. But it gets worse. Here would be her excuse.
Yeah, I don't think you can really like be mad at her for the Prime sub thing because, well, fuck it. You gotta say thank you. At least she said thank you. It's like thanking the bus driver.
For comparing Kingsman to Israel. Look at this. Just listen to this and try not to cringe physically.
No, I guess it was just like in bad taste. But at the end of the day, you're like, guys, I am a Lebanese Arab, like...
Now, I have never heard someone start off an argument talking about their race unless they're about to talk about how much of a fucking victim they are. Not once. The only time I've heard someone bring up like their race and shit like that, and it's not about how much of a victim they are, it's because they're about to make the funniest fucking racial joke you've ever heard in your goddamn life. And I don't think she's capable of that.
I have 100% donated more. I even had, what do you call it? Not that this is an excuse, but I'm saying I have definitely donated more than all of you guys combined to Palestinians. I literally have family.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
There. I don't know really what... yeah. Anyways, regardless, let me see if there's anything else.
Bro.
What the So when I had a job, I was donating a percentage of that to the fucking SPCA because I care about animals. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? What kind of... Huh? What bear... What? Is this still the same video or did... No, oh Jesus Christ, there's still another 10 minutes. I don't fucking know.
Who asked? Like genuinely, who cares? What the hell are we talking about here? And if you thought that wasn't bad enough, I mean, guys, it only gets worse from here. Look at what she said about Basim for actually admitting that he was wrong. Look at this.
That one wasn't even like really. Bro, Basim is the biggest like loser of all time. And also a lot of creators are scared to like talk shit about him.
Yeah, what a loser, am I right? I just hope that she uses all these Prime subs that she got during the stream to buy a better microphone because my ears are shot. Here would be Basim.
Microphone's fine, it's your EQ, that's all.
Response to him hearing her call him a loser. Look at this.
Also, there's other things about Basim out there that, hey.
Now they're starting to chew each other out, thank God.
If you want to look into it, look into it. But there's other shit on Basim out there. And Basim, if you're in here, bro, you are the biggest sellout of all time. You kick Kingsman out. And then you don't even properly fucking clear shit up. And you scream and shout for the Kingsman fans to all just be on your side because you switch sides because you don't want hate. You don't want heat, which is fine.
Yeah, and you understand that at a deeply fundamental level because you did the exact same thing. These people know how they think, right? And they think in these fucking patterns so they can recognize each other. She knew because she did the exact same thing. I truly believe your ex was there for you to gain patience to watch these drama crazies. I would have left hours ago. Lithy, the kind of fucked up shit that my ex did to me when it came to all these emotional and mental games, this shit doesn't even come close. I have infinite patience for this because it doesn't even come close to the kind of shit I saw. So Simp didn't get any pussy, I guess. Doesn't look like it. Nope.
Fine, but it's just...
Who the fuck wants hate? Who the fuck wants fucking heat? Explain to
Okay, stop hitting the soundboard. We don't need the soundboard right now, buddy.
me one person who wants hate. Tell me that for 1 second.
Logan Paul.
But you know how you avoid that? You take accountability for your fucking actions. Oh my god, dude. When you figure out somebody's wrong.
Look, he's starting to realize he's not going to get any pussy out of the situation. He just got it. He just registered in that moment, fuck, I'm not getting laid, and now he's crashing out about it.
Take accountability.
Basim had understood this within like 24 hours of the video dropping, but it seemed like Luciaza was missing so much common sense, lacked a ridiculous amount of self-awareness, and was overall such a nasty, vile person that it seemed like nothing could make her understand how bad of a situation this actually was. Someone like her doesn't just spawn overnight. You get to this point when you act like your whole life and never face consequences. So it was no surprise that just before her stream, the content creator Antgrow,
who the fuck is this guy now,
would release a video titled "These People Are Not What You Think," Cece and Lucia.
No, they're exactly what you think.
In regards to the Kingsman saga. In this video, Antgrow would reveal to us that he was invited to the same Marvel Rivals tournament, but turned it down specifically because of a few people that were...
This guy knows. This guy's like, this is not worth 40k. I'm not fucking doing this. I'm going to walk out with $3 grand and a broken mental state, and it's going to cost me 4k to fix it. This guy knew.
Were in there. He'd say that 4 months ago, back in October 2025, Luciaza would start spreading some vile, untrue rumors about him. When faced with this, he decided to also take Kingsman.
What were the rumors? That he was a rapist? That he was a predator? Well, what were the rumors? I want to know what the rumors were.
Approach and make videos defending himself. He wouldn't attack her personally. He would never incite harassment towards her. This was purely him defending his reputation. When he'd do that, he'd be messaged by Cece, acting as a mediator between him and Luciaza, because apparently she was receiving too much harassment from her chatters. The reason why this was very significant to Antgrow was because Cece actually owned the rival creators Discord server.
This is actually genius as a strategy, right? Dominate the Discord, make it your Discord, then you can control the narrative. Then anyone who says the things you don't like, you can kick them the fuck out and give them some bullshit reason. And you can slowly twist and manipulate the community in a particular direction, and then you decide the narrative. This is what's called the Reddit methodology.
Is a server in where all the Marvel Rivals creators were and collabed together. This was key to your growth. He was directly threatened by the server owner that if he didn't stop sticking up to himself, then he was about to get kicked. She was using her...
See? That's actually quite brilliant.
Her influence as the creator of the server to bully others, protecting her other friend who was also a bully, by the way, and threatening anyone who had something negative to say about them. It's absolutely disgusting, but again, not surprising. When you never get caught for doing bad things, you just keep doing them. Additionally, during that time, this screenshot would start spreading around, where Zaza Stack says, "Justice for that guy? He is black, I don't give a fuck," referring to Kingsman.
What did race have to do with the, he's black, so no justice for blacks, not here. This just keeps getting fucking crazier. Holy fuck. It's like you invite someone into a Discord call. Are you black? And they're like, yeah. You just ban them. the fuck is this?
He'd make a tweet saying, I'm addressing the screenshot right now because this needs to be made clear. Before the drama, there were imposter accounts going around and hiding behind my name to act like this. I would never say this sort of stuff. That is not me. The only games I have played since the drama have all been live on my last stream, and I have not loaded up the game since. I've also attached a screenshot of my last ranked game so that you guys can see that I haven't played anything more. The times in the screenshot of my history are in Australian time. Someone would reply with, and we're supposed to believe you why? You've been lying since the drama started. To which she would say, I haven't lied once, bro.
Please tell me the community notes hit him. Please tell me the community notes under that one.
This reply would get community noted, and it would say, she has lied.
Fucking the community notes are coming in like fucking Michael Jordan in basketball, just changing the entire game. God damn.
Several times.
Holy
I've
fuck.
never seen so many community notes for one incident in my life. Someone would call out how terrible she was at Widow and how she should have listened to Kingsman. She'd reply with, no, we won a game once. I stayed on Widow, actually. She got community noted. They lost 7 games out of 8. And of course, we can't forget Ashlyn, the same person in the creator server who added CC and Zaza, urging them to not let anyone bully them off the internet. She'd tweet out and say, I collected more details on this drama and I'm willing to give a serious input. My genuine opinion on this is everybody was being cringe. CC, Kingsman, Zaza, everybody.
Oh, look at the fucking middle ground, bitch. Oh, everyone's being oh, you're holier than thou. I'm shocked that this guy could type out this tweet with that fence lodged so deeply up his ass.
Nobody was in the right here. The best thing for everybody to do is to not escalate the situation, learn from it, and move on with life. I feel so sorry for the other teams who have been massively overshadowed by this whole thing. It's not fair. This was truly unfortunate and preventable. She'd also get community noted, saying this user has heavily backed CC and Zaza.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. He's trying to like lower the temperature here, so it's not so bad on them. Didn't work.
Defended harassment and otherwise engaged in various character assassination attempts against Kingsman.
There we go.
False allegations. It would be unwise to consider Ashlyn FPS unbiased in any capacity. Like, look, this was her saying, after reading the doc, Kaplunk's doc, this is genuinely insane behavior. His community, who's being so toxic towards you guys, just tells everything. I would be
another simp. Another simp. Now, I know you all want to blame women for being these gigantic pieces of shit, but these fucking rats, these guys right here, are the reason why these bitches think they can get away with it. That is the progenitor of this entire problem, is these pussy bitch-ass dudes like this.
Genuinely embarrassed if I were him, referring to Kingsman. She would then get ratioed multiple times in her replies. And so seeing the backlash she was receiving, the fact that she couldn't deal with the consequences of her own actions just like everyone else, she would tweet out, CC is bad, Kingsman is good.
Oh wait, this is a woman, never mind. That just destroyed my entire theory. I thought there was a guy. Fuck. Well, never mind. Never mind. It's all women. It's all the woman's fault.
Would you kind souls please stop sending me death threats? I mean, God, the whole thing was embarrassing. Everyone involved who was taking the side of the bullies was nothing more than embarrassing. The secondhand embarrassment I felt throughout this video is indescribable. Because throughout all of this, all they had to do was simply apologize. Not just in public, but directly to Kingsman. They only apologized to the public because they knew it made them look bad. And this would be after multiple opportunities of them doubling, tripling, quadrupling down, and only finally letting go once they realized this is unrecoverable. This whole tough girl bully act was not going to work. The entire internet was now aware of this. Moist Critical had done a video about it. I mean, everyone knew.
Wait, Moist Critical did a video about this shit? Holy fuck.
About this.
Okay, now that explains the view count on all of this, because Mr. Normie Master, if he did a video on this, that's gonna bring way more attention to this.
But even though this looks very bad already,
Holy shit.
The real consequences, the ones that are truly career-ending, would only start to show up later. And it would be when CC would start to lose sponsorships. On January 21st, Infinity Mice, one of CC's sponsors, said, "We have been made aware of the situation involving CC during the recent creator tournament. While we have worked together previously, we do not support behavior that targets or disrespects other creators. As a result, we will..."
Holy fuck. Even the game devs are speaking about this now. Fuck me.
"Will not be continuing any partnership moving forward. We believe in keeping competition respectful, and we wish everyone the best going forward." This tweet almost has 2 million views and over 50,000.
How many private DMs do you think Infinity Mice got about this situation before they did this? It's not really based, just rats scattering. Yeah, no, these are just rats, all as like scampering in a different direction, trying to get out of the fucking house fire. How many DMs did these guys get from just random people on Twitter through their work email before they were like, okay, look, we gotta address this shit. We gotta get this done. Get this the fuck out of here. We just want to run a game.
Likes. Since then, people have expressed interest in their products because having morals as a company is something rare these days. But they weren't the only ones. Solaris...
Wait. Depends. Rats can have good moral compasses from time to time. I'm going to give you a line from, I believe it was Marcus Aurelius. If your principles only apply when it is beneficial to you, they are not principles. These rats will only have a good moral compass when they believe it benefits them. The only reason they would ever pretend to be righteous is because they believe that they will gain some benefit out of it directly. Every other point in time, they've got zero moral compass, which means they never had one to begin with. These people act nice because they're trying to extract something for themselves out of it.
SKG, the talent agency in which CC was a part of, would tweet a message from our owner. In it, you'd find a tweet by Hune, the owner of that talent agency, saying, I've been informed of everything that happened, and as of today, I've made a decision that CC has been removed from Solaris and its creator program.
Good. Good. Fuck this rat.
I want to clarify, Solaris and its staff, other creators had zero involvement in Basim ZB's tournament. All of CC's social media posts and messages. The actions done and the insults said towards Kingsman by the group of streamers is not something I'm happy about or what Solaris stands for. Again, this tweet would receive a lot of attention as well, over 2 million views, and many people were very happy about this. But that's not all. Someone would notice that CC in her links had one that led to Razer, even though she misspelled the name of the company. It seemed that she had an affiliate code. The people would let Razer know, linking a tweet that she made saying that yes, she got...
You telling me this bitch is so dumb she can't even spell the name of the company? How the fuck did this person get popular in the first place? How the fuck did this person get any attention in the first place if they can't even spell the name of the place correctly? Maybe it's autocorrect. Maybe. Maybe. Benefit of the doubt, maybe.
Banned because she typed KYS in chat. They'd say, we're looking into it. Later, they'd say, we have confirmed that there were never official agreements with the creator and there are no plans for future.
She lied about being sponsored by Razer. I've seen this. I've actually seen this. This exact thing, right? So this is something that I've noticed that the biggest fucking liars on Twitch used to do all the time, is if you would look over there, right, in that corner, right, on the right-hand side of the screen, what a bunch of piece of shit streamers who thought it gave them some level of legitimacy would do is they would say that they were sponsored by like Logitech, or they were sponsored by a TLO or Microsoft or whatever, and they'd put the logo in the corner of the screen when they had never had any interactions with the company before, and it's supposed to add some level of legitimacy so that people go, oh, okay, this person's a big deal because they're dealing with this big company. I've seen this before. This is kind of unsurprising at this point.
For collaborations. One could only assume...
Isn't that illegal? Maybe. I'm not a lawyer. I wouldn't know. Ask Bum Lawyer. He might know. But as far as I'm aware, yes. Intentionally misspelling also maybe so they go around the legal issues. Potentially, yes. Tinfoil hat conspiracy, maybe she misspelled it on purpose so that Razer wouldn't pick up on it and be like, we have nothing to do with this person. It's only illegal if you're doing it to perpetrate fraud. So you mean you can get away with it? You can get away with it. But Okay, so that's going to be, then it's going to kind of be down to like interpretation by a judge or by the spirit of the law or whatever, because it could be seen as she's committing fraud by trying to appear more legitimate, and therefore she's drawing sponsors to her and away from other people, and they're giving her money and attention and all of this other shit because they believe that she is linked to this big company. Or it could be like, no, she just lied and we don't give a fuck. That, at least that's my basic bitch understanding of it.
Assume that her affiliate code also doesn't work anymore. Cece had finally, for the first time in her adult life, received consequences that equaled her disgusting, vile actions. Oh, and while we're on the topic of Cece's adult life, it seemed like she had a very big problem with the opposite gender, saying that all men are liars and that she hates all men. Additionally,
Okay, that would flashbang me. I didn't expect to just see I don't like black people on the screen. that one came out of nowhere. Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what I need to polish this off is I need her to say that in the most Asian accent ever.
back when she used to be a Smite player, she would express in DMs with someone that she had a dislike of black people. It wasn't just consequences against Kingsman anymore, it was consequences for every bad thing she's done over the last few years now. But it wasn't over just yet. This wasn't just about monetary opportunities and sponsors.
Jesus
this was
Christ.
about how they had become a cultural phenomenon for all the wrong reasons.
Man, this really blew the fuck up, and it blew right past me. I didn't know any of this happened.
NBA team, the Atlanta Hawks, had made a
Holy
TikTok
fuck.
about the Kingsman drama, saying how Kingsman felt after watching his old team get destroyed in the Rivals tournament, showing players dunking multiple times. A user would tweet, "Someone said they're pulling a Zaza stack in my game today. What does this mean? Someone inform me." New slang unlocked, Zaza. Definition, someone throwing not necessarily on
Yeah, that's right. You deserve this. You deserve it. You are now a meme forever.
Black Widow
Good.
and still won't swap. Playing for the vibes also became a massive meme. There's a new tournament being hosted by the content creator Boger with a $50,000 prize pool. He would tweet out, "Happy to announce that I'll be hosting another Boger Bash next week. This is not a casual tournament, but I promise you, the vibes will nevertheless be pristine."
They're done for. It's over.
So now sponsors were leaving left and right. Opportunities were gone. No one wanted to associate with these people any longer, and they were truly exposed for what they are. This is the pure definition of consequences, and it is very satisfying to see. But what about Kingsman?
Yes.
How is he doing?
They deserve
Well,
this.
he ended up becoming more successful than any of these bullies combined.
Good.
His last few streams had reached thousands of concurrent viewers. One of them had peaked at 25,700 viewers, gaining
God
44,000
damn.
followers in one go. He's been receiving so many donations that he started begging people to stop donating. Someone would donate $3,000 right off the bat.
God damn. You know what? You know what? It may have sucked. It may have been a fucking nightmare for Kingsman. This may have been the worst thing he felt like happened to him. But it turns out it was actually the best. This was the best thing that could have happened to him, was these people treating him like shit. Unironically, that was the best thing that could have happened to him.
His chat got him to hype train level God knows how much. He has over 10,000 subscribers. That's $50,000 alone. He's reached over 200,000.
10,000 subscribers is not $50,000 as far as I'm aware, because it's 10,000 times 5 divided by 2. So, I mean, 25,000 is still a fucking lot.
Subs on his YouTube channel and
before taxes.
Just reached over 100,000 followers on Twitch. I was there for the countdown. He has made way more than the entire 40,000 prize pool, and it couldn't have happened to someone more deserving.
Good, yes, he did deserve this. Congratulations, well done to him.
Additionally, Marvel Rivals developers sent him currency in-game for free so that he can buy all the skins for the character he loves playing, Magic. Check out a wholesome clip for a change.
The Marvel Rivals
Yeah, but Steven had a better pull. He got Jason to give him Man, fucking Gabagool man really gave Steven everything he had, which is the funniest shit ever. This doesn't even come close to that monetarily speaking, but you know what? I'm happy for Kingsman. I'm glad that he got to walk away from this You know, to match his namesake, he is the Kingsman.
Devs just gave me units so I can purchase magic skins. No fucking way. There's no way that is real. Wait. I gotta hide.
Wait, brown bitch says she hates black people, then bullies white guy. No, Jimmy, no. Yellow bitch. As far as I'm aware. I don't know. I can't. It's racially indistinct to me.
My screen. No way. No way. What? Wait. By the way, this is the guy who emailed me because he asked me.
As I said in the beginning of the video, this was a story with a happy ending. And just in case it wasn't clear enough, this was never about men versus women or any of that bullshit. This is a textbook story of...
No, this is about fucking psychotic nutcases versus the rest of humanity.
Someone who got bullied and stood up to his nasty, vile bullies.
Yes.
Garnering support from the public.
Good.
And
He
making them
deserved this.
face consequences for the first time in their adult lives. I'm very happy for Kingsman, and I hope that he enjoys his success. He seems to be a really
So do
nice
I.
guy. And no, I'm not just saying that because he admitted on stream that he watches my videos. If you're watching this, Kingsman, thank you for being a viewer of my channel, and I truly wish you the best. My DMs are always open if you want any advice relating to content creation, or hell, even drama, but I think you handled this pretty damn well. I think you're...
I don't think Kingsman needs any advice. He handled this like a fucking champion. If I'm being honest, I would not have been nearly as fucking gracious as he was. Not even close. He handled this like a god. Like a goddamn Buddhist monk in a fucking tsunami. He did so goddamn well with
You're
this.
good on your own. Thank you so much for watching until the very end. I really appreciate it. And if you want more content from me, even more than my YouTube channel, then make sure to check out my Stacked page where I'm posting over 4 different art pieces every month, as well as 1 short video and long video. There's already a short video there. Prices start at $1 per month. I'll see you in the next video whenever that is, and love you.
Fucking good ending unlocked. Amazing. Fucking well done to Mugen as well. This was a very impressive video. Like, I don't know what other drama he has with those other streamer shit, but this shit was fucking incredible. Incredibly based video. Well done. Got all the facts, put it all together in one long-ass video, strapped it all together. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. Good ending unlocked. Amazing. Holy shit, that took forever. And now I've got another video that's going to take forever. I got another one. Now it's time to talk about the drama that actually matters. I'm just over here like, that's a Monday with these kinds of people. Yeah, it fucking is. Well done to Kingsman. He deserves every fucking cent, every good thing that happened. He handled that like a man. That man, he's impressive. He's something to aspire to be, because goddamn, he handled that so fucking well. I wouldn't have handled that well. I don't think I know a single person who wouldn't have crashed the fuck out. 2 in a row. That's it. 2 in a row, Dubba. We got the SKG press conference, but I'll give you this, okay? Is this video worth watching in its entirety, or do I just default to the Endymion one? Which one is worth it? Because I'll be honest with you, that was a long fucking video. That was a real long one. And this guy did this video right here.
There's something a lot...
Oh, I've got it open here as well. Hold on. There we go. Is this worth this 20-minute video? Or is this worth watching in its entirety? Because this thing is 2 hours long. To be fair, Ross Scott was also taking it like a boss when Pirate was shitting on. Ross Scott also handled it very fucking well. Ross Scott has been the consummate professional, despite all the wild shit that Pirate Software said about him. What a fucking subhuman Pirate Software has been. Said shit to him like, I hope you get everything you are asking for and nothing you want. The inhuman, manipulative piece of shit behavior by Pirate Software towards Ross with the Stop Killing Games movement is exactly the moment that convinced me that Pirate Software is an irredeemable piece of shit. So I'll let you decide. Do we go for the 2-hour one, or do we go for the 20-minute one? I'll give you this one, then we'll do some ESO afterwards. Well, we'll make a new character. I want to try out the Dragon Knight. I've been told that it's pretty fucking good. Which one? If you don't have another 8 hours, just go for Endemion's vid. Okay, Endemion's vid it is. Good decision, Hunter. Let's get the quick rundown on this one.
A lot of us have come to realize in the last year or so, we don't really own the things we buy, do we? At any moment, the games you buy and play can be decided on a whim by a publisher that it's no longer worth supporting and they can just simply turn it off. The servers go down, your access disappears, and that game that you paid for, yeah, you didn't own it anyway.
But
so
it's incredibly interesting, however, might not be fun to watch in its entirety. I'll probably watch it off stream then.
why are you mad? Stop being mad. We specifically told you that this would happen. Well, not really, but it was in the fine print if you cared to read that, which we know you...
God, I hope this video has some clips of Pirate Software in him. That man deserves to get shit on again.
Don't, but you should have. But you see, this stupidity then gave rise to Stop Killing Games. In case you don't know what that even is, Stop Killing Games is a movement that was started by Ross Scott, a YouTuber who goes by Accursed Farms Online. So Ross believed the fact that so many games could be unceremoniously cut down and removed was kind of a big deal.
It is. It is a big deal. You don't get to sell something to someone and then just fucking take it away. Unless you're Amazon. Or Microsoft. Or Ubisoft. Or Epic Games. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna stop listing it off, otherwise I'm gonna want to kill myself.
Which, yeah, I agree with that too. And he went ahead to start this
or ArenaNet
movement to bring in laws so that companies couldn't just screw you over whenever they felt like it. Then the whole pirate software thing happened where he rallied against Ross Scott, believing the movement was a bad idea, which then sparked a ton of backlash his way in case you saw that. And
Amazon can take my stuff back? Yeah. Amazon has single-handedly unpublished most of the video games they ever have. Not only that, there was a thing where some guy had his house hooked up to all the Amazon Alexa shit, and he had one of those smart homes, and he said something inside of his house that the Alexa recorded and heard and misinterpreted as something racist, and then locked him out of his own home. So yes. Yeah, Amazon will take your shit away, including your own house.
And then Ross promised that he would eventually go to European Parliament and present his case as to why this is a problem that needs new laws and fixes. Well, that day has come, guys. And Ross was just at the European Union recently where he spoke openly in front of elected officials about this very topic finally. Here's some footage on screen of Ross at the EU. As you can see, he was not only in front of Parliament, but he was also live streaming the event and giving his thoughts post-hearing as well. Here's the opening.
Thank God. I'm so happy that Ross has gone all the way with this and he didn't just drop it and let someone else deal with it.
Part of Ross Scott's presentation where he lays out exactly what he believes Stop Killing Games stands for, why it needs to be taken seriously, and how the games industry has ignored the pleas of players for so long, so please watch this.
I am the founder of the Stop Killing Games consumer movement, which has many shared goals with the initiative.
Man, he looks so out of place there.
I'd like to clarify what it means to destroy a video game. Second slide. When we say a game has been destroyed, what we mean is a publisher has permanently disabled all copies of it that have been sold so no one can ever play them again. It would be like removing every single copy of a book or film in existence.
What a fucking perfect explanation to make these old, stupid fucking boomers in Parliament pay attention.
Effectively erasing it from the culture. The way this practice works is first a publisher sells a copy of a video game. However, it has been designed so that it must connect to the publisher in order to function.
I'm just worried he'll get assassinated by the gaming cartels. No, they can't get their mobility scooter up the steps of his house, so he should be okay.
There's a potential kill switch. The customer is also given no information when the game will stop working, even though the publisher has decided to assume that responsibility. Then, after an undisclosed length of time, the publisher disables all existing copies of the game, but keeps the customer's money. The publisher also enacts countermeasures to ensure repairing the game is almost impossible, even for experienced software professionals. From this point onward, no customer can ever run the purchase again.
You know what's really funny about him saying that? Is there's a bunch of games who try their best to make sure the game, like, never works in, like, ever again. And there are some fucking wild group of neats stuck in a basement somewhere who still find a way to get the game to work.
Besides destroying the game, this practice is also subverting customer expectations. Most video games can work indefinitely, which has been the customer standard for half a century, including ones that connect to the internet. Alternately, a small number of video games operate as subscription services, but those inform the customer exactly when their access ends at the time of payment. The games we're referring to do no such thing. They almost always contain...
Amazon is so fucking lucky that they shut down New World when they did, because they initially promised that New World would last for the next 10 years. And if this ruling was in place, when they told them that shit, they would have been fucked. They would have been royally fucked. Let me just fix this here. I don't know, fucking people and their different aspect ratios of their goddamn videos. They can't just keep it 1080p like normal human beings. One genius thing he did was comparing it to a loose piece of human culture. No, that was fucking brilliant. That was exceptional. And he's right. It is a piece of human culture. It's an exceptional piece of human culture. It's like one of the most interacted with pieces of modern human culture that the most amount of people like have as a part of their lives. It's the cheapest, most effective, longest lasting pieces of entertainment in modern human culture. Brilliant comparing it to that and making these old retards understand exactly what the fuck this is. I want to express my gratitude to Pirate Software for their unique perspective on Stop Killing Games initiative. It is precisely due to their vocal opposition and controversial stance that our movement gained unprecedented visibility. He did. I remember him saying, fuck you, this is never going to happen, go kill yourself. I remember that whole thing. And then, because of his outspoken rat fucking behavior, a bunch of people signed up to the petition. He truly did die on that cross for us, huh? I hope he keeps being the lol cow we need. Anything that Pirate Software directly opposes is probably something that deserves support. Because he's such a fucking industry plant piece of shit. No, the Stop Killing Games movement is so bad. Man, the publisher. That little cocksucker deserves his downfall. They won't assassinate him. The Guillermos are too busy plunging holes in their sinking ship, and Bobby Kartik is too busy drinking breast milk and getting sucked off by orcas. Yeah, no. Those guys have left. For now. They'll come back. But I think Bobby Kartik's retired now, so he doesn't care. I don't think he ever cared, but now it's not tied to his paycheck, so he doesn't give a fuck. Game shape, most of us here, in the people we are, is more than a piece of culture. I'll give you an example. Victor, you're 100% right. I'll give you an example. Back in the day, when I was still in school, there was an FPS shooter game. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It wasn't Call of Duty. Medal of Honor. Right? Medal of Honor was such a great fucking game that it brought my history teacher to tears. Because when we started discussing things like World War I, the D-Day landings, Vietnam, all of that shit, we sat in class all arguing about how historically accurate it was versus what was real and what wasn't, and how insane the D-Day landing was. And our poor history teacher started crying tears of joy, thinking that us little fucking retards actually had an interest in the things she was telling us. She had misinterpreted our arguments about the historical accuracy of video games with us giving a shit about what she was telling us that day of the week. That poor woman had no clue that we were just caring about the video games we were playing at that point in time. The debt for self-made sub-trains will catch up to software eventually. I hope they do. I hope they fucking do, but they probably never will. Let's be honest, that's long and dead now. In my opinion, it would have been better to compare it to movies instead of books, as the boomers are the generation that grew up on movies. I'll tell you why comparing it to movies is a bad idea. The boomers who grew up watching movies are not the ones in Parliament. The ones in Parliament are 500-year-old vampires drinking baby blood. They were around when the printing press was invented. The boomers who watched movies, they're in the financial industry, not in politics. Not yet. They'll get there. They've got about 5 or 6 years before they fall over dead as well.
Contain terms stating they can end at any time for any reason. What this means is customers have no real protections when they buy games.
Wait, there was one hell of a cringe response from a gamer lady in that room, though. That might be worth... Find me the timestamp, bestia. Find me the timestamp. We'll go through it.
Like these. They are unable to keep them and they are not informed when they will end.
Roz makes a...
Yes, but you do remember the facts. That's my point. No, you're right. We do. We remember the facts. I swear to God. The Medal of Honor game where you played as a soldier during the beaches of Normandy D-Day landing was so fucking insane that it gave people like a fundamental understanding of how nuts that landing was. It was crazy. It was nuts. I mean, some of the kids with German descent were real mad about it in my class, but but the rest of us were like, God damn, this was crazy shit.
Compelling argument, and I fully stand behind him with what he's saying because yes, there does need to be laws in place. Because if you pay for something, you should have access to it. Otherwise, that slope will get so slippery that nothing will get better for any of us. Ross at one point brings up the idea that this concept of buying something and not owning it is foreign to most other industries. Like if you buy a car, you physically have that. Once you pay it off, it's yours to keep. No one can take it away from you. Well, I mean, they can steal it, but you get the idea. Same goes with your fridge, your TV, your couch. That's yours. You bought it, and that's all yours to have forever and do whatever you want with it. Yet with games, it's not. You just don't own it. Even if you buy the game physically, the disc itself half the time is really nothing more than a disc that must be inserted to access the digital version of that game anyways.
Once upon a time, it wasn't like that. Once upon a time, you'd go and you'd buy a game and you get 4 discs in a big fucking box and the entire game was on the thing and you could put it into your PC at any given point in time and it would just work. But for some reason, we moved away from that. It's fucking crazy behavior that we actually moved away from that. You know how like old people do this thing where it's like there'll be like a 50-year-old guy and he's trying to get the grandma that he's trying to pound wet. And so he'll show her his video collection. Give it 20 years and all the single guys who are like middle-aged, like in their late 50s, like her son, will show women their video game collection of all the CDs they have. And they'll get the same effect.
This practice on Nintendo Switch 1 and 2, for example, is very rare.
As much as I like the idea behind Stop Killing Games, after seeing who their key people are in their background, I've got some reservations. I completely understand the reservations anyone would have with the Stop Killing Games movement and thinking that, yeah, you know, it's not going to go the way you want it to. But in our current state, I truly believe that any win, any amount of a win is a win at this point in time. Anything that's more pro-consumer than what we've currently got, I'll take. I don't know why an organization owned by the same kind of people who want to erode consumer rights are now pushing for consumer rights. It's because they can use it as an easy win to look like the good guys, and they don't give a fuck about video games. And if they push through these consumer rights, what they could potentially do is start fining a bunch of companies for anti-consumer practices and then pocket all the money that they get out of the fines into their back pocket, which is going to be a better long-term strategy than it is trying to continually get a subscription model service from Ubisoft, who can't even make a good Assassin's Creed game, so they might collapse any day now.
rampant. The idea of the keycard, right? That's literally what that is. If Nintendo were to ban you for whatever reason, right?
But you posted the video for... Okay, good.
Your keycard can't be used on your Switch anymore, and that's kind of insane. But as Ross Scott's presentation, the response has been nothing short of extraordinary to it, as PC Gamer reported here. All the members of Parliament that were present for Ross's speech responded very positively to what he had to say, which that is an absolute win for all of us, because it means that...
Hold on, let me just keep this open. We'll take a look at this afterwards. Very important frame. Don't know who that is. No idea.
Not only is Ross onto something here, but that the European Union's elected officials also agree that, yeah, you know what? You guys are kind of right. The game company shouldn't be allowed to just bully you around like this. Daniel Andruska, as seen here, is mentioned, who is a consultant that supports Stop Killing Games as well, and states that what Ross Scott and the movement...
Do you know why this might also work? Right? Because these politicians have kids and they have grandkids, right? And these politicians might not give a fuck about it. But if they, for once in their goddamn lives, can look like the good person to their grandkids, they'll probably take that win and they can look at their grandkids and say, I'm the reason why you can play your shitty fucking video games. You little fuck. You little goddamn cum sprite. Don't be a disappointment like your parents.
want is not unreasonable. And as Daniel says there below, the fact that the games that were made 20 years ago are still playable, yet games that were made not only 3 years ago aren't playable, is a big reason why this sort of thing needs to become a law. At one point during Ross Scott's presentation, he brings up Concord, a game we all know that is still considered one of the biggest flops in gaming history. Allegedly, the development of that game was somehow $400 million. I don't know, man, that's what it was. But anyway, the game didn't resonate.
$400 million, $399 million of those dollars going towards a golden yacht of a CEO somewhere, $1 million spent on hookers and cocaine, and out of that, somewhere 50 cents was spent on game development.
Obviously. It got erased by Sony PlayStation, and everyone who bought the game digitally or physically could no longer access the game. Now, sure, yes, Concord didn't reach an audience, but either way, the fact that it's just ceased to exist is kind of the point. The same could also be said about High Guard, a game that was the final announcement trailer of the Game Awards 2025, only to release in January 2026, and then by March it was also effectively erased and taken offline forever by Wildlight Entertainment after again not having a big enough audience.
You know what, it's actually, I don't think people realize this, but it's actually a really, really, really important thing that we are able to have a preserved version of Concord. Because I bet that this game company desperately wants people to forget that this game existed. But no, if it's preserved forever, then it's a case of never forget. It's a case of something they can always reference back to as a pile of shit, and everyone can be like, hey, remember when you guys did this? I hope you never forget what you did. And they can be mocked and derided eternally. But if this gets memory hold, then they're just going to do it again and again and again. And people have short memories. They forget this shit. Jason would feel better about Concord investment. He probably fucking would. Because at least there's an end product. I found it hilarious how many Nintendo drones are coping and seething over digital keycards being sold as a physical product. Even early-ass Steam game discs actually had the game on the disc. Of course they're mad about it. They play Nintendo games. What do you expect? They're mad, even if it wasn't. They'd just find something to be mad about. It's because they've never seen a good version of Pokemon released in 3D. Not only that, they will need goodwill now. The world is, let's say, in a bad place. You can't fix the economy, but you can bring some wins in this. Yes, you can. You can, unironically, change public opinion on yourself if you say, I supported Stop Killing Games. And they'll probably use that as a cover for some other fucked up shit that they're doing. But hey, at least we got our video games.
The same also happened with Anthem as well. That game, which came out in 2017, I think anyways, if I remember correctly, also had its servers taken down forever too. That game could have been sold as a single-player offline game, but instead, BioWare and EA just erased the game from existence too. All of this happens because of what Daniel Undra,
because they don't want you to remember,
that consultant, said. This is not a design decision. In fact, it's just a business one instead, so companies have no problem killing off games that don't do well, no matter how small the audience is. The actual statistics, however, are very, very scary when you have the raw data in front of you. So Ross Scott, during his presentation, shows a slide, as you can see here, where he details the video games that require an online internet connection in order to be played. As you can see, of those games that were surveyed from a volunteer study on the left there, 636 games that had multiplayer modes, besides their single-player modes, were not available due to companies killing them off essentially, with only 4.6% of the games in that survey being still playable today. On the right there, it's just as crazy. Full games that require online to function, 93.5% of those games have also been erased from existence as well. That
honestly, I'm surprised it's not more.
Very small pie of games in that 6.5% bracket, those are your games like your Fortnites, your Call of Duties, your Battlefields, you get the idea. And that 93.5%, that's your Concords, your High Guards, your Battleborns, your Anthems, and much, much more. And at the bottom there, as they state, many companies have attributed to the bloodbath themselves, from Activision, Electronic Arts, all the way to Sony and more.
It's just a list of different, like, you know, back in like, when like Christianity was taken seriously and they had like all the demons and all of that shit, and you had like Beelzebub and Moloch and all of that shit. This is just a modern version of those names just running across the bottom of this here.
Yes, this is a big problem because this is what the AAA industry wants to be normalized, but frankly, this cannot be. So, of the games that Ross Scott includes in his statistics, that is a total of 1,097 games. It means of that 1,038 of those games are offline, unplayable, and erased today. That is a 94.62% kill rate of games that have been removed and erased from players' collections because these games have not met whatever standards these companies are pushing for these days. I want you to understand how brutal and widespread.
If it's preserved forever, retro people like 50 years in the future will be like, man, this is a banger. I want you to be wrong. I want you to be wrong about this, but I know you're probably right. I know that 50 years from now, if someone picks up Concord, whatever whacked out shit that we're playing now, people will probably look back at Concord and be like, I can't believe video games were this good once upon a time. Wow. And that's the moment I die. That's the moment I just turn into dust and evaporate.
This problem really is when you actually look at the data. It means that when it comes to online games, at least, or games that just require online connections to some degree, which is a lot of games, by the way, that only, I guess you could say, the best are surviving, which you may think is a good idea. Sure, yeah, I guess if we were like Viltrumites, maybe, or like in the animal kingdom, I guess, but we're not, obviously. This also means that if only barely 6% of these games are surviving the way that they are now.
No, 6% for now. It'll be 0% in the future if this doesn't work out.
It just means that every game in
No Man's Sky has an offline mode. Yeah, that's because the game initially was fully in offline mode, and they just lied about everything. Good thing they fixed it up later.
That space is now just going to copy what that 6% or so are doing now, meaning that there's not going to be any innovation. There's no risks taken, and everything just ends up being and feeling the exact same. This is why every game that has came and went is like a hero shooter or something, right? Or an extraction shooter even. Because it worked for Overwatch, Arc Raiders, whatever, Escape from Tarkov, which is in that small percentage. But it didn't work many times after that, which proves my point. It just kills innovation. You're just going to keep getting the microwaved, reheated leftovers over and over until...
Of course you are. It's the Disneyification of things. It's the same thing Disney is now currently doing with movies, where they just rehash the same story, but in a shittier way. They do the same with those kinds of games. Overwatch was just High Guard, which was just fucking Concord, and it's just a shittier and shittier and shittier version of the same game. And it's going to keep happening. I'm picturing someone 50 years from now playing Monster Hunter World and experiencing this. Yeah, but he's just 50 years from now, with the way the progressivism stuff's going, he's like, I don't want to stab that beast. It looks like my them great-grandchild. Nah, I think old people in old age homes are hidden OP when it comes to video games. I'm just being honest. They have all the time in the world to get good at something. I used to know a really, really old guy who was fucking exceptional at WoW. None of us could beat him. He was like the duelist king. He played WoW for 2 years and then died. But he was really, really fucking good for those 2 years before he fell over dead in that old age home. He was exceptional.
Till you finally eat it, I guess. But if some of those games could survive and live on to some capacity, it would allow for more experimentation because it wouldn't be the end. A good example of how to do...
But I wonder if this works out, how many MMOs will be restored through community projects. It would be nice to see WildStar come back. There's a WildStar private server that's being worked on right now, Banks. This will protect it. Or at least help protect it.
Do an end-of-life plan for a game is Splitgate, the original one I mean. As seen here on Steam, Splitgate 1 will live on through peer-to-peer servers, meaning people who want to play the game they still can, otherwise the game would just be deleted like everything else has. This should exist for more games. Whether you play them personally or not, the point is that people still do play these sorts of games, and that's the point. Variety is a spice of life after all. That's not really what the AAA publishers want, which is why this movement exists the way that it does.
Yes.
Another very good point.
This is a direct and active threat to massive AAA companies who keep on pumping out the same slop with a different coat of paint on it every single fucking year. This is a huge fucking problem. Because it gives people less incentive to play their newest game and to just go back in time and play the game that was actually good.
Point brought up by Ross Scott in his presentation is that during that end-of-life plan that games go through, it's oftentimes included in the game's development budget initially as well, while the truth is the actual end-of-life plan is much smaller in cost, according to what Ross Scott says, than companies claim it to be. Ross even claims, based on what he's been told by the various development studios that he's spoken to behind the scenes, that these end-of-life costs are faulty and oftentimes disingenuous. Because the cost presented to keep these games online to be played are claiming that they need to keep core features online that are not actually needed in an offline version of these games. For example, let's say like a cash shop, right? You could factor that as a system that is needed for an always online connection, which I guess it technically is.
So remove the cash shop. Oh no, how terrible. You'll just have to play your game without your extra fucking skins.
And therefore, the publishers could then say, well, we can't keep, let's say, I don't know, High Guard alive, right? Because we need to pay X amount for online features to exist like the cash shop, but that wouldn't be needed for an end-of-life peer-to-peer server. But they would still use that as justification to just not give you what you want either way. And again, this is rampant, so games are being added.
Pokemon MMO would sell Pokeballs for real money. Or potions or whatever. A Pokemon MMO would be the biggest pile of fucking dog shit imaginable. Unfortunately. I think if there was a Pokemon MMO, it would be the worst, biggest pile of burning dog shit imaginable if it was made by Nintendo, because they've already proved that they can't even make a good single player Pokemon, like a Pokemon game anymore. The closest that they've gotten to a good Pokemon release was Pokemon Go. That's it.
Axed and erased for reasons that, quite frankly...
PokeMMO is proof that Pokemon MMO made by fanbase works. I don't even know what PokeMMO is. Wait, it already exists? That's an actual thing? What? What the fuck is PokeMMO? The hell is this? Holy shit. You're telling me another bunch of basement-dwelling Giga Chads made a better version of Pokemon than Nintendo? I mean, I'm both unsurprised and impressed. And they got the like Ruby style graphics here, kind of. Man, this might be a banger. Jesus Christ.
Make little sense the
That's
more that
another
you
one
think
for the
about
list,
it, which
yes.
again is the point. It's not really about doing what's right, but really what is easier for many of these companies, which in this case is erasing over 96% of games that are made because they weren't the next Fortnite or whatever else. This is why the presentation going as well as it did is a really good sign, because it means that Ross Scott can actually get the support needed to enact these laws into reality finally. As seen here as well, members of parliament like Anna Cavazzini, I probably said that wrong, and more, all said that they are responding very, very well to what Stop Killing Games is all about. Because this is not a political issue, or we need to break it down like left versus right or something else. This...
Don't worry, they'll try and make it into a left versus right thing.
Just benefits everyone regardless of who or where you are in the world, okay? If you play games, if you enjoy playing games, especially older ones, and maybe you want to play that weird niche little title 10 years from now, then this movement and these laws, they benefit you as well too. We should all be positive and give our full support to this because there's nothing that's being said here that is neither unreasonable nor wrong. All Ross Scott wants is for AAA game publishers and the like to respect your time, money, and worth. And I think that's a noble cause. We could do with more positive news like this, I gotta be honest, because I love to see things like this take shape.
Is that meant to be The Rock? Maybe this game does need to die.
We do need consumer protection laws in place. Because games are expensive to make, I know, but they're also expensive to buy too. A new game in Canada where I'm from can range anywhere from $70 to $90 a pop, depending on the game of course, never mind a deluxe edition which will run you into the $100 plus range easily. So Stop Killing Games also has another person to thank as well, which is Moritz Katzner. He's the guy you're seeing sitting with Ross talking to him in both the post presentation, and he's also the guy to the side of Ross during his initial speech in the suit with the slicked back hair. Katzner is also very passionate about Stop Killing Games.
Yeah, he's young enough. He's young enough to understand this issue.
And he is working closely with Ross to ensure that this becomes a law as well. As Katzner said here during the post-show as it reads here, it's important to understand that this hearing was our first step into the public.
Wait, I saw the entire thing and it was amazing. However, I still fear the old people there still didn't get the point clearly. They don't need to get the point so much as their children need to get the point and nag these fuckers to do the right thing.
Into the legislative process, and that the committee is still reviewing Stop Killing Games' submission, but every single member of European Parliament present for the hearing expressed support for the initiative, and that for the purposes of the hearing, it was mission achieved. So great news, guys. That's absolutely great news.
I think it's a bit too early to call this mission achieved. I think this is a little bit early to call this. I don't trust a single politician and the words that they fucking say as far as I could throw their old wrinkly asses. It's way too early to say mission achieved because politicians are infamous for saying one thing and then doing the exact fucking opposite. I don't trust it's a win yet. I think it's way too early to call it that. What's up, Haratu?
This is what we want to see. Real momentum and shakeups. I'm glad that I shared that Stop Killing Games survey and all that last year. I'm glad that everyone who watched my videos in Europe at least, hopefully signed that petition because look at what you guys just did. You guys really just moved something very important forward. So I thank each and every one of you who watches my content, especially...
That's right, we signed the petition. Well, at least I did. I need a win. Come on. Big 2026, I need a win, please.
Actually, last year when this movement first started, that signed that petition, because now we are seeing real change finally. And remember, it's because of movements like this that have also led to companies like Ubisoft getting sued as well. A reminder is seen here also from PC Gamer. Ubisoft is currently getting sued over The Crew because this lawsuit here is kind of the catalyst for why this was all happening, if you remember. Same idea, yep. Ubisoft delisted The Crew, players lost access to the game, all of their monetized purchases, everything. And people got really mad. They launched a lawsuit claiming that Ubisoft can't do what they're doing, even though Ubisoft said that they can shut.
Oh my god. I just realized this, right? If this works, you're gonna see an explosion of entire communities of gaming just based around old games. There might be entire like niche communities of certain fighting games, certain racing games. Imagine like 5 years from now, there's just a bunch of old boomers running a tournament for Burnout. Or Need for Speed. The first one, yes. There you go, Victor's got it. Or even Need for Speed Underground, which was my personal favorite. Can you imagine how fucking exceptional that would be? That literally everyone could find a game for them because they are still playable. Then again, Ross talked a lot with the bald Rossman from the Right to Repair movement. He scolded Ross because he was thinking of giving up a lot. Wait, a lot? At least he got advice from the right guy. No, he definitely did. You talk about Louis Rossman, I think, who's been on the Right to Repair shit for a very long time. He's been also a dog with a bone with that, but I think Louis Rossman's kind of on the losing side of that argument, unfortunately. But at least he probably had all the right advice for Ross Scott.
Down their games at any moment when they wish to, and now, voila, Stop Killing Games kind of got burnt out of that whole mess. So in a lot of ways, what Ubisoft represented was the hubris of what these companies believed that they could get away with, which is why we need to push back in any way that we can. Otherwise, what Ubisoft did would just be the tip of the iceberg with what these companies could do in the future. Eurogamer also reported on this as well, and there's a part in Ross Scott's presentation where he flat out states that the industry is trying to have it both ways with neither of the downsides. There is a part in Ross's presentation where he states that what AAA publishers have done to their games is essentially scamming people out of their money.
He's right, they are.
I'll let Ross explain it himself. Here's what he said.
The games being sold this way are operating similar to scams. Publishers know customers expect video games to last, so they sell these in the same way as ones that can work forever, as a one-time purchase with no expiry date, then price them the same. Publishers know that if customers were informed exactly when they plan to disable their games, that would reduce sales, since the longevity of a game affects how much customers are willing to pay. The industry is trying to have it both ways, finding ways to say they're selling you a game that they're not selling you.
Flawless explanation.
As you heard, what Ross said is right, because what these publishers are doing is selling you something while knowing full well that they actually are going to pull that rug from under you in due time, meaning the entire transaction is by definition a scam. It's not consumer friendly, it's actually predatory because it means your purchase always had an expiry date, which games in general, as we all know, used to never have, right? You can still go play Super Mario World on your Super Nintendo.
Fuck Super Mario World. You're gonna go back and play a game. If you're gonna go back and play any fucking game whatsoever, it's this one right here. This was one of the first times I got so obsessed with a video game. I still remember. The only place I could play this video game when I was a kid, when I was a little fucklet, was after school. There was like an aftercare thing where like, you know, for parents who didn't want to come deal with their dog shit kid like me until like 5 in the afternoon, they just dump you there. And there was like a computer room. And there were 3 computers in that fucking room. And one of the games loaded on it was Commander Keen. It was so fucking great. I used to never go outside. I used to just sit there and play this game. It was so goddamn good. That one's a banger. Go back and play it.
Or Final Fantasy VII on your PlayStation 1. As long as you have those discs or the cartridge in Mario's case, yeah, you're good to go. But the fact that this is not the same now, it proves that the new normal is not being done to service you. If anything, this new normal exists to make your experience as miserable and as predatory as possible. And that is not good.
There's no reason for any digital good to have an expiration date. I think you're right. I can't think of a good counter argument to that. I think you're probably right, Bestia.
Which is why it's great that this exists. And like I said, Ross Scott explains that because of all of this, the AAA publishers want to have this both ways. I'll let Ross explain what he means again, so please listen to this.
This creates confusion for everyone involved and is part of why it's taken customers so long to get exposure on this practice. The legality is also unsettled. Earlier, members of Parliament assisted us in asking questions to the EU Commission about how legal the terms and game license agreements were, especially being able to terminate them at any time for any reason. The Commission stated Directive 9313 EEC prohibits unfair terms causing a significant imbalance in the parties' rights and obligations to the detriment of consumers. The Commission also recommended consumers file complaints with businesses across member states through the European Consumer Centers Network. In 2024, we had volunteers across the majority of EU countries submitting complaints against the French company Ubisoft for disabling the game The Crew.
That's right. That's right. Fuck Ubisoft. Fuck 'em hard.
Ross then further goes into detail how the point of Stop Killing Games is to welcome any solution presented by the European Union to fast-track this into law so we can not only protect consumers but also the integrity of video games as an art form. Again, I'll let Ross explain it himself, so please listen to this.
The main point I hope that does not get lost in this hearing is this initiative welcomes any solution that will solve the problem of video games being destroyed on this scale. We want this to be as easy and as practical as possible for all parties involved and are very open to how that is achieved. We are not even asking publishers to change their business or monetization models, only that once they end support, they do so in a responsible way. Our only goal is to prohibit this destructive practice and thus obtain basic protections for consumers and the medium as a whole.
And I think Ross is right. Again, he's being noble by doing this because nothing presented here seems unreasonable. Essentially, what Ross is asking is he wants games to be treated the same way that everything else is pretty much. The fact that it isn't, that's why it's such a problem. And I think nothing he asks for is really unreasonable here. Especially...
Yet nothing here is new information. Like, I know enough about SKG that nothing I've heard so far is new information. I think the most valuable thing that I've gotten so far out of this is that thank fuck that Ross has gone all the way, because I don't think anyone else would be able to explain it to these fucking imbeciles in Parliament as good as he did. He's done a brilliant job.
Actually, considering how publishers try to mock up the so-called price they'll have to pay by disingenuously claiming that certain services must be kept alive to achieve a workable offline version when they clearly don't. But this is why, for a long time, this issue sat in the background like it always has. Games have been increasingly required to have those online connections. Even for single-player features, right? Even for content you've already downloaded too. Publishers are leaning on those license terms.
Of course they are. They don't give a fuck about you. They give a fuck about their shareholders. Of course they're gonna do this. Imagine the Louvre decided the Mona Lisa doesn't attract people anymore, so burn it and delete every picture of it in existence. Yeah, no, it's that would be fucking crazy. That's why it's insane that they're trying to get rid of all these old games.
The EU LAs, for example, in order to justify what they're doing, they're trying to say that you're not buying a product, right? You're instead buying a license that they can revoke, a license that can also expire.
And if they're going to do that, then it needs to be sold as a license, not as here's a product, this is yours to do with as you wish.
A license that is tied to servers that they control. And that's why it falls apart in logical conversation, because it doesn't feel like your license ended. It feels like something that you owned was just taken away because they could. That's why the Crew shutting down was that spark, right, that lit this movement in the first place. Because the question then became, well, how many more games are just like one shutdown away from disappearing forever too? While Ubisoft opposed Stop Killing Games, other industry groups like the ESA or Entertainment Software Association, they have also tried to claim that if laws existed that pushed publishers to preserve games after end of service too, it would instead only drive up the development costs. They would create legal complications, as they put it.
It's complete horseshit. That's such a fucking horseshit argument, is that it's going to drive up dev costs. I've realized this. It's such a fucking bullshit argument, and I'll tell you why. If you develop a video game, and you make the video game very specifically so that it only works when it's online, you've had to spend time, resources, and energy to ensure that no matter what the fuck is happening, this game only works when it's strapped to an online service. There's an argument you could make that it would actually be cheaper to not have that always online functionality, because now devs don't actually have to keep the game online at all points in time. They only actually need to worry about that when connecting to a server for multiplayer, which means it would, technically speaking, make things cheaper, not more expensive.
It and limit how games are being designed and supported in the future. So from the perspective of the ESA and the
Okay, this game can get fucked.
AAA publishers, this was...
Have you needed to ban any bots on Kick? I set the required minimum account age to 1 day, and I haven't seen any bots since.
Yeah, no. Well, thank you for doing that. I did it as well. I went onto my back end. Ever since I set it to 1 day, yeah, not had to ban any bots. It's fucking fantastic.
It wasn't about taking your games away. Instead, to them, it was all...
But thank you, edX.
About maintaining flexibility to adapt in the changing market for them. But from the perspective of a player who supports the games, it doesn't look that way at all, right? Can we agree on that?
No, it's kind of true, because you do need to implement both ways, and you do need the server for anti-piracy. However, it is non-negligible in comparison with anything else. Yeah, you're probably right about this. The perspective I'm thinking about this from, right, is there are games that are fully single-player games that currently exist within the market that don't require a connection to the internet, that don't require you to be always online, but they cease functionality the second you can't connect to an online server, despite the fact that they're completely offline. Like, the functionality is not needed. You could make the argument, and you're right about this, that if there is a game that does have that functionality, that always online functionality, that is always multiplayer, then yes, then it would require more effort. But I think the piracy argument also kind of falls apart, where if the only way you can think of to verify your game is to always be online to prevent piracy, well, then that system's already not working, because there's a million games out there where you can get around those features, and there are people still pirating games to this day. So their online thing is still not working. So it's no better or worse than not developing the functionality for always online anyway. So it could be a yes and a no.
One. All it really means is that a company wants the right to sell you a product today and then have the right to take it away from you tomorrow with no legal repercussion and no downsides. And that is the heart of this issue, isn't it, right? The publishers, they want control, while players like you and me, we want our ownership. And that's where these two ideas collide the way that they do. And the more games adhere to always online systems, or the live service models, or these subscription-based ecosystems even that are pretty much everywhere now, the less permanent any purchase that you make in the future objectively becomes. Like, you can't deny that. It's just the truth. And that is when people start noticing the difference, right? So removing all the politics from the equation here, ultimately, what Stop Killing Games is doing is morally right and just. All they're asking is, if you sell us a game, it should remain playable. And that this fight is not about one game or any publisher, but the future of digital ownership as a whole. Because if Stop Killing Games were to lose, it would mean that every game is temporary. Every purchase that you make is just going to be conditional. Like, that's what it's going to be. And that every experience that you have right now can be revoked whenever they want to. But with how things are going instead right now, it actually means that publishers have to think about how their games are being built, how they sell them to you and advertise them, and what ownership actually means now in like 2026 and beyond. And for years, maybe we accepted that trade-off because most of us didn't even know that it existed, right? It was all convenience, I guess, over control really, but that is now going in the direction of the consumer, which is great to see, because
it's not just great to see, it's desperately needed.
Once people start realizing something can be taken away from them, they're gonna ask a simple question.
Wait, the thing is, the whole thing we discussed is implementation. Legislation should be in place, period. Then solutions will be found for implementation. Yes, you're right. Legislation does need to be in place, but the problem is the legislation is trying to currently catch up to the bastard behavior of these devs. Right? And my biggest concern with the SKG movement is they're trying to wrangle a fucking snake with epilepsy covered in oil, right? Because what's probably going to happen, and I don't like this future, but this is the most likely thing, is that all these game companies are not going to give up. What they're going to do is they're going to try to find every sneaky rat fuck way around the regulation as opposed to just simply complying with it. So this shit needs to be airtight. And my concern is that it's just not going to be.
Right? Why was it then sold to them in the first place if this was always going to be the outcome then? And depending on how the industry wants to answer that question, the future of gaming could look very, very different. But let me know what you think as always. I fully support Stop Killing Games, and I hope that you will too. Shout out to Ross Scott for doing what he's doing and all of that, and let's keep up the good fight, everybody. Games are art to me, and they should be treated as such, so now let's remind these greedy publishers who's really in control, shall we? Thanks for watching as always. I'll update you guys further if more happens on this. Subscribe if you'd like to, and see you next time, everybody.
Yeah, it's a massive win. Well, I shouldn't say it's a massive win. I'd say this is a step in the right direction. I think saying that it's a win is probably wrong. I don't think that there will actually be a full win that we get, but this is a good step in the right direction. And I think it's an idea of we need to get our foot in the door so that then they can develop the regulation later. And as companies twist and turn around this, it's easier to add on to the regulation than to build it in the first place. What's up, Joe? Yeah, it has been a long while. Fuck me, I haven't seen your name for a while, dude. How dare you go live your life? What's wrong with you? You sick bastard. EU Parliament has no real legislative power. Council of Europe does. EU Parliament has legislative power, wannabe. It's, again, yeah, it's a good step in the right direction. I think something about the regulations is a good idea. Now let's see what dumbass question we had to deal with here.
That this issue will be addressed through legislative action. Thank you very much.
What was this?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not usually in any of these committees, but I thought to come for the side quest. It is dangerous.
Now, what phenotype do you suppose that is? I thought Denisovans died off.
To go alone into the digital future without clear consumer protections, and I don't want to set the world on fire, but the truth is that the way we own media has shifted into something that's very sus. Too often citizens...
Okay, that was cringe. That was cringe.
Citizens buy a game only to find out that the cake is a lie. You buy a game you hope to cherish.
I'm resisting the masculine urge to activate my fight or flight response.
For years, but then one day it's suddenly gone. You think, shit, here we go again. When a publisher pulls the plug, we realize that our princess is in another castle. Our library...
Stop. Stop. You're making me want to not support Stop Killing Games. Stop.
Are emptied. It's like we've died of dysentery. As we've heard,
none of these old fucks are... Oh, Christ. None of these old fuckers understand any of these references. You absolute retard. What the fuck are you doing in a professional setting doing this?
Currently, players are forced to see the purchases that they made completely vanish.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe Jason Hall was right. Yeah.
We should not have to endure and survive a marketplace where our purchases, which are often masterpieces and they bring so much joy, are treated as disposable. We cannot allow digital preservation to take an arrow to the knee. So,
now, I'm not generally a supporter of public executions. But maybe they did have their place in society. Maybe there was a reason that witch burnings happened. God damn.
Petition was started to address all of these issues, and it is super effective.
You know what she's trying to do? If she ends her fucking statement with 6-7, am I right, guys? I might punch my fucking monitor. You know what? But you know what her strategy is here? She's trying to get a clip. She's trying to gain some popularity. She's trying to get like a look at me, how do you do, fellow kids? And it's the most cringe shit imaginable.
Let us therefore congratulate over 1 million citizens who signed it with one clear message to the EU. Don't be sorry, be better. It's time to finish the fight. We must ensure
That was the God of War reference, okay.
that even when companies move on, the virtual worlds we paid for remain still alive. Let us praise the sun on a new era of digital rights so that for the gamer of the future, it isn't simply game over. If some colleagues
I swear to God. I swear to God.
think that I've lost my mind a little bit, these were all video game references. I just wanted to thank
Yeah, thank you for explaining. That didn't make it any better. That just made it worse.
the petitioners and say that the Greens EFA group stands here in support and hope that the Commission takes seriously these very practical suggestions that you brought today. Thank you.
I feel so old, I didn't understand your references.
Okay, now I'm maybe just maybe there was a reason why men used to beat their wives. Maybe there was a reason why every